Welcome back, everybody, to the NECC. This may be the B stream, but we've got some A-plus gameplay ready and raring to go. You're joined, I'm joined, everybody's joined by the good friend here, Neon Black. I'll be calling him Neon the entire time. My name's Infernosis. We've got two teams ready and raring to go, but first, before we get into that one here, Neon, who do you think's going to win out?
Well, we can get right on over to those predictions that are coming up on your screen now. So you, Scott, you thought Ithaca's going to be taking this first map. I personally think Bryant Bulldogs got it because honestly, Bulldogs are just cool, dude. Come on now. And then Los and Camel are also split down the middle, with Ithaca and Bryant Bulldogs bringing it home. So very split here. A lot of differing opinions, 50-50 down the middle. And that means I will be insulting you every time you compliment them.
I try to keep the compliments kind of even, but feel free. It's fine. It is what it is. I'm not repping anything from either of these two teams. I did just get to see Hawaii win an AVGL tournament, so a little bit of my luau kind of outfit going right now. Still trying to get off the high of that encounter. But right after that, for the predictions, let's talk about the brackets, because we are here in the playoffs. It is very important to see where we are and what has gone so far. And like you can see all the way down there at the bottom here for this division of the Emergence Yellow, you have the Ithaca Bombers versus the Bryant Black Bulldogs. They're down at the bottom. We got the number 3 seed, the Ithaca Bombers, and the number 6 for Bryant Black. So it will be an upset story if Bryant Black can make this return. But despite us seeing that record there of being 3-6, only one win and one loss really separates these two teams. And technically speaking, Bryant Black University have one less game played. It's still 4-3. And the Bryant Bulldogs somehow are missing a game. I don't understand that. I'm not too sure. But I still think they're a very solid roster, a very good team. And I think they'll have a really good chance here, even though I did vote for the Ithaca Bombers.
Yeah, I mean, this entire bracket is pretty close in terms of wins and losses. There are a few teams pulling away and a few trailing behind, but at the end of the day, it's close enough that any of these teams have a potential of easily slipping their way into semis and into, the final game. So it's definitely a tighter bracket than we usually see, but of course, Ithaca Bombers on that number 3 seed probably want to keep that momentum going right on into champions if they can just continue to roll steady right into finals. That's obviously the hope, but of course, Bryant Bulldogs, they'd like to upset and get there as well. So there's our predictions and our bracket done for you, so you get a little bit well-versed in the teams that are going to be here, and we'll get straight into the match in just a second. But yeah, looking at some of the other teams on this bracket and some of the teams that, potentially these two teams could come up against in the future, you've got a couple of interesting teams that we've seen here before.
Yeah, I'm more looking forward to seeing who wins this one, to see who faces off more than likely against the ESU Warriors. You've got the number 2 seed versus the number 7th. Carthage hasn't had the best season so far. They have tried to make that big recovery. They made it to this point, placing above Howard Community College T2. But NJCU, more than likely not going to lop them off that board very quickly. I think the biggest toss-up matches we see here for the Emergence Yellow is the one we're doing right now, as well as the Army versus Hood game. So keep those in sight. More than likely than not, though, we will see the ESU Warriors facing off the victory here and NJCU facing off the victory there at the number 4th and 5th seed. But speaking of victories and playing as a whole, we actually have to know what players we're going to. So let's take a look first at our roster for the Ithaca Club Esports. It's now whispering Zeptima Eat 4. That's 4 eats, that's why they go by that. Wakatoshi and Icarus. Hopefully they don't fly too close to the sun and have their wax wings melt, but a fairly young roster here, Neon. Only one senior, only one junior, the rest being underclassmen. That means they've got a lot that they can continue to build on.
Yeah, for sure. They have a long time in their college career still coming up. They have lots of Valorant left to be played. And I always love here at NECC being able to look at the majors of all of these players, because it's interesting. So many players that share the same interest in esports and Valorant, but, they have all different types of studies and, look at television, radio. I think that's the first time I've ever seen that major in here. That's an awesome, cool major that I haven't even seen in, NECC yet. Very cool to see from Ithaca as we move on over to the Bulldogs, as we can check out their roster.
Well, hopefully they'll hound their way into our hearts here, Neon. Also, from the looks of things, not a young roster. 3 seniors on the board. You've got Rack, Frog Hub, Big Mar, Aimbot, and its Stanky Leg, who their name was kind of funny in the first place because they have Stanky in their name as well. I won't say their full name out loud, but I love it when people's names do allude to their actual names and they have a connection to it as a whole. Mine is nowhere near. My name is Scott. I get called out all the time. I don't feel bad saying that. And my username is Infernosis. There is no correlation whatsoever. Just trying to disconnect my online life from my in-person life as much as I possibly can there. But yes, a very older styled roster, upperclassmen as a whole. Now, this could mean that they do have a lot of experience and they feel really confident as a team playing together, but you also have to keep in mind, if you've got 3 upperclassmen and 1 freshman, that freshman's probably only been here for a semester or 2. That could be a problem. Somebody maybe had graduated out. Maybe they're still trying to feel out the role, and it could cause some problems for the Bulldogs in the next semester if they lose those seniors and they go on to graduate and do bigger and better things.
Yeah, and one thing that we, kind of forget about sometimes when we're casting these college games specifically is that, we may not have an NFL-style draft where players come right out of college and go straight to the pro scene, but these guys that are seniors, these ladies and gentlemen, they are in a really good position to show off their skills here in the college scene and then graduate with a college degree and go on to potentially compete with some tier 2, tier 1 rosters. So, always keep your eye out for those seniors that are ready to graduate, ready to move on to the next part of their life and go play in a professional setting. As we get on to the maps, though, we get to check out where we're going to be going today.
I'm fairly excited for this one. The bans also tell us a lot more than the map picks, at least in my opinion. First one, Fracture being taken off the board, may lead us to believe that Ithaca's still not comfortable on that newest map. Maybe kind of saying, all right, we're just going to remove that one, not let it go to the last stages. We're going to vie for maybe a little bit more of a contested map. Splits off the board there by Bryant Bulldogs. That's not too shocking either. That maybe leads us to believe that they don't want to play Raze as much as they could before. Maybe also trying to avoid the same kind of Sage player style that you would see on other maps, but I only see that the Raze one's coming to fruition because Bind is off the board. You do see Razes more specifically on Split and Bind, so seeing Bryant take both of those off the board may lead us to believe they're really uncomfortable on that agent, but we do have to still see Sage in play if we go to that third map because Icebox is on the chopping block. We're in NA, majority-wise. I believe all these players are in NA. I may be incorrect about that one, but we're still a very NA centralized playstyle, which means we really do still revolve around that Sage play, even though a lot of differing regions in Valorant, especially in high-level play, kind of circumvent that avenue, go for a little bit more aggressive and maybe a double duelist with Arena on Icebox, but no, we're not seeing that. We're heading to our first map already of Ascent.
Yeah, for sure. And with those bind and split bans, those are definitely two of the most close quarters in your face maps in the game and ones that require a decent amount of utility execution on site. But Ascent can almost equally so be hard on utility. Those 2 choke points on A and B main are tough to push out of. They are tough to hold on to. They are a prime spot for just ridiculous amounts of utility to be dumped into. And that also puts a huge pressure on who's ever playing mid to completely hold that presence and make sure that, that area that could just grow like a tree into both sides of the map is held onto successfully. And that could also put a lot of pressure onto the attacking or whoever is going to be playing on the top cat who has to hold that lower mid position. Mid is so important on Ascent because those 2 choke points are so difficult to take.
Now, the bigger changes in Valorant recently that Riot had kind of ensnared everybody within was the huge nerf we saw to Astra. She's now no longer the must pick on literally every single map, and she is a must forget on every single map, and it's kind of been supplemented by Brimstones and Omens. Omen being the player that has picked up the most of that slack, especially considering the major and hefty buffs that went their way, and you can see both times, Wakatoshi and Rock picking that up, so the Omens are here. It looks like a near mirror composition, but instead of rocking the Sky, like we're seeing the Bryant University side do, the Ithaca Bombers are instead putting Whispering over on the KJ, and we're seeing Zeptima over on the KO. So they're supplementing the initiating potential of those flashes instead for a quick flash and peek, like a pop flash, as well as having that suppressed with a knife to gather intel. So KO, a lot more common in recent times, Neon, but I don't think Sky's a bad choice, but she is the least popular choice when it comes to this map.
Yeah, for sure. Sky, like in my opinion, Sky can work really well to supplement Sova in the sense that it's really good to have a second way of gaining information early in the round, especially on defense. Being able to use a drone early on in the round or a dog early on in the round while still having the comfort of knowing that you have a second piece of guided utility that you can use on a retake is really comforting. And the same thing translates onto attack. It's just on defense, you really are kind of constricted to maintaining that utility in a lot of case scenarios. And so if you want to say Sova push out B main with a drone, you're risking that they push A main and you completely use that on that utility. But as we get into the first round, it's more important to note how this util is going to be used in pistol rounds. Early molly being popped, aimbot's already on site. Spray's coming through from no whispering though, but not able to find anything. And they don't have any defensive anchors on site. But the first pick already off the board as Bryant University Black take full site control and get ready to get the bomb down. Great post-plant positions already.
Yeah, there's only one player being lost. It's actually impressive that Ithaca were able to kind of get away from that site as quickly as they did. No Whispering was in a rough spot, but the dark cover did remove the sightline potential, and now Bryant need to hold on to sight. There goes the knife, suppressing down 3, gathers a lot of intel, now makes them really difficult to face off against. No Whispering from Walkway finds 1, but Big Marv finds 2 with the Frenzy, now going ham. Akatoshi looking to do something else. They throw a dark cover, they lose their life quickly after finding 1. Septimal will send out the flash. The pot flash does not work. They do find 1 kill, but it's only a consolation kill. 2 players survive for the Bryant University side, and I kind of want to touch on something you mentioned there, Neon. Skye has a lot of big points. She was popular for a very big reason. More importantly, with my co-caster I'll have at, I believe, 11 p.m. EST on the A stream, Mick, aka Dallas, he loves Skye on this map. He absolutely adores Skye because he leaves Skye on the attack, gives so much control towards market, towards pizza, and towards defender spawn that KO just can't do, and that's very true. However, KO's information is gathered instantaneously or near instantaneously, and it suppresses them, meaning it's easier to push them while you still have that fresh intel than it is with the Tasmanian Tiger, where you still have to put your hands down and then pray that you actually saw where they were and that they can't sprint away before they shot it. It's a little bit easier for the KO, which is why you're seeing that come out a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, for sure. Already early mid presence. They have this gun advantage from Bryant University, and they're trying to convert that with the longer range gunfights. But Rack's going to lose a lot of HP trying to take that gunfight against the Classic with the KJ mid. Gonna lose out to Big Mar though, but No Whispering was able to find that low HP Omen, and that may be a gun off the board, but I suspect that that's not going to be too hard to recover. But interestingly enough, we've only seen a few SMGs brought out. There are still some classics on the board for the attack here, which makes this a little bit of a weaker push in terms of firepower. You see the Jet with the Ghost instead of picking up an SMG or a Marshall like a typical buy would shoot. But they're going up against the classics. They still have the firepower advantage, and right now they have the bomb site. And this mid lurk's going to be huge.
Yeah, the Ithaca Bombers went for the 50-50 play here, Neon. They left 2 towards Arch's side. Both were shorties, if I recollect correctly. They were really hoping that they'd see Brian step through that door and they could get a few easy picks, but that's not been the case. Big Mar has been very influential here in mid, looking to be another player and go up, but unfortunately Eat 4 finds them instead. But Wakatoshi is finally removed as they try to engage towards the B site. It is a player disadvantage for Ithaca and a major weapon disadvantage for them as well. Frog Hub with a nasty shock dart to find Eat 4, and Stanky Like finishes the job there to Septima. Another fabulous round for the Bryant University side. They do lose 2 weapons, but I don't think they're really hurting about that. They know they have the advantage up close and personal, and I think they feel confident at this point because they've been doing so good against Ithaca that they may just decide to buy up with that rifle, and you can see Big Mar do just that.
Yeah, it looks like we could potentially see a save for an op as Aimbot's only picking up the Spectre with 5k in the bank, or it's just, hey, we're going to bonus, let's have one person hero buy and the rest of the team kind of, bonus up and just buy the SMGs, and we even see Rock still sticking to that Ghost. But at the same time, if you're saving up for that operator, that's going to be a really early presence mid with that op, while the other team is still trying to just stabilize their buy.
Quick hold here from Frog Hub at top mid. Unlike most CS maps, the top and bottom are actually flipped defensively and attacking-wise, but still, really no chance for the Ithaca Bombers to contest this. They know they have the longer-ranged weapons, but they also don't want to peek into a disadvantageous position where it's easy for Bryant University to just spray them down on the quick walkthrough, and that's definitely the case right now. Icarus holding towards defensive spawn on the B site. They have a player there, KJ, waiting to use that utility on walk, and they still have a player of Wakatoshi defending from defender spawn to keep them at bay towards market. It's very obvious that Bryant University want to pursue the B site, but the problem is a lot of intel being dumped down and utility being expended extended makes it very difficult for them to engage towards the objective, but they've already stepped out, and now you'll start to see the fights fall in favor of Ithaca as they gun them down on the crosses, catch the utility in the hands, and now leave it with just Big Mar left standing in the 1v3, and it was the 1v4, but good job to find one.
Yeah, that's a really interesting adaptation by Ithaca on a bonus where they decide, despite the fact that the previous round they've been playing very retake-centric on B, you saw the Omen TP in the site, you saw the KJ fall back to site, you saw a lot more site presence. They were waiting for them to walk on, and part of that may actually be an adaptation to stop them from getting the plant down, which does affect their economy, but you look at it, they're still going to be able to get a buy. It's just a matter of whether or not they're going to get a comfortable buy next round or the round after, based off of the kind of snowballing effect of, hey, you win enough rounds, you save at the right times, and you get the bomb down consistently, you're going to have comfortable buys for a really long portion of the time. Meanwhile, though, Ithaca already struggling with that economy as they did lose quite a few rifles that they now have to, eco those players and try and win this out with, I believe, only 3 rifles, but we could have seen a second buy.
I'm more impressed by what we've seen from the Bryant University side. Notice how quickly they engaged towards mid and taking control of bottom mid towards Pizza and Market in the last few rounds. Once they find the weakness of that push, they do a pretty good job of actually separating and playing for that patient game. It's not hesitant at this point. It's calculated, sending one over towards Catwalk to engage towards Tree. They have a second not far behind. They were almost caught off guard there by Wakatoshi, but they do find the opening pick and make that a second as Frogcub swings towards Arches, and Eat 4 was kind of scared to peek one direction or the other and fell short because of that. Now it's only 3 defensive players left, 2 of them in guard, and make that just 1 as Stanky finds the kill. Aimbot steps up and supplements. They find Zeptima, and now it's just Icarus left all by their lonesome. Bryant University with a very calculated assault, and it pays off tremendously.
So if you notice during that round, although I won't cut off Icarus and his clutch opportunity, let's see what he's got. Finds one onto Aimbot. Looking to find some more. Even just hurting the economy here would be nice, but at the end of the day, he's in a position where saving might be worth it. But Big Mar will find him, and that's going to be the 3rd round on the board for Bryant. But one thing that was super impressive there from Bryant University was that there was only one single gunfight that entire round that was taken one-on-one, and that was Aimbot in Tree trying to find the opening pick, found it onto, I believe, No Whispering, where he just walked right into Tree, comfortably cleared util, and took his shot. And the great part is he's Jet. He misses a shot, gunfight doesn't go his way, dashes right out. But after that initial pick, once they had just that little 5v4 man advantage, every single gunfight was taken 2v1 at a time. And it was very well played, and that led to what was nearly a flawless round.
Bladestorm's now being popped by Aimbot. They're looking to contest towards the KJ here for the Ithaca Bombers, but Eat 4 finds the first frag themselves. They do it with their own Bladestorm to take out Frog Hub, but the Omen on Omen goes down and favors Bryant University. Aimbot now finally finding success with their own Bladestorm, and a man advantage now garnered for them. They have control over mid, they have control towards B main, and there's only one defensive player holding on B itself, but you have a great flank being utilized here by Eat 4 as well as their KO, and Eat 4 is eating up. That's now 3 to their name, looking for the 4th, maybe to match what they've already put in their title, but Aimbot's on site, and they've already managed to find a second. Still needing to catch up. It seems like a battle of jets at this point here, Neon, but still a point of congestion, and that's Spike left in mid and under control now for the Ithaca Bombers defense.
Yeah, this is a huge piece of control that Ithaca can use now because they don't have to play this nearly as aggressive and they don't have to play nearly as information-based. They could play a lot more reactive. They don't have to wait for something to happen on A or for something to happen on B. They could just wait to get pushed. But right now, cap pressure is going to be the problem. Zep's going to take the gunfight, finds it, Stanky drops, and now it's all on Aimbot. Would need a pretty impressive round to win this one, but now with just a shotgun, gonna risk it, pushing up, going for the rifle, gets it. 30 rounds in the mag, 39 HP to their name, has to hit ahead. Won't happen. 4 kills for Eat 4 on the side of Ithaca, and that gets them their 2nd round on the board. And honestly, I don't want to say it stops the bleeding. 3 rounds is not the end of the world, but you know, you have to kind of have a back and forth if you want to keep things even, especially on Ascent, where having gun advantage and economy advantage can just be almost unstoppable. There's such a snowballing effect on this map. Once you get ops and once one team consistently can't get a full buy, things just become so ugly.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned the boulder effect. Once things start to get rolling, it's really hard to get out of the way. It's like watching those cartoons as a kid. Why didn't you just jump to the side to avoid it? It's much more complicated than that in this scenario, and Good job here by the Ithaca Bombers to deny the barrel to keep on rolling from Bryant University, but they still have plenty of money. They still feel confident enough to engage on this objective, and they'll even utilize an ultimate here to do so, the lockdown, aka the baby cage, from their KJ of Stanky Leg, and they're going to have to force the defensive presence of Ithaca Bombers off the site. 2 seconds till it detains, and everyone will be able to avoid the damage potential there. Aimbot spotted away with the Owl drone. Whispering going to have to clear down door as the switch has been pulled, and the full frontal 5 of both teams is here, but Whispering is going to go ahead and go for their own lockdown, but they're placing it within market. This is a much weaker position. I very much still feel like this is a waste of utility. It doesn't even reach the back of sight. At best, you clear out B main, and you make space to know they're in the back. Septima messes up the knife. They don't catch enough of the suppress. They're going to lose their life, but the fragment finds 2! And while they missed with the knife, they find so much more with the rest of their kit. And though Big Mar does find 1 kill, that's sight control regained for the Ithaca Bombers. Rock's going to have to go up through walkway, and Eat 4 finds yet another influential kill. Now hunting for the next. Icarus goes for it, but by this time, you've already seen the spike be defused, and it's easy pickings for the rest of Ithaca.
So I actually really like that KJ ultimate, and you're right, it does seem a little bit weak, but I think that's kind of the point, is to make the attackers think it's fine. We play backside, we play in main, but the big thing there is now they can't have a crossfire be main, which means we're able to take lane and stairs nearly for free, and then we're able to use our overwhelming utility to stuff them in backsides, because they can't wrap by jump box, they can't wrap by tall, they can't wrap behind triple, they have to be backside. So it's a surprisingly efficient ult, because it puts the players exactly where you know they have to be, and Eat 4 will find aimbot. Jet v Jet combat, and a huge first blood early in this round to set the man advantage.
Now, I'm curious, Nia, do you recollect if the Hunter Sphere was available for Bryant University at that time, or did they get it off the loss?
I do not think it was. I think they got it off the loss, but I'm not 100% sure, because I may have only checked Ithaca's ult at the time, because I remember the first KJ ult went down. Oh, great dart, great spam, no Whispering Falls. But I remember I checked the ult status when the first KJ was popped and there was no Sova ult, but I didn't check for the second. So could have been online, but I don't think it is. It'd be a great opportunity for chat to go back into the VOD and look and let us know.
Yes, very true. Clip it and ship it. Thank you very much. No, but I mean, this is one of those scenarios where you talk about the Hunter's Fury. It's a perfect counter to the KJ ultimate, to the lockdown. It's so easy to clear it. And your main positions where you place those KJ ultimates, for the attack, obviously B main. For the defense, retaking A, you're going to place it in guarded on the ledge on the right side. Defending wise as well, you're talking about planting it more inside of the actual doorway leading from defender spawn into B in the back of sight. But it does have its value. Everywhere can find value as well, because it's a great way to funnel players away. But speaking of funneling, you're looking at the Bryant University that's forced to funnel. They do a good job, though, of finding 2 kills already. Why are you looking the wrong way, Wakatoshi? But there's only 10 seconds left. Rock does not have the spike, will not make it to an objective in time to get this plant down, and Zeptima's holding down the angle. Despite a victory there for the Ithaca Bombers, they bled a lot, especially for a thrifty round from Bryant University.
Yeah, that was definitely a pretty big save from Bryant, and I think they played that really well. Notice they were grouped up nearly that entire round. They kind of moved as one unit for the most part. They had the KJ watching B main to, prepare for the aggression that can sometimes come during your eco rounds out B main. But they stuck together. They followed drone. They traded each other out. They did all the right steps. They just didn't have the utility or the firepower to convert that into a round win. So, at the end of the day, they don't get that, but you're right. Ithaca bleeds a lot of money, and that's money that could be pooled forward for future rounds when maybe Bryant takes a couple off the board and you need a buy, and especially you might need an op, because this is a map where a defensive op can really shift how you play.
One of the big things we noticed early on in the round, you would mention it, we saw a save there from Aimbot on the attack where they had 5k in round 2. They didn't want to rebuy a weapon for their teammate. We kind of assumed they'd go for the operator. We've kind of seen a big lack of the big boom gun so far. That's even more kind of realized with the fact there's no chamber, which is pretty common for this map, but it makes things easier for an attacking team to step through these arches and makes things easier for the defending team to stay on site. But Bryant University's done a good job to counteract that, despite making it easy by not bringing out the big boom. they still are very quick when they aggress towards the objective. You can see them playing patient. You can see them playing smart. They've already lost one to the Hunter Sphere being utilized there by Icarus, but because of that, they're not peeking kind of in an aggressive manner. They're waiting for the team to culminate to a boiling point, and then they're going to dash very quickly to site. You can see that with Aimbot. Plays the Cloud Burst, dashes into it with a Tailwind, and then cuts down Whispering. That's control over to the B side, but I would not be shocked to see Bryant maybe not even go to B at this point. Rack's gonna from the shadows to gain control over the position in the back of the Radiant crates, but there's a lot of defensive presence that can be very quickly there for the Ithaca Bombers, and a cut's held in mid.
I love how if you'd watched the minimap during that round, you would have seen that the defenders actually thought the exact same thing you were thinking, and they started to go to A, and then immediately after the Omen TP, they went, oh no, we got duped, and started running the other way back. But now, this is going to be a little tight here as the util for the attacking side trying to hold for this retake is going to be not great at best, and low HP on Jett will find one. Aimbot finds Icarus, and now they've just got to play these angles together. They've got to try and take these gunfights one at a time, but together, and Rock will just line them up, knock them down. Beautiful round of execution from Bryant University, and that was just a great example of Jett entries because she has the tools to do so, and everybody else goes where Jett finds picks. Now, obviously, not every round can be that perfect, but you follow the person that can make space, and especially in this kind of modern era of Valorant where we only see single duelists, and sometimes that single duelist is a Jett who needs to be opping, you need to go where the entries are, and so in a single duelist comp, that's only one person if you're playing that type of style, you know?
Yeah, one of the things I really liked about that round was the fact that we saw really nice engage and a swift one, as I was talking about it. They are very methodical about their approach. They're really hunting for that first pick, and once they find it, they use it not as a way to engage on a site fast, but as a way to set up the fast engagement, not just bull rushing into an objective, and instead still setting up for success. We can see that here. They know they found a pick towards B, and they found a pick towards A, so where do they go to next? They're going to choose A because they have a better entry potential towards the tree side, and they can do a better job of falling into this funnel. But the problem is Zeptima is going absolutely crazy. They find one, they find two, and you said line them up and knock them down like Rock did. Rock's the third kill in that spray as Zeptima has single-handedly buried the Bryant University assault. It's just Aimbot trying to play in Garden, and their KJ not far behind. Though Aimbot does find Whispering on that translate from over from B, they do still have to make the full transition over because you still got Zeptima on A, and you still got the Jett as well hanging out. Just go plant on B where it's a lot safer.
Yeah, we're actually going to see Jett kind of rat a little bit here in mid, which is a pretty ideal position. The problem is that the defenders are going to be rotating all the way through the other side of mid. Now, this could be good if they do end up going through market, but I have a strong sneaking suspicion they're not going through market. They're going to go through B main. Now, as soon as KJ makes this sound call, we should see Jett just barely, come on. There she goes, heading towards CT to hold that cross, which is going to be really strong as they try an entry lane. And just like that, Aimbot will find one, and Stanky will find the other on the cross. Beautifully well played there from Bryant.
I love the idea there from Bryant University. They were entirely just counterplaying what Ithaca were going to do. They set up a very, I'm going to say it, dumb placement there for the lockdown, but they weren't using it for the lockdown. They were using it because the Ithaca Bombers have been tunnel visioning down these sight lines. The biggest person we've seen for it has been Wakatoshi. How many times does Wakatoshi find one kill or look towards the main site and then drop into the objective and just get killed instantly because they're looking the wrong way? They tunnel vision, they look the wrong directions. They're not as strong game sense wise as the Bryant University side is, and we're seeing that. And they're catching them for that mistake. The bait of the lockdown. They go for the shot, and you've got a nasty crossfire setup between two players, and it's an easy finish for the Bryant side. That will continue onwards and be even more evident on the defensive side, where you can force Ithaca into an uncomfortable position. They try to engage towards the site, and you catch them on a cheeky angle. Already, though, we see Ithaca bleeding a player early. Zeptima forced to use a pop flash to escape. Does so successfully from Aimbot's hands, but I think we may see a very short-lived Wakatoshi here as they're holding Garden, and three players are ready to swing over from the puppy side.
This could be a useful smoke, but Rock's able to find the kill on the person that was holding the cross, but then now Wakatoshi's in a tough spot. The best chance here is to just try and hope for one, not able to hit it. They're able to get into sight and get the heal. Now it's a 5v3, poor guns from the defense. Stanky will find no whispering on the flank and rejoin his team through mid. Wakatoshi's not in a bad spot here, Tree, but the problem is, yeah, you're just dealing with too much util, too many guns, and it's all going to be on one man, Icarus. Is he going to fly too close to the sun, or is he going to just back up? Well, actually, it looks like he wants to try and find some. Good idea. All you've got is a deagle. You got to try and just hurt their eco here. Try and take some guns away. Maybe go into tree and find that forgotten rifle if it's still laying there. But things are going to be tight here for Icarus. Trying to find space. Finds one shot, but it's not enough to get the kill. Big Mar will finish it up. That's 6 on the board for Bryant on attack, which is pretty impressive here on Ascent early. That means that they're at least guaranteeing themselves that 6-6 half, which is really, really what you're aiming for on attack on this map.
You mentioned Icarus flying too close to the sun there. Problem was, in that round, Icarus did not even build the wings at all. Just didn't have the money to do so. There was no way for them to rise up above that sight line. And to make matters worse, even if they did, Bryant University essentially had a SAM turret lining them up and putting them down. It was an easy pick and round for them, as they had the gun advantage, they had the man advantage after finding a really nice first influential pick from Aimbot, and that's kind of been the tale of the tape. First bloods have been falling to Bryant University 7 out of 10 times, I want to say. It's a very, very static nature for them. They always do the same exact plays, same exact setups, and it works, and that's the problem. Ithaca Bombers have not changed the structure of their defense. They're still holding the exact same angles, and Bryant University are changing things up almost every single round. They're unpredictable, they're non-complacent, and it's catching the side of Ithaca completely unaware. Aimbot finally goes for the Cloudburst Tailwind combo. Easy kill. Stanky and Frogha follow suit, and though Icarus does find a nice wall bang, their location now given away, and they have one single teammate, and that teammate holding towards Catwalk needs assistance fast, and it's going to be quite a while because this is an easy spike placement for Bryant University.
Yeah, they're going to try and get the drone here. If they can find one pick, this is winnable. Icarus finds Aimbot. This is doable now. They have to try and isolate these 1v1s in desirable positions where they can't be found in a refrag, but Rock, yeah, from main, just peeks out, and you don't always expect that. You know, you expect the main player to play a little bit more passively. Zeptima's going to find Rock, though. Flash comes out, blinded, finds the second on a Stanky. Now it's just one. Flashes in. Last one's playing Jenny Bigmar in the 1v1. His team crippled one at a time by Zeptima, but now it's just going to be Ring Around the Rosie. He thinks he's playing Hell, though, and he's getting a shot from behind. Bigmar closes out the round. Nice try there from Zeptima, but it just wasn't there. Unfortunate. You know, you go into that site, you think he's got to be playing one of two spots. You pick one and clear it, and sadly they were in the other. So unfortunate there from Zeptima, who's been playing well throughout this series. But at the end of the day, Bigmar will close it out for Bryant. 7-4, just one round until we go to the next half.
Now, keep in mind for this map as a whole, this was the map pick here of the Ithaca Bombers. And that's not an odd thing to see. Every single team is comfortable on this map, Neon. Every single one. It has a 49.81% pick rate within the NECC, and that number is probably even higher when it comes to the amateur and collegiate scene as a whole. It's just a matter of who's better on the map, and right now we're seeing Bryant University's attack suffocate the Ithaca Bombers. They've tried to play 3 players very quickly through B main to try and apply pressure over towards Octopus, and you already see Stanky Leg fine too. They have to rotate away Wakatoshi, but Wakatoshi's on the complete other side of the map, and now you just got no Whispering left all by their lonesome. Here's that KJ ultimate I talked about previously in Garden. They'll try to utilize this as a way to remove the defensive structure, but there goes Froghead with the Hunter's Fury, the perfect counter to it, and they'll even get a quick twist and a turn. It tags Wakatoshi, and now to make matters worse, they're at 45 HP and a dream, and it's starting to look better and better, but you've got 4 players ready to run you down. That dream turns into a nightmare very quickly.
Yeah, and that just kind of shows the speed and efficiency in which Bryant University has been doing things so far. They've been very swift, very concise. When they want to execute on a site, they do it. They really don't hesitate a lot in those types of things, but they still default well. They still play for picks well. You saw that round started over on B with a little bit of light pressure and 2 huge picks that came out from Stanky Leg. And then once that pressure was applied, they shifted, grouped up in man advantage, which is key. That is like big. If you're ever playing ranked and you get 2 kills, group up with the rest of your team and run into sight. They can't kill you all, I promise you. You're in gold. It's okay. But anyway, Bryant University now up 8-4. They just have to convert enough of these defending rounds. Winning pistol could be enough to secure this game. But 8-4 is still doable. It's just very difficult.
I mean, if Bryant take this pistol round, they're almost guaranteed to reach double digits first. To make matters worse, it's only a 4-round differential, but you can also say it like this. Bryant University has double the score of the Ithaca Bombers. That makes it sound much worse than it already is, but to be fair, it is only a 4-round deficit. It's not the worst case scenario. In the pistol round, taking 2 would make this a much closer affair. But the Ithaca Bombers have done a pretty good job of playing patiently, playing smart. They have taken a little bit of damage in the process, but at the same time, they've really not gained much map control because aimbot's still vying for control in middle. They'll probably be the first one to fall. Maybe they can get a trade in the process, but it doesn't seem like a likely scenario as of right now. Aimbot will spot in a quick swing by 2. Great coordination there by the Ithaca Bombers, working in tandem with the players next to them, but Stanky Leg does not miss. They find Zeptima, they find Wakatoshi, now trading for the Ghost. They look for the head of Icarus, but Icarus claps them down instead. A man advantage for the Ithaca Bombers, and they're looking to dive bomb into this A site and get this spike down.
There might be shock darts online, but I assume, it's only going to be the one. Dart comes out, spots, but it's not going to be quite enough for a wallbang kill. A little bit of damage done to Big Mar. Frog ready to shoot that dart out and get some information. I think they probably have a good understanding that there's one playing hell based off the wall bang, but they're actually not going to clear it. Icarus finds his 3rd on the round, and now it's all up to Frog, who has a lot of space he has to clear. Not going to land the shots. 4K for Icarus on the round, and Ithaca will put their 5th round on the board.
Great job by them getting things a little bit closer. The question is Bryant University still confident? Will they at least try to match up to a degree? Are they going to play cheeky? For the looks of things, we saw the player of Zeptima and Eat 4 do just that in the first half. They locked down that AR to side with 2 shorties, and I think we may see that here as well. It's already aimbot placed over on the Archer side of A, and you're going to see the player Frog Hub also bring out that shorty, but instead of bringing it towards A, they'll leave 1 and 1. 1 on B and 1 on the A site. They're vying for that first pick. They know it's almost an instantaneous frag back, but dropping a weapon is probably the biggest boon you can give to your side to put Bryant University at a bad situation. Sorry, Ithaca Bombers at a bad situation early and force them into a rough spot, but already first blood's gained. This is a rough spot again for the Bryant University side.
Already on site with some quickness, and Edie will just find Stanky like that easy. Sadly, Stanky, I don't think was ready for that with the dash in. He expected the peak to come a little bit deeper. Big Mar trying to find the shots with the Ghost. Again, just trying to remove weapons here, but it's just not there. Now it's just Frog and his buddy on the Omen, and Frog with the shorty. He's just waiting to try and take some guns away, but Wakatoshi understands that that's probably the exact play he would do in that situation, finds the perfect wall bang, and now it's just Rocket to be a flawless round for Ithaca. And so far, Ithaca's been playing really well. They've been clearing out the proper angles. They've been doing things efficiently, but here's where the challenge comes, and here's where going 8-4 on attack is massive. Now that Bryant University has a weapon advantage, or at least, there we go, now they have a weapon advantage, there's going to be a lot less pressure on them to play these opening gunfights so close to the entrance. They can sit back a lot more. They can play off of their utility instead of kind of with their utility, because we saw with those deagles and the shotguns, and even in the first round with the pistols, they had to play kind of bunched up near those choke points trying to find these picks. But Aimbot's actually going to try and get aggressive on a bonus round, which I just don't know if that's the play. And yeah, you just lose a ton of HP, but Stanky will actually get the frag, so that's big, especially on a bonus. But losing that much HP, big risk, and no Whispering will actually find Rock in mid. If they're able to recover this gun, this could be a very interesting round.
It's good that Stanky Leg gets the frag back, Neon, but that teaches the side of Bryant a bad precedent. It sets a very bad precedent. You should not be peeking like that individually, aimbot. And to make matters worse, it drops you to 22 HP, and that's a martial shot anywhere to kill you. To make matters worse, a wallbang shot to kill you, and Whispering does just that. Now Ithaca Bombers have a man advantage. They can collect the rifle that you just hero bought. Eat 4 does exactly that. Now find Stanky Leg, and that is in the entirety of the A site. The utility was there by the KJ of Stanky, but no longer, as they've now lost their life. Icarus watching the flank towards B. They cut down Frog Hub, and now it's just Big Mar left standing. Eat 4 goes for the peak, so does Icarus, but Eat 4 baits out your teammate. Unfortunate to say the least, but I think they only had a Spectre at the time. But you're looking at a situation where the Ithaca Bombers were just gifted that round on a silver platter, and now the next round's doomed to follow suit. There was a 5-round winning speed by Bryant University, and now we're almost guaranteed to see a 4 by the Ithaca Bombers, which could obviously, like we mentioned earlier, boulder down and roll down with that momentum to turn into a 5 just the same.
Yeah, I mean, winning this round isn't the big deal for Bryant, right? Because Bryant's going to pretty much save here. They should be able to get a bye next round, or at least, you know, they should. That's what they should be trying to do. But the point is, if they lose this round, which is kind of expected, and then they lose the next, you're getting into that snowballing territory. And No Whispering will actually find the first with the SMG in sight. Huge Spectre kill. Icarus will find a refrag. Frog will find one as well. It's now a 3v4 on site. This Ares could do damage, but Wakatoshi kind of diverting the fire a little bit there, jumping in. And now 2v4 retake. Guns not in their favor. Not really the retake I'd like to be playing.
Well, it's going to go ahead and play from the defender's spawn. The only crossfire that's here is Stanky Leg, and Aimbot's now been spotted away by that Owl drone sent over the top, trying to now collect the weapon in the corner. Stanky Leg just can't get around to it. Buzz Lightyear to infinity and beyond, and unfortunately they'll be sent beyond as they try to collect it. Get it in their hands, but they die with it just the same. Now tied. That double round score, the Bryant University side, has now gone to an even affair with the 4-round spree. And to make matters worse, you're looking at an eco that's in shambles still for the Bryant University side. They'll buy this round, but max they have still in the pocket is 550. They lose this, it's going to be another set of thrifties despite that loser's bonus adding up.
Yeah, and this is where, again, like, the snowball is just so incredible. Because, like, here, right, you would prefer to have an op, and if Soba can get an Odin for B-main as well, that's huge. Well, that's 2 pricier guns, not to mention the fact that you just can't eco as easily on this map. Shotguns are just always going to be good in some right, but you can't really drop onto Marshals and Spectres nearly as effectively on this side. There's less pixel angles, there's less of those kind of little niche spots like there are on Icebox with the, you know, the head glitches where you can try and get a cheeky one. Sure, there are sliver angles, but that's not nearly the same, and you know, it just becomes an issue of okay, I'm sorry, but that was very funny. That was very entertaining. I enjoyed that.
So
what was
everything
I saying?
can be entertaining. It's fine. It's not a huge deal. If you can't remember it, must not have been
important. It probably, yeah, it wasn't important, let's be honest.
I think the most important thing right now for the Bryant University side is to play smart, right? You've already managed to fall victim to the Ithaca Bombers so many times, and the biggest problem we saw from them was to be aggressive when there was no potential for a return. Thankfully, we do not see Stanky Leg over-aggressing towards Poppy on that catwalk side. We don't see Aimbot trying to peek out towards Arches, and instead let the Arches player come to them where you can find the easy kill. Aimbot finds first blood. Rock finds the second. Cubby player Whispering maybe in a rough spot, and they'll eventually do find a kill onto Rock, who transitioned from that middle point, but it looked like a solid place for the Bryant University side here, Neon, but everything now falling apart. 3 kills garnered in 10 seconds. The Ithaca Bombers now have collected a man advantage, but a crossfire is here. Aimbot is a good position, but they're going to be suppressed out. There goes the no command. Zeptima and Wakatoshi, less than 60 HP between the two of them as they're working from the back of Boathouse. Aimbot's trying to find the kill player to No Whispering, does just that. Zeptima's going to continue to stay in the open. They know they can be dropped down. They do have the suppress still going, but it eventually runs out. No way to be recollected, and Wakatoshi falls. Another suppress sent with a knife. Zeptima in corner. It's easy pickings for them. The wall bang there with the Odin finishes the job, and Bryant University find a successful round win. But is that winning bonus enough to make it so they can still all buy safely?
Yeah, it's going to be close. And I think a big part of the problem with that retake is that I think half the team probably called for something like a fast retake while Aimbot was still on the long flank and Frog was not close enough. And that left it basically a 3v3 on site, which, you know, when it's a 5v3, you want to try and press the issue with your man advantage as much as possible. A lot of the times you'll see really good teams, if they find the first 2 kills and it's 5v3 early, you'll actually see them group up on defense and prefer to play retake. Now, there are certain maps where retaking is not worth maintaining that man advantage, but being able to retake certain bomb sites with such a heavy man advantage can really help. Just being able to peek certain angles together and find picks that are not easy. But again, utility-wise and money-wise, Bryant University, they really needed to keep some of those guns.
The desperation that needs to be put in play right now for the side of Bryant University. They get a little bit over-aggressive, a little bit too greedy, some would say. And the desperation's ultimately their downfall. They lose two. They still have Icarus, so maybe they can try it for a bit of a comeback. But Rock will start it. They find one. They find two, cutting them down swiftly. Spike is now separated from the rest of the team. They're going to have to force Rock into a bad spot themselves. They'll toss the fragment to create space. They have not chosen to gun them down. Big Mar will punish them for that, using the regrowth to bring them back up to at least a better fighting shape. Still basically a bullet will finish the job anywhere, but Whispering will put down the lockdown. They'll put down the Spike. And now Big Mar's in a really tough spot. They need to escape. Can they just barely getting out of that? But now they have to fight in the 1v2. They're full HP, Neon. Full HP. Yeah. Full armor, and you've got maybe 30 total HP between them. And this Tasmanian Tiger, no, it can't find its target. And the alarm bot goes off. A quick swing by Big Mar. They're trying their best. The player in hell. Big Mar finishes the job. No Whispering now no longer alive. Zeptima holding towards the winery side. Big Mar will tap onto the diffuser. There's no utility of Zeptima to do this. Pros don't fake. Stick it at this point, and Big Mar finds the kill. Gets half, gets killed, and now finishes the job. Bryant University hit double digits first here on Ascent.
There was a lot of misplay there by Ithaca. Not big sweeping misses, but just little things. Like, for example, planting on site there in that really safe position is fine in certain situations, but you really have to try and play off of utility in those situations. And also, you just can't play A main as effectively, especially when you're on low HP. It's a lot better to just kind of hold across, or even, honestly, I'm a big fan of in that situation. It's a 2v1. We're both low HP. Let's try and surprise them and get aggressive in a situation where they might not expect. We know that he can't be in Heaven while this ultimate is up, so let's take Heaven. Sorry, I hit my microphone. Let's take Heaven. Let's get in his face. Let's try and force this issue with our man advantage. The two most important things that you have at that point in time is surprise and manpower. You don't have HP. You don't have firepower because he's equally armed. So why not try and get a little different side there? But again, if not aggression, you have to try and play to your advantages there, not your weaknesses. Zeptima finds an opener.
This may not be boxing for you punching your mic, but it's still a brawl on site now. The Ithaca Bombers find an opening too. I liked the idea there from Rock to use the From the Shadows to contest towards A, but despite doing that, they did not rotate. You gathered so much and you utilized none of it. And now you have to come back from a 2v5. Rock does find one. It takes Wakatoshi. The Omen Doppelganger now slept. Aimbot needs to take out Icarus, hanging out towards B lobby, but Rock will do it instead. The Nano Swarm being popped here on Walkway makes things difficult for Rock, but send the Paranoia now over to the back of site. Alarmbot does get them spotted. Rock finds a third kill. Aimbot finds the fourth. This could be a wombo combo to find all five. Zeptima's down to 20 HP in the back of Boathouse. Will be able to find Aimbot, but Rock finds four. The buddy ace between the Jet and the Omen, and Bryant University survive another defensive round, getting the defuse done and dusted. 11 rounds to them.
That's interesting. And that is incredibly well played. I just like to say, though, we've seen a lot of great entries by Aimbot. We've seen some clutches by Big Mar and Stanky in situations, but Rock has just been so efficient this whole game. I feel like every time that the round is on a tipping point where, if Bryant gets a kill here, they can really take away with this round, or Ithaca, they're in a really good spot here. Rock shows up in the kill feed and just shifts the momentum back into his team's favor. I find that very impressive, and Rock's just been playing really good throughout this series. I just had to mention it. And in that case scenario, a huge 4K on the round to clutch it up, to kind of extend that lead that they had is just so huge on not the easiest site to retake either.
Since a map where the ult orbs are very important, it's pretty much favorable to the attack. No matter what you see, maybe if you don't see the side of Ithaca push towards A, then you can have the defense extend for it. And we have seen that a couple times. Ithaca did it themselves on the defense, but that one collectively in favor for Bryant University. And from the looks of things, they're going to use that as a great way. Sorry, if Ithaca Bombers, they're going to use that as a great way to try to charge up those ultimates because they know they're at a huge disadvantage. They know that they're in a very rough spot, so they're going to say, okay, let's try to get these ultimates on the board. We can try to counteract. They have the Hunter's Fury. That's a great post plant. They plant for the A side, which is the more likely option at this point with all 5 stacked in this direction. They can play inside Watering to use the Hunter's Fury or back of A lobby and be able to deny the defusal, but the problem still lies, where do you go from there? And the question has to be answered. They'll send a recon bolt over the top. Aimbot clears it instantaneously, but now being suppressed. Eat 4 looks the wrong direction. Zeptima's now slept. Wakatoshi does find a nice kill on the secondary entry, but still bleeding away players at this point. Rock down to 2, but they do tag Stanky Leg for quite a bit, dropping them quite low. Sorry, not Stanky Leg, the opposing KJ. Stanky Leg ones that put down the lockdown. Go ahead and use from the shadows to step away, or the shouted step. It does not make it away. Stanky finds 2. They have to push to the nice utility of the lockdown, and it does not matter. Bryant University punished Ithaca for being indecisive, put them in a rough spot, and that indecisiveness just leads them to believe that they can rush down the lockdown. And I'm sorry to break it to you, Bryant University will punish you for it. They take it. They're on match point now for map 1.
Yeah, Bryant played that very well in the sense that they really just waited for the team to make a move, because they know if they go back A main in this situation, all right, we smoke it off, we have man advantage here, and we take site and defuse the bomb. Easy peasy. The other situation is what happened, which is that they have to aggress us. They have to take that space back to destroy the lockdown, and they just played it very well in that smoke. They played around the chaos and the timing, and that really was a round that was all about time. Ithaca lost track of time, and Bryant played it to their advantage. They didn't over-rotate. They didn't overextend. They played very based off of the timer. They played to the favor of time, and now we see Ithaca with a little bit of a weaker buy on match point, having to step back, but that's a huge opener for Zeptima. That could be a rifle in his hand instead of a bulldog, and that also means they can use this man advantage to convert somewhere.
I think at the point at which in time you're looking at it, Eat 4 does not have a rifle. Using the Blade Storm, so a good one to collect, maybe trading for the Bulldog instead, but Aimbot will equalize out that early trade. We'll take Icarus off the board, and that's losing a Sova, a very important piece of your kit as a whole for the Ithaca Bombers attack. That is probably the worst player you can lose at this point. What is your From the Shadows going to do here? Maybe try to relocate to an objective. You need this lockdown from no Whispering, but it's going to be quite difficult. Whispering waiting for the opportunity to pop the lockdown down. Zeptima's going to start to aggress first. More than likely, we'll see the quick tailwind utilized with that Blade Storm, but Big Mar, that is in a spot where they can't actually hide in the back of Boathouse. They must cross. They will try to cross first. They will find a kill. That's a good trade for them at this point. Better than what you could have thought, but somebody is actually being detained. That is a rough spot for Bryant University. They're now forced to wait it out for that detained period and hope that they do not lose that frag and hope Ithaca can't push off of it.
Now let's see, Bryant has been so efficient with these retakes, and Ithaca's really struggled to hold these crosses, so let's see if they've adapted a little bit. I do like that they're not just hiding back boat this time. They're playing a little bit more advanced here. They're playing in a little bit harder positions to predict. No Whispering finds first, finds a second. Now things get a little awkward for Stanky. Can't find the spray on triple. Zeptimal gets third on the round. And Ithaca keep it close, 9-12, just a 3-round separation here. This is truly still a very winnable game from Ithaca.
Problem is, at this point, Bryant University, they bleed one round. Even if they don't find a single kill here, they will have the From the Shadows to gather intel that Rock did previously. They'll have a Blade Storm. Stanky Leg has almost every single round gotten a kill and collected it for themselves. As a whole, the Bryant University side is an immensely impressive team when it comes to fragging. The only player we've seen kind of fall behind has been Frog Hub, and they're kind of in the same level right now as Whispering, where they're basically here for utility. They're trying and vying for control, just using their kit as a whole to kind of keep the opposing team at bay. And we see that all the time. We're finding a lot of success from both players, but the issue is they've got to come up big, because right now it's been key impact players, the highest fraggers on each team, that are leading the foray, and in a battle of attrition that a BO3 can turn out to be if it goes to the third map, they're going to break. They're not going to be able to do absolutely everything for you, and that's the biggest problem, the common denominator team starting to fall apart towards the end.
Revealing area.
Things still very slow here from Ithaca. They're still just kind of playing back, playing the timing here, trying to find some space, trying to find someone over aggressing. They're not going to find it, but what they might get lucky with is catching someone unaware and off guard. Arrow comes in, Big Mar shoots it immediately. They should have good information that they're near stairs, but that really could have come from anywhere on site. The flash will come in from lane, though, and this is where things get a little interesting. Great pop flash, though. That'll delay Big Mar's advance. Is still able to find one. Trade from No Whispering. Now they're able to get on site. The man advantage is just not there. 4v4, Bryant University. This is still winnable. The problem here is going to be fighting these Boathouse players with those weaker weapons.
Quick use of the shock dart, though, from Frog Hub could gain a lot. Blade Storm pop by Ambot as well. They have a lot of potential to try and recontend, but the damage here, they don't have a lot of weapons, and they just need to play safe. Turret sent to buy time. Stanky Leg gonna have to re-swing. Catches the player beat for Unaware. Two players in the back of Boat. An opportunity for Icarus, but they fall short. Nice shot, though, with the shorty by Aimbot, and the swing by Frog Hub. A miraculous recovery by the Bryant University side. They'll get the final blows. They'll get the defuse off. All on a thrifty round. Impressive ordeal, but it has to come to the end. 13-9 is our scoreline as Bryant University take map 1.
That was an incredibly even defending side from Bryant. The difference there was Ithaca was able to take site pretty efficiently there, but Bryant was just so good with those retakes. I mean, they were efficient, they were clean, they were able to get refrags and frags and clear with util. It was beautifully well executed. If you need to know how to execute a default retake, you should just watch this VOD over 5 times because that was impressive.
And despite you saying they were impressive in that default retake, they were impressive in non-default retakes as well. It was a 2v5, Neon. A 2v5 with Rock and Aimbot. And they made a retake, and they didn't even need full crossfires to do it. They just positioned themselves and would bait the opposing side. It is the ideal scenario, and I'm sorry to break it to you, it's rounds like that that are ultimately the demoralizer for your opposing team. And that was kind of the boom, the swing rounds, the thing that gave them that little bit of an edge in this 13-9 affair, a close affair, might I add, as Ascent is really lopsided for a lot of sides that just don't feel uncomfortable with it. But this one was very back and forth, and we saw a really good map 1. However, there's 2 more maps we could possibly go to, maybe just one, if Brian Bulldogs do happen to pull off that upset, and you are correct there about your prediction. We'll have to see. After a quick little break, we'll jump to that before we head on over to map 2. You guys stay tuned. The Bryant Bulldogs, in an impressive affair, 13-9 our scoreline, and Ascent take the map. and the Ithaca Bombers failed to make that return. They had a really solid start to that first half. They did tie us out 8-8, but after that, only finding one round in the full return there by the Bryant Bulldogs. Something was going wrong with them. We'll have to see if that continues, though. For map 2, a nice break in between maybe gives them the leeway to talk things through and recover after the loss, but maybe that's also the time we see for the Bryant Bulldogs to say, okay, let's keep the momentum. Let's keep the pace. Let's keep this ball rolling and take it into map 2. Once again, joined in the booth by Neon Black. My name's Infernosis. Neon, we had a great map one. How do you expect map 2 is going to go down?
Well, I mean, my expectations are... I don't want to say similar. It's just, man, those teams were so close, but at the same time, I really do feel like Bryant won that based off of, like, for example, right? If I hate to break this down too much, but like if Ithaca had converted half of the rounds that they took site and planted, they would have won that game. They were only down by 3 rounds. They got on site and planted a lot, but Bryant was just, and so it's hard for me to sit back and say, well, Bryant played really good. They played excellent. They retook really well. They won their gunfights. They won their ones. But it's also hard for me to say that should lead to them winning map 2 because Ithaca played very well. They were able to get on the site. They burned utility. They took man advantage. They got trades. They played very efficient until the point that Bryant just swept them in a retake or had one player go off. And so it's difficult for me to judge. But I will say Bryant did go 8-4 on the attack, which did help them a lot.
I want to point something out. Looking back on it in my head and repicturing a lot of those rounds and the minimap and the potential there, my memory hopefully is assisting me here. I think at least I believe I have a really good one. We saw the Bryant Bulldogs side absolutely tear it up on the retakes, and like you said, if Ithaca had gotten those plants down and won those rounds, they would have won that map by far, just considering how consistent they were with getting to a site and planting. But their post-plant positioning was very rough. It was poor as all get out. You mentioned at the end there, if you want to play retake, look at Bryant Bulldogs, rewatch the VOD 5 times, and you'll try to get an idea. Honestly, I want to retake that back. I want you to pull that out of your mouth again, have it never have been said, because if you play like that for a normal post-plant position at teams at this rank, it more than likely will not work. I mean, you're talking about the Ithaca Bulldogs, the Ithaca Bombers, who stayed on site and refused to extend. We saw one round where a player went towards B lobby, and guess what? They just double teamed them and killed him instantly. They tried to contend too early and didn't find a frag when they should have. And then what is left? 4 players in the back of Boathouse doing nothing on sites. The Bryant Bulldogs played amazing. Their post plants were good, and they were well equipped for what Ithaca was bringing. But the problem was with Ithaca, not with the Bulldogs. They just had very poor positioning.
That is true. And that, again, kind of leads into correct, because if Ithaca can fix some of those little problems here in the second map, if they can realize that and adjust, then you're already, 2 steps to winning this game, or I should just say this map. But, you're in a really good position to readjust. Now, Ithaca does start on defense. They struggled on defense on Ascent, which was their map pick, which means the other team chose to be on attack first. But what that also means here is that Ithaca has to contend on a map that is harder to defend when they struggled on their defense, and they have to try and put up enough rounds that they could switch to attack and try and correct the issues that they had last map. And that just leaves a lot of big questions in my mind. But we haven't seen Bryant Bulldog play on this map. We don't know how good they're going to play. So let's get straight into it. And Icarus already aggressing with his KO buddy, and it looks like Stanky Legs coming back to attack will find Zeptima, cross not being hold, but now it looks like they're going to re-hit A, and this actually could have been a huge play, as now Icarus is in a great position to find multiple.
Icarus could go for it. They see one, they find 2 in the cross, and now 2 pos them again, joining the first, getting the second. Huge net gain. They now have the 1-man advantage, but they are quickly still trying to contend towards the objective. Great use of the Frenzy by Wakatoshi. They take out Frog Hub. Rock's going to quickly try to work through with their own Frenzy. They've collected on the ground. They take the head off Icarus, and 8-4, quite close with the shorty. Rock could fall victim to it. They're retrading out for that classic. Going to do a quick swing. Maybe he finds the kill here. The tailwind denies sidelines, but E4 doesn't need their eyes. tries to get the kill. Straight through the cloud, straight through the obfuscated view. They find high-level kill, and now it's just Rock left in the 1v3. They have everything on the line here for the first round to guarantee this pistol. I would not be shocked to see them kind of take a step back, try to collect maybe a ghost for a longer range engagement, but at this point, you do not need to survive here. You just go for this kill. You just play for a frag. Try to drop another weapon, maybe out of the Ithaca's hands, and get a couple extra credits in your pocket. But relocating through to the A-long side, they can't find anything. Wakatoshi's Frenzy up faster, and it's a headshot kill.
Very well played by Ithaca, and I mean, that's a great start to the defense. Maybe they can convert this into a solid couple of rounds, right? Let's say they win this next round, they go on to the bonus, lose that, 2-1. Then off of the back of that, they get their full buy, rifle be rifle. They win that round and set Bryant back into a losing situation. They could potentially get an op round 4. Now, to be fair, we saw neither of these teams bring it up, but this time we have a chamber on both teams, which also is a good time for me to point out Bryant University has a double Sentinel look, which means single initiator, double Sentinel on a difficult map to defend. So is that coming out specifically to make the defense a little bit easier for them? Is it to prevent flanks? Is it for post plants? What is it for? We will see as Bryant continues to play.
I think with Bryant University's lineup, they're acting their chamber as more of a duelist role. When it comes to attacking, your KJ isn't that vital. Maybe if you're planting C, you use them as a post plant with a nano swarm and try to keep them at bay with turret for intel. But otherwise, if you're pushing B, if you're pushing A, you're using them as another point of entry as well, which means you possibly have 3 potential points of entry for your attack to make things even harder for Ithaca to hold on. But I think the main process of elimination leads us to believe that they have a essentially double duelist composition. They have aimbot on that jet, they have a chamber that can play aggressive on the attack, switch to a more defensive presence on the defense, and can all around be really difficult to deal with. However, more importantly, Whispering on that C site finds 1 kill, but they lose their life thereafter. Zeptima's now the only person on site. They do a great job to collect for 2 more. Bryant University may have gotten into the objective, but they haven't done much more beyond that. Stanky with the headhunter does find E4. Aimbot's going to go and relocate themselves through garage to pressure towards Tons. Icarus on the opposing side of double limp. They'll try to separate themselves, but Aimbot does get the spike, but Wakatoshi gets their teammate. The only cohort left is Stanky Leg. Aimbot now forced to relocate. They could plant for B. They will go to the opposing side. They can stick it at this point. They'll get the extra credits, and that's about as much as you can ask for. Now Aimbot suppressed. No way to escape. Looks for the head of Wakatoshi. Does find the kill. Tries to relocate over towards the link side of C. Will have to swing to Icarus, but it does not work. An expected result, but you bleed 3 weapons of the Ithaca Bomber side and get the extra credits from the plants.
Yeah, I mean, that's a net win, in my opinion, from Bryant University. On a round like that, you're just looking for some picks. You're looking for anything, right? You know, you're just looking for a good opportunity to hurt the economy, because look at the money now on the side of Ithaca, right? They really don't have enough to buy themselves into a comfortable situation for this round. So that means this round becomes much easier. Now, this round is as simple as walking in, trying to clear picks, and also potentially giving yourself the best opportunity to have a flawless round, because they have weaker weapons and you have the stronger weapons, which therefore carries your rifles forward, and you are not hurting during what is another very difficult round if you lose weapons. Now Ithaca is switching back onto that bonus. They now have to try and be the team to remove as many weapons as possible, hurt this economy, and catching off someone on the lurk like Aimbot here could be the perfect way to do it.
Haven's a map that, looking at it, you say, oh, it's attacker favored. There's 3 objectives they can go to, but it's so fast for a defensive team to kind of recollect themselves and move over to an opposing objective. It's 11 to 12 seconds if you're running the entire way from A to C and vice versa. It's about 6 seconds from B to C or B to A. It's very swift. It is not hard to play for that post plant, and that's why A is the easiest objective in all of Valorant to give up and then play for the post plant on the defense. I expect Bryant to do that a ton. We've seen how strong they are already on that. But I think the Ithaca Bombers are maybe putting too much presence on the A site. I get it's early rounds. They're just trying to contend, but I still feel like this may be a little bit of a misguided attempt. They've already found 1 kill, though. Bryant University bleed an early gun, not where they want to be, and make that a second. Aimbot with the hero rifle we talked about earlier that they did a lot as well on the map of Ascent. Lost, now in the hands of the Ithaca Bombers, and this is a really good defensive composition that's worked out and paid off for them.
No Whispering Cut in a kind of unlucky situation there, and they do lose a little bit of the man advantage. They still have 4-3, but they lose that extra presence that could be important on a round where they're still down a little bit in terms of rifles, but they spot one out backside, and this is a tough spot because he's basically isolated back here. This is not a hard area to isolate a 1v1, and the Icarus just catches Rock sleeping. Big Mar able to find one. The Nanoswarm does a lot to push Eat 4 off that position. Frog will find it, and at the end, or excuse me, Eat 4 will be the one to find it, and Ithaca will take their third round. That was a huge misstep of a bonus from Bryant University.
That is not the result you want to have in any situation, but to give it up like that, of always, Neon, is probably a huge indicator that Bryant don't feel comfortable with how Ithaca are playing this. Note the defensive structure we saw Ithaca bring on the last map. They played fairly spread, and they were very slow to rotate. This map is entirely built around that fast rotate. And notice that Ithaca have not needed to rotate just yet. When they go to the C site, when Brian had pushed in round 2, there was one player defending and another one in link that was very quick to go towards the back of defender spawn and rotate into C. Septima found the first blow on C, gets lost thereafter, but you saw a great job by Wakatoshi to find 2 to equalize things out and get that man advantage. The rotation was there, but it wasn't a big one. That last round, they just stacked 3 or 2 on A and caused no problems because the side of Bryant just couldn't cut them down. Something has to work out for the side of Bryant University. I don't think they're gathering enough intel to make educated decisions on where to push.
Ooh, this could be awkward for Wakatoshi. Finds one, not the second. Big Mar's there with the refrag, but already Ithaca's kind of bled away a little bit of their advantage here. In a 2v3. Bomb is on C getting planted. There's a good jet lurk here, but honestly, I feel like this might be one of those situations where it's just better to play sight with your team with the man advantage. But Aimbot is able to find it onto Icarus, and I was actually mistaken. I thought they had a Spectre based on the image through the wall, and Aimbot is already in window. 3 huge kills for Aimbot there, and that'll put Bryant back on the board. That's a big round to get, right? That resettles the economy a little bit. It puts them back in a comfortable position. It doesn't hurt Ithaca's buy nearly as much as if they had won the last round, but it does make it a little bit more uncomfortable. So this is definitely still very doable from Bryant University. They've just got to start to, kind of collapse on these rounds. I'd like to see a little bit more hard committing from Bryant University because you've talked about they have a very fast rotate, which is super true. But if you're able to press yourself on a site very quickly, you can start to set a precedent that says if you don't rotate faster than we take site, you're going to be in big trouble, which could then lead to some really good fake hits and some very good rotates and some very good split pushes, all different types of great stuff from Bryant, but we have to see them get aggressive early for that to happen. Icarus, though, will find the first one on the Sankey leg mid, and that's going to be your trips down early, which, you never want those to go down too early.
Why did Icarus just fire? Did you just fat finger your mouse button there? I mean, interesting. They'll still get a second tag thereafter. They'll possibly get the kill as well. There it is. Huge. Big Mar now dead. The third shot going to where they previously had that engagement with Rock, but Rock now rotated over towards Rabbit, and you do have a man advantage quite handily so for the Ithaca Bombers. And I was going to point out, I would really like to see Ithaca apply pressure through garage door, maybe put at least a player inside of window, but that's not been the case. They've been quite passive, but with having a player more actively defending B, while it is a weaker position to hold, it's netted them quite a bit. And to make matters worse, Septima just steps through, stews their way through a dark cover, and finds 2. They trusted too much in the obfuscated sightlines, and now Bryant University are paying the price. It's just Aimbot left standing. Eat 4 tags him through the smoke, but Septima completes for the trifecta. Easy round for the Ithaca Bombers. And once again, we see Bryant fall victim to those first opening duels, going the favor of Ithaca.
Yeah, as soon as Icarus popped that Hunter's Fury, I was a little... I wasn't a huge fan. I was like, there's a KJ on the board. They have the ult available next round. Like, maybe we try and not do this, snowball forward, try and keep that KJ ult in the pocket. But admittedly, the KJ ultimate on attack on this map is good, but not nearly as oppressive as it is on other maps. It's manageable. Retaking isn't as hard on this map as certain maps are, and so the KJ ultimate is not the end of the world. But being able to secure that heavy man advantage on a round that you know Bryant's going to be buying into is huge. And Zeptima will find the early one on the aimbot, just pushing down mid. Look how much mid presence they have. They have all of lower mid. Stanky will get a refrag on Icarus, but that was a lot of map control given up by Bryant that they had to, fight to get back. Even though they won that fight and have taken it back, that just wastes time. It wastes util. E4 will be able to find a second, though. That's Rock, who is lurking towards the A lobby. And I mean, this just looks like, honestly, Ithaca mastering the art of map control.
I mean, it's that viability of getting in the face of Bryant University. I said that we need to see a presence in Garage, contending towards Garage Door, and instead of doing the kind of expected avenue that is that Garage Door that they have completely ignored up to this point, they just took control of Courtyard and did it quite swiftly. They found one. They did get traded back, but Zeptima's still in a position of dominance. Will toss the knife against the wall. That spots 3, and now you know that there's 3 intending to go towards the Garage side. No real clue just yet, but because of that, you can already see the side of Ithaca opting to send out the dark cover and now transitioning on site to cover out through tons. Knows the chamber on site. They have a total sightline of the players stepping out, watching that funnel effectively, but they missed the opportunity for the first. E4 finds another. The lockdown has been expended. They've taken a step back. Whispering is there. They go good for 1, but now there's only 1 player left standing for Bryant University. It's Frog Hub. They have now found their second. Great opportunity to E4, denying them of eating up anymore. Now it's the 1v1 with Wakatoshi in the opposing end. The turret spots them. There's no ultimate available for Bryant University. They've already popped it. There's not much utility there either. It's just up to Wakatoshi to play for the post plants. Alarm bot is triggered. Nano Swarm goes down. I feel like that was popped quite early. Now Frog Hub has to get in the face to contend. They'll toss a Nano Swarm once again. This one forces them off, but Wakatoshi has the right angle out of the dark cover and into the sight lines. They are Frog Hub. They come out victorious, and Ithaca Bombers continue the dominant reign.
Yeah, it really feels like Ithaca just has been playing map control so well. They control so much of the map. They control a lot of the time here, and you saw that. There was panic there from Bryant University. They had to force themselves through garages. They have to, press the precedent, so to speak. They have to try and get onto site in an efficient manner, and sadly, because of the timing of everything, Ithaca has just been able to control the rounds, and 5-1 should speak for itself. Ithaca looked much more dominant on this map than they did the last for a reason, due to map control, sightline control. And look at this. We're going to, I believe, be seeing the first op of this entire series come out, which really should show this team feels dominant in this position. They're just going to shut down C long. They're going to take A long. They're going to have some short A pressure. I mean, this is a really good spread.
Notice the trap that you've now seen the Ithaca Bombers set up. They're trying to snare out what Bryant University or maybe looking to do towards A. They were baiting out their KO initially. They had Wakatoshi playing close behind Submit and Pillar in that A long position, but they're not pushing there. And in fact, a pretty hasty retreat employed by the Bryant University side. They're going to look towards Courtyard, maybe contend with the Owl Drone to Garage, but no Whispering's been spotted out by it. Not actually tagged, though. A little bit slow of a reaction. Does not garner them the success they initially wanted, but Aimbot has used that space. We both come from R6. It's like droning behind your entry, creating space for them, noticing there's a gap, and then vying for that map control. But the problem is, you're looking at Bryant University try to play the game of Ithaca Bombers. Map control has been Ithaca's through and through, and they're coming out victorious yet again. First blood gained, and it's the Ithaca Bombers finding a kill. And Aimbot comes up short against Icarus to make matters worse for them.
That's unusual. Aimbot has been on point this series, and to see that just kind of shows Bryant's struggling this map. They're struggling with the pacing. They're struggling to get fragged. They're struggling to do things that they know how to do. We've seen them do these things, and Bryant's just struggling. And I really thought, they were going to convert a decent amount of attacking rounds here and then use that double sentinel to really have a dominant defensive half. But, I mean, this is just a wipe in a lot of ways, and I'm not saying that because, I've casted plenty of 13-0s. I've casted 13-2s. I've casted things that are wipe. And during those matches, I'm always talking about, this team, they're still doing this. They're still doing this potential. I always find the positive. But in a game like this where I know both of the competition is up to the same level of standards, I have to point out the weaknesses of Bryant University. Obviously, we know Bryant University can play well. We saw it on the last map. So what's going wrong here? Everything. They're struggling to get the entries. They're struggling to take space. They're struggling to have good timing and just general pacing throughout the round. Everything seems to be a struggle for Bryant this game.
Honestly, is almost like, I always crack the joke when a team all of a sudden starts doing good on map 2 and we're bad on map 1. They say, oh, they talked to their big brother, got him to get on the keyboard and mouse and, you know, to go to town, like the old Call of Duty days of saying, big bro, take this for me. They're talking trash, please. But in this case scenario, it looks like they let the little brother play for a round, play for a map. Bryant University are a shell of their old self. It has been such a hard-pressed issue for them. To make matters worse, Wakatoshi was uncontested, now with spike control towards A long. An attempted step out fades away, and Wakatoshi now finds a fourth as aimbot tries to stew through the smoke. Looking for the fifth, it's there, and Wakatoshi finds the ace. Though you see the side of Bryant University find 2 kills. One of those was on the no command, restabilized, so effectively does not count. They only find 1. And the main advantage of playing at this point where you have to win rounds, even if you're at the worst end of a bad situation, you need a kill. You need to start worrying the ego of Ithaca Bombers despite them winning, but there has been no pressure. None of it. And it has been Ithaca Bombers through and through, just cascading through these rounds and suffocating Bryant University.
This is really kind of a good opportunity, though, for Ithaca, because the more that they separate here, the easier they make map 3. The more that they put doubt in Bryant University's mind, like, yeah, this is why we're the higher seed, the harder that this is going to be for Bryant to put up map number 2. Because remember, even if Ithaca wins this map, that's still just 1-1. That is still even playing field for both teams here. So, I mean, this is still entirely winnable by Bryant, even if they drop this map. But the more that Ithaca starts to put pressure on this map, the harder it's going to be for Bryant to start to say, oh, that's a misstep, 8-4, that's the wrong way. But yeah, it's just going to hurt the mental on map 3. Sanky Leg, though, is going to find Zeptima. This looks like a good round for Bryant, but Wakatoshi gets into a really awkward position. Finds 1, not the second. Frog Hub finds 2 on the round, and now it's all on No Whispering. And I believe there might be an operator that he would like to save. Yep. Yeah, he's debating. He's going to grab it.
Just throw it
Not
away.
Really.
Throw it away.
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
Whispering can keep fighting here. There's no need to save this op. At the best, you want to deny the operator. Maybe Stanky sees it here. They will. At best, you deny the operator. You have so much money, Ithaca. Like, your pockets are overflowing at this point. You have the money to buy another operator. It's not a big deal. No Whispering's going to do that anyways. And they have the Tour de Force. So it's not even like a necessity buy for them. They can honestly just hand it over to Eat 4, Whispering go for the Tour de Force in the round, and have an SMG in the pocket. It feels a little bit strange. Maybe I would be praying to buy another weapon out of their hands and just throw the operator over towards C. Then fight for the exit frag to go for maybe a cut angle as they retreat away from that spike explosion. A little bit of a misplay, miscalculation by them, but it's not the worst result possible. But now you're going to have to start fearing the big boom that's in the hands of Bryant University, and looks like that engagement's going to go over towards C long. Whispering would have had the shot opportunity, saw the shoulder first. The Pico's advantage not there in Val at this point. And you're seeing, unfortunately, the engagement go for neither direction, but Aimbot's ready to tailwind in, and there it goes. The Cloudburst combo, the Wombo set up. Aimbot's deep within sight.
Blind.
The Paranoia sit. It's a short-sightedness for them, but it's not enough. And Icarus does find 1 kill before falling. Attempt there by Whispering. Headhunter finds nothing, and the operator cannot be pulled out in time. And now you're down to a 3-on-4 man disadvantage now for the Ithaca Bombers, but Eat 4 does it himself and manages to collect for 1.
3v3 now. Bomb planted. Rock in a nice spot does a lot of damage to E4. But this is still kind of an awkward one. Wakatoshi gets a lot of information there. They know the 2 are playing on site. Rock, though, will find E4. Now they double up back long. Have to find the kill into Rock. They find it. There is a smoke available. The Molly comes down in a little bit of an awkward spot. They're going to smoke close, try and stick onto this. But they're willing to commit the ultimate to this. Bryant needs this round on the board. They need to start splitting things evenly here. Commit the ult early. The spam isn't there. Stanky will find 1, but the time doesn't matter. I was not looking at the timer. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. And Bryant University will put another one on the board. But, I mean, these rounds are coming down to the wire, even the ones that they are getting.
Yeah, and you're looking at a situation where Ithaca 3 rounds ago, technically speaking, had already guaranteed not just a positive half, not just a break-even half, I should say, but a positive half. They're not 6 at this point, they're 7. So they will be the team at the advantage going into that second half. And while it is a different result than what Bryant University had, which was an 8-4 affair, it's still a possible way to see this one go down. If they could just need 1 round, and they have 3 ultimates at which to do so. The problem is, Bryant University have entirely changed things on its head. I've really liked their decision here to be unpredictable, working multiple different sight lines, working in a good way to use the utility in a way that is effective in the post plant, not just in the setup, not just baiting it out and dumping it to dump it onto sites. They're playing a lot smarter. Play smarter, not harder, and that's kind of what Bryant University have stepped back into as this game has progressed. Fragment sent there by Zeptima. It does tag aimbot for a little, but no way to deny them of the control they want to have, but the best way to do it is to kill them, and Zeptima manages to find the triumphant blow.
Is it just me, or aimbot looked so good on map 1, and here on map 2, just struggling, but the attacker KJ ult will go out, but it's going to get canceled pretty much instantly. Icarus won't find much damage with that one, but it doesn't really matter, as Ithaca's just wiping the floor with them. Absolute cleanup duty, and now it's all on Chamber. 1v5, it'd have to be an ace clutch from Stanky Leg. Finds one.
Strong. They get 1. I mean, you're in a spot where you're now being pressured from behind as well. Notice what we see Icarus doing inside window. They're pressuring from behind. The lobby control will be denied. Stanky does find Whispering, but Icarus has the owl drone out. Stanky hears it. They're going to go for the rundown. Headhunter in hand. They find the kill. That's 3, but they're just going to play behind it. Zeptima does not need to swing. You don't need to peek back out. You have control over Spike. I do not know why we're seeing them this far forward, but it works out. Eat4 plays quite aggressive through long and gets the final blow, but they bled quite a bit from one single player when it was a 5-on-1 at a point in time, and it ends with a 3-on-1 to a 3-on-0.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive try there from Stanky Leg. It's been efficient on the Chamber. I won't say incredible, but he's been efficient, better than No Whispering has been on that opping Chamber. But I mean, it doesn't really matter if No Whispering's going 3-8 and Stanky Leg's going 10-9, because Ithaca is 8-3. Ithaca is doing better. It doesn't really matter. They're not relying on their Chamber to frag. Aimbot does find good frag onto Zeptima. Good to see him hitting shots again, getting those opening frags. I mean, when Aimbot was entering last map, that was just so fun to watch. You know, I genuinely felt like we were watching a really talented player just entry at a high level. No Whispering, though, will find Big Mar and Aimbot coming into a gunfight on low HP. Will still find the kill. Icarus down. Alt pops, trying to find a Whispering here, but the op is such a difficult one to challenge. He's trying to just pixel peek him over the top. No Whispering, though, trying to fight 2 with just a deagle. Aimbot will find his 3rd on the round. He's just 30 HP, but he's running through them. Aimbot finally looking like his name would suggest. But now, 4v1, ulted Jet. Can eat 4, do up draft, can't find Rock. And Bryant will put 4 on the board, which is not undoable.
It's a mirror from last map, except Ithaca, like I said, mirrored on the other end. They were the 4, while Bryant University were the 8. So it's interesting to see it kind of go down on the opposition's map. Ithaca's map pick was Ascent, and it was an 8-4 in the direction of Bryant University. Bryant University's pick is Haven, and it's an 8-4 in favor of Ithaca. It's an interesting decision. It's the old collegiate special of taking your opponent's map pick, but maybe we see Bryant make the return and the Bulldogs bite back. A corner dog will bite. You do need to be curious about where they're lying, but defensively, it looks like it's favored for them. But the problem lies that you're going to have to rely on your players to step up a little bit more. Like you said, Aimbot did a really good job on map 1. Stanky Leg on the Killjoy did an amazing job on map 1. I knew that they were the best gunner on the side of Bryant University. I still think that's obvious, and I think playing the Chamber was the better idea. But you need Rock to kind of step up a little bit more than they did previously. They have had a really good 1 round, but I mean, they've almost been kind of ghosted since then. That could be a joke on Omen as a whole, but they'll get the first blow here. Frog Hub finds the second. Now cornered in a bad spot as Aimbot. They'll get away. No way for the Ithaca Bombers to get that spike down on B just yet. They're really kept at bay even further. They're forced to step all the way back in a courtyard, and they have Spike possibly going towards A.
Potentially here. We see Aimbot quickly rotating to A, but I just don't know. They're playing this very slow, and I think it's pretty obvious when a team, you know, fails on B, the usual play is either go immediately into garage and run it to C or go A. But yeah, there's the pick on A. They'll find aimbot, which does even things up. Low HP is going to be difficult for Ithaca here, but ooh, it looks like they're actually going to go back, which is a smart move as all three are already on A. The smokes are down, which makes things awkward, but I think that they called, hey, we're not hearing anything here. I think this is a fake. The Sova will run all the way back to C site. The question is he able to face these two low HP players and come out on top? Icarus finds Rock mid. This is getting a little dicey.
I mean, why use your KG all the way extended A site? That is the objective of retakes. There's no need to defend that aggressively. And now you're in a situation where you're left on a precarious spot because you left Rock isolated. They get cleaned up by the flanking player. Thankfully, Big Mar is here. Comes up big, pun intended. Now they have the possibility to try to lead the foray into sight. They'll shock dart out Cubby. Wakatoshi not there, though, playing long. Wakatoshi swings a little slow. Big Mar's in a good spot to maybe contend, but Icarus is now coming over from Tons. They'll look to the head. They can't find the kill initially. Wakatoshi has to finish it, and now it's up to Frog Hub. Spotted. Bad spot, congested between two. The pincer is there. They need to get the kill. They managed to find one. They have to turn to Wakatoshi. They're 1 HP. The turret can do the job. They just need to stick it at this point. The turret gets the kill, and Frog Hub may have just done it. The stick will go through, and you'll find Bryant University, despite a really abysmal second half of that round, find the recovery, and they'll take the pistol.
Turret OP, what can I say? It one-shot him. That's ridiculous.
What everyone was saying when KJ was announced. Everyone was like, no, turrets are going to be so broken. Bastion,
well, they were
Bastion.
They were thinking like TF2 engineer, and they were like, oh god, no. And then it came out with this little like beep, 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 beep.
Hey,
like
it
a
does
paintball
damage.
gun.
It adds up. I'm telling you, Franco
it does add up. I will tell you that it does add up. It does add up a lot.
That's such a rough spot to be in. And that plants, that's why KJ is there for the post plant. KJ is good on the attack post plant, but she's even better on the defense post plant, which is why you see a KJ place utility actively, but then retreat off of a site when the rush comes down. And speaking of a rush, you see Ithaca Bombers doing just that. Big Mar on Plat cuts down Eat 4, who tries to swing. The pot flash goes out, but for some reason, you can't get the kills. Optimal, stop throwing! Big Mar gets the kill, refragged back, not a big deal, I guess, but aimbot's on the flank. They're throwing now as Whispering finds a nice headshot kill, and it now equalized a 2-on-2 affair. What is going on? This game has now turned into just the biggest oddity of all time. Frog Hub now completely removed by Whispering. Great shot from them, and now Rock has a classic in hand and needs to find the last player as they take off Whispering. They don't have a solid weapon, though. They do not have a Spectre like their teammates did. They have a Marshall, and that is it. They'll have to collect the Bulldog. 24 bullets here to find Icarus. They have the majority of the HP. The advantage is there, but it's going to be really obvious with the line with the recon bolt sent. He's trying to go in good time. Barely finds the victory. 7 HP to survive. Maybe not be thriving, but a win is a win, and they'll go 8-6 in this current roundup.
These last two rounds have just made me feel uncomfortable. They have not been clean. They have not been fun to watch. These have been just dirty, like grimy, like digging for your keys in a sewage drain rounds. Just gritty pushes onto site. But at the end of the day, I mean, what works works. And I really I'm looking at Ithaca right now and I'm going, guys, I really hope that's not the plan, because that's not clean at all. And it's very heavily reliant on, does your entry make space, and can your people behind them just, you know, refrag every single time. So Bryant gonna be on a big save here. Obviously it's their bonus. Ithaca should convert this round, and it already looks like they're defaulting a little bit more than normal, but oh goodness, man, these rounds have been ugly.
I'm looking at a situation where you get first blood, and Stanky, what are you doing? That was scratching your nose timing. I mean, like, didn't even move the crosshair when the player crossed. I've had those situations a million times, but you'll have to see. It is a 4-on-5 affair. Bryant University do have that man advantage, and they're facing off against the stronger arsenal of the Ithaca Bombers. This is that third round, which should be the guarantor for the Ithaca Bombers, but we also saw how that kind of went in the last few maps. We've seen it not actually be guaranteed. We've seen a huge point of contention. But right now for the Ithaca Bombers, it's a game of patience. They're down a player and they know it, and they don't want to let that rifle that's been dropped go into the hands of Bryant University, so they're still trying to congest themselves around mid to fight that next duel.
Great shot there from No Whispering. That's going to shut down Stanky Leg, which is huge. And this does put pressure towards C, which is going to cause a little bit of an over-rotation from Bryant University. Don't love this, but they are down a little bit in terms of weaponry. So over-rotating isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, but that will mean that A site's going to be free. And retaking with the weaker weapons is going to be really tough. But Aimbot finds No Whispering. Great shot in Garage. So they will maintain man advantage, which could be really useful here. But things will be... a little difficult here. Trying to retake with lighter weapons. Frog Hub waiting for possibly an aggression. Just waiting nice and quietly.
They know there's a player in short, Neon, because they hear the alarm bot going off, but I don't think they relayed that information. That is such a miscalculation. How do you let Ithaca get away with a situation like that when you know there's a player in short? The alarm bot's going off, and it just... You don't relay that, and Frog Hub has their teammate fall of Rock from behind. They die, and then they lose themselves in the next engagement the second that dark cover dissipates. The obfuscated view favors Ithaca on that return. Thankfully, though, for the side of Bryant University, Neon, they can buy this next round. Big Mar is a little poor, but can still buy a Guardian and hold fairly strong wherever they may lie, which I assume will be C. But the problem lies in the fact that Whispering has that tour de force and can utilize it to congest 4-1 with a split towards the C site and 4 players going towards A. From the looks of things, that'll be a 5 full frontal assault on the A site.
And they're going to run into KJ utility here and potentially some assistance from Jet, who Aimbot has been warming up here. So hopefully we'll see a little bit better of presence from him. But already this attack has kind of started to stall. There goes some util. It looks like they want to pop off of that. But again, it's a little bit of a slow presence. Eat 4, though, is just going to find Aimbot for free. And they're just going to give up the site. They're going to play full retake. And the problem is KJ wants to get that ult down. But that was the only person that was on site, which means site will just be 100% given up. And they're waiting on this KJ ult. I'm assuming to wait to see if there's going to be lineup presence. And it looks like KO might be in a position for one. Rock will find a kill onto Chamber Long. So things are even up at 4-4. The ult will be popped. There's one person out. Great drop from Rock. He's 15 HP, but he's already found an influential pick. Eat 4, though, will find Stanky 11. That's a big refrag to find. KJ ult runs out. They might have actually just won.
Yeah, they're going to stick this. There's no, like, you planted the back aside. What do you ask for? And they just popped the Blade Storm. 8-4 just used a piece of utility, the ultimate in their kit, after the round was already lost.
Oh, and they also can't afford to buy.
Yeah, you're looking at a round that Ithaca did a good job to buy for that. Recon boat quickly into the site. Ithaca puts in a recon into the site. They find the easy first kill there into aimbot because they forced him into a rougher spot. But Bryant University did a great job to play for it where they put down the lockdown and they waited to put it down until they knew for a fact Rock had POV. Well, they had a sideline into the objective. So Rock gets first kill the second the dark cover dissipates. They find a second of the drop once the lockdown is employed. And from that point onwards, Ithaca retreat in a hasty manner, assuming that Bryant would try to push them back and try to fight them in that funnel in A. But that's not the case. And instead, they go for the plant and they go for that defuse to get it done. And the only time we've seen Bryant play really aggressive on the defense, right here, right now, Aimbot pushes through C-Long and cashes them in attacker spawn.
Now things get a little awkward for Ithaca, and already I'm starting to see Bryant fight back in a way that we haven't really seen too much on this map. They're starting to take presence on their own, but Zeptimo will find a refrag, Rock will fall. That means you don't get the benefit of, at least in my opinion, Rock was playing pretty solidly in the past few rounds. He started to really make his presence known, make things uncomfortable for this, attacking team. But now that's shut down. 4v4. Ithaca taking long C control. It looks like they really just want to pop C here, but I mean, there's a lot of presence over here. Chamber doesn't have utility here, so this could definitely be doable. TP's off. It's just going to be Aimbot. Aimbot gives it up to go Garage. They're going to play full retake here, but they do have a Sova ultimate if they want to delay the plant. Don't think it's worth it. Septima will get a great spam onto Senki. Like, that's actually pretty massive because that's going to gain man advantage for this retake.
Aimbot had no weapon. They had to go to mid where they lost Rock and collect the rifle there. Now you're in a spot where you're a little bit slow to the fight. Stanky Leg loses their life because of it, and you're now in a 3-on-4. The man disadvantage is there. Aimbot's going to spray over towards Cubby's side, but the constant suppression there by the side of Ithaca deny the defuse whatsoever. E4 is the one who finally collects that kill, and 8-4 will even find Big Mar. Rough spot to be in, and even a player through tons of garage. It's an easy round for the Ithaca Bombers. They collect the 10th. They collect the first team to reach double digits. And that first blow, I think, was what ultimately did it. Yeah, Rock has been coming alive in these recent rounds. And to make matters worse, they didn't have everyone with a weapon. Aimbot had nothing but the Blade Storm, and they had to rush back to mid on Rock's dead corpse to find any sort of chance. And even then, they weren't positioned well for the post plant. Not a recurring process like we saw there in the map of Ascent. A much rougher one there, but still, great round for the Ithaca Bombers.
Yeah, big round on the board. They maintain a large amount of man presence here. I should say a large amount of the lead. That is pretty important. Oh, Stanky Leg. He's playing this really aggressive, and he's going to get droned out, and he doesn't have a TP. He has to aggress here, and Septima's just going to shut him down. That's just a case of probably not the best play in the world, honestly. Flash will come out. Site will be taken with relative ease. They're going to respect that KO ultimate, but they're also going to put pressure on the flank. And look at the two Jets right now on the map. The hecticness is going out on site, but look at them. They're just playing Ring Around the Rosie with each other.
Oh, but aimbot's been given away. Now you're in a position where if Ithaca actually relay that intel, E4 is going to have an easy cleanup kill, and that's the case. Trapped within the slow field, and aimbot's now dead. Only one kill garnered for them, and it's been in the hand of a shorty there for Rock, and the chances of that reoccurring is quite slim. They'll use the Shrouded Step to step towards site. They want to grab the weapon of the KO. Can't actually manage to find it. There it goes. Finally, the Vandal in hand. Swing over to Wakatoshi. Does not find the kill. A much better placed piece of Spike at this point, but they have nothing to deal with it, and it'll be an easy round win now for the Ithaca Bombers, only losing one to that shorty, and Bryant University fall now 11-7. One round away for match point, and the Ithaca Bombers are looking quite nice on the opponent's map pick of Haven.
Yeah, this game is getting interesting. I will say it's a lot closer than it was on the flip side. I mean, Bryant has battled their way back here in a way. They're on an even count, right? Both teams have had 3 rounds on this half of the game, so things have been even on this side. But, Ithaca was just so dominant with that 8-4 half that really, I mean, Bryant can't afford to be splitting these rounds down the middle with Ithaca. They have to be taking some kind of real leverage here. Now they're going to have a little bit of a default they'll have to deal with. Ithaca spreading out a little bit. A short pressure, C long pressure. It seems like it might be a little bit more of a, kind of ratty, let's bait here type of play. But aimbot taking an early gunfight long, it just can't hit the shots. Let's one pick A. I don't think they're going to be able to convert this into a site take, and I think they're going to have to fall off of this. But look at Bright University. They know, like, oh, okay, nobody's run up. Yeah, no, it's not an A hit. If they want to hit A, they have to go now, which makes me think if Ithaca slowed down for a minute and just re-hit the bomb site, they probably have it for free.
Only one player defending C, and it's Stanky Leg, the best player right now for the side of Bryant when it comes to that fragging potential, but they were scratching their nose again. Did not press the right click to zoom, went for the hip fire and paid the price for it. Hunter's Fury being popped. It's not fast enough to go to where the actual plant was, but it's actually good enough to still find the planter. It finds Wakatoshi. Rock with a nice kill collected from Tun's side, but Septima shuts that down. The recon bow gives a lot of intel over to Big Mar, but cannot find the wall bang to anywhere on Septima's body despite them being known. Now you got yourself a 2-on-2. Icarus has an operator. This is complete and utter control for this Spike, but they'll miss the first initial shot. They'll send a fragment over towards the actual combi. It does not get a kill though, and now you're in a spot where that Anaswarm does nothing. Frog Hub now dead. You've got no utility. Bar except for Big Mar with the shock dart. They have to send it over to combi, but they'll peek Icarus, and that will unfortunately be their last action as Icarus guarantees match point here for their side at 12-7 on the map of Haven.
I just haven't been loving Bryant's hold, honestly. They've been over-rotating, but then they haven't actually, like normally when you have a team that over-rotates, right, the way to play against them is to hit site, fall back, and if you can't get a, if you go A and They're all bunched up A, and then you immediately run C, and they're already there. You just re-hit A. You leave a couple people A. You wait, but I mean, you know, Brian here, they're over-rotating, but Ithaca's still able to just go ahead and hit C. Aimbot, by the way, going to find E4 very early, though. So Ithaca going to, you know, lose man advantage early. Zeptima, though, finds a huge kill. Stanky with a refrag, though. So they maintain man advantage. But, I mean, honestly, 3 attackers here versus 4 defenders, and aimbot is very low HP. This is still entirely winnable for Ithaca, right? Because wherever they go, they know that Bryant can't be stacked up. You know that there's not going to be 4 players on any one bomb site. So as long as you go as a group, you should still maintain man advantage in any gun that you fight.
2 players, though. I mean, they know they can't stack up 4, like you said, but they can't send 2. That's what we're seeing right now through the A lobby side. Good use to try to catch the flank off guard, but I think there's a slow field placed there, the trademark. I mean, at this point, is it enough? Stanky's got a great position, can catch 3 of them in their sightline. The first one connects, looking for a second, does just that, looks for the third, can't find it, but still a 3K total for Stanky Leg. The slow field gathered after the tour de force shot will make it hard for Wakatoshi to engage towards sight. Will instead use the quick shrouded step to get into B to find 1 kill. From the shadows, though, the ultimate of Wakatoshi of the Omen manages to place them now on A. However, another shrouded step, the last in their kit, will gain them attention towards the Heaven side. Wakatoshi with 33 HP. Only utility left will be now 1 dark cover and 1 piece of that paranoia. They can do a quick use of the short-sightedness, but I mean, at the same time, there's 2 players. It's a matter of attacking onto aimbot faster than you can think. Aimbot will tap the diffuser first. It's not played for them, and aimbot, their name comes true. Check their MOS, check their PC. They don't usually play like this. Nasty shot, though, and Bryant University will find another round, somehow still surviving, and still at match point for Ithaca.
So if Bryant puts up 1 more round, then Ithaca wins, and we have another 13-9 scoreline, what are we betting for last map?
13-9, but the casters win instead.
Ah, casters win. That makes sense.
Yeah, no,
it doesn't, but it does.
Yeah, neither team is allowed to go on in the playoffs. It's just you and I and a couple other casters just making a quick 5-stack and absolutely getting destroyed because we can talk about the game, but we can't actually play it. So that's why we went to this job field instead of being professional players.
You've got a point.
I know. Why do you think I started this? Because I stink. I played Collegiate R6. The team disbanded a week after I joined, and I would like to say it's not my fault, but it probably was. Rock with the first blow in this round. Brian have a good start once again. Trying to keep Ithaca at bay for a little bit longer, but Courtyard is very much so filled to the brim with the Ithaca Bombers. A quick bomb tossed by Bryant would actually find a lot of success, but Rock can do it alone with the Vandal catches 2. Aimbot finds another, and they find a buddy ace between Rock and Aimbot. The same thing we saw on map 1 of Ascent as they went for the post plant on that B site, but this time defensively, they'll hold on for a little bit longer.
So now, Bryant University has a couple of options here, right? They've been playing well on defense. Do they continue to do the exact same thing and just hope and pray that Ithaca has no idea what they're doing and completely whiffs on every sense of everything and just fails at being able to adapt here? Or do you try and make a big change here, which I think might be the play, as Stanky Leg is going to be opping on B site. And he'll find one. No whispering, drops. Great adaptation. He's immediately in garage holding basically the same angle, but just from a different point. And now they have map control on the entire map. Because look at this. You can't just walk window. There's an op there. Even if you think the chamber has left, do you want to challenge him? I don't. So an amazing presence now, because now they're able to 2-stack A with the KJ utility and 3-stack C and still have garage control with the chamber util. Massive play there. I love that adaptation. Let's see if Bryant can take that and convert it into a round win.
Getting first kill opens things up for a large majority of Bryant University's defensive structure. They can kind of reposition themselves in a way that garners a little bit more success against 4 instead of the 5. It can change things as a whole on its head. And from the looks of things, they kind of did that a little bit towards the B site. They were like, okay, it's hard to push B with 4, so let's go ahead and defend A. A much more proactive defensive approach, but there's still plenty of time for the Ithaca Bombers to just retreat away from that position and head back towards C. I find it highly unlikely they would push towards B, but notice that we have in fact seen the Sova of the Bryant University side transition from C to B, but aimbot is holding garage. They'll find one. They tag Zeptima for quite a lot, but can't actually finish the job, and the trademark will
that
actually
slow's
tag
massive.
them. That slow is huge, keeps them at bay. Big Mar, what is going on right there? Did your mouse unplug? Did you disconnect? That may be the final moment. That right there could be the reason why we see Ithaca Bombers find a win here. The null command is popped. Objective now suppressed, and it'll be much more difficult for the side of Bryant to get onto site, but Rock does a great job to destabilize Zeptima. Bladestorm in the hands of Eat 4, cut down by Stanky Leg. Just one player left standing, and they're all the way over towards the side of Garage. It's an easy first kill if they swing out, but they've got to be able to swing out, and here goes the dark cover. That gives us so much information. You find one, but you gave yourself up, and Rock finds the refrag.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do that. Especially because when you're blinding in that situation, you're basically just guaranteed to blind the person defusing. You have no guarantee that you're blinding anybody else, right? And so that is true. Yeah, you're not even fully blinded.
You can still see it's a short-sightedness. Like, they're still able to see where they are and do a quick bunny hop around the actual objective. It does nothing for you in a 1-on-3.
That is true. I will say, my bigger problem is the fact that you just gave your way to the two people that were looking long, that you had an advantage against. It just bugs me. That was a double negative play, but hey, they are better players than we are. Whew, that could have been a huge double. My voice cracked. I wooed so hard, but aimbot absolutely shut down by No Whispering. That's a gun that they can collect, and man advantage obtained. If that's the reason why this round is lost, that's going to be really tough for Ithaca to deal with, or excuse me, for Bryant to deal with such a big comeback on the board potentially.
You're looking at a situation, Neon, where typically speaking, you're 50-50, but with the fact that we see weak weapons in Ithaca's hands, the arsenal kind of dilapidated. It goes from a 50-50 to a 30-70. Now you get opening pick and second. Now it's a 30-70 in favor of Ithaca. As there's only 3 defenders left to contend with, you've now collected possibly 2 more weapons, as you're not anywhere close to deny that. And they have not only one player in map control, but they were trying to vie for another one. Wakatoshi sprinted through B. Great call out though, and Stanky finds the kill instead. Looking for a second. Uh-oh, that's a player now in heaven. They'll drop down to hell, but Stanky has no idea of that. There it is, given away. Great job by Ithaca, but that one kind of falls short a little bit thereafter. Rock up above. We've seen this post-plant takedown already before, but when you're looking at a position where most of the players now for Ithaca are quite far back, a very disjointed attacking post-plant position, and to make matters worse, Big Mar kills the player of Icarus that's lying in hell. They're both going to have to peek out. Whispering finds a clouded kill onto Big Mar. Sheriff in hand. Great swing by Stanky Leg. Rock finds another. It's now a 1v2. Rock has to tap the diffuser. They need to stick it. They need to find this kill. They get it. Is there enough time, though? The question is probably no, but I think Rock thinks it's so. It will be just barely, though. 2 seconds left in Bryant University. 1 round away from OT on this map of Haven.
Things have been close, but that round should tell you just how close things have been, but also how well Bryant University has battled back, right? Beginning of this game, they looked absolutely lost. Aimbot and Rock were not doing great, right? They were really struggling, and that just absolutely has changed. I mean, they've been pretty electrifying since then. I mean, aimbot's been a little inconsistent, but the shots he has hit have been huge, right? And Rock has just been the staple of consistency since that period of time. But Stanky Leg, he'd like to put his name back on top. He can help it. Finds one. And that's really going to shut down their presence on C. I mean, again, this is a great opportunity. He peeks C, gets a kill, and he's just going to leave. He's like, yeah, nope, you know I'm there. You know you peek it, you're going to die. So I'm going to leave because you can't challenge me. And if you do, you're playing kind of silly.
The most important player right now for Bryant University will be their KJ. If they lose their KJ at this point with that lockdown, defensively, they will fall apart like wet tissue paper. They have the ults. They have the potential. Bryant is the team that also used the From the Shadows last map as a way to gather information. So the possibility is there that they'll do that once again. The best place for them to do it would be towards A long or A lobby. But the problem is Rock's in a bad spot. Now caught as 2 players are starting to peruse their options through garage door, and an owl drone is sent thereafter. But the intel given as Whispering swings, and now Rock's in a really rough spot again. They do find one. They're now being bum rushed down by Ithaca, but they don't find success, which leads it to be that Big Mar can help assist and facilitate Rock's survival. Shock dart sent towards Tube. Swing out attempted. They run out of ammo, but they still find one. Icarus gets a nice shock dart kill to complete, but this will be OT. It's 12-12, and Bryant University have climbed back into this matchup. We're going into overtime, and Bryant University start this off on the attack.
Yeah, they struggled on attack, but they also kind of struggled at the beginning of defense. So this is definitely an opportunity for them to, just kind of sweep. They've won the past 5 rounds. That's the longest active streak on this map, right? Because the longest streak that Ithaca had on their attacking half, on their defending half, was 4. And so to have just a 5 straight win half is pretty impressive, but now they've just got to convert this into one big kind of staple overtime round win here. They just have to do 1 attack, 1 defense. That's it. And they played well enough to show that they can do that. I'm interested to see, though, are they going to fall back on the same defaults that they used when they were struggling and just try and execute them better? Because, to be fair, Aimbot was struggling to get entries at that point in time, or are they going to try and convert to something different?
Long is still being held well by Bryant University. This is a position that Ithaca have given up, and that's not a bad way. I mentioned it, A-Site Haven is the easiest post-plant map objective in the entire game of Valorant. Basically, anyone will tell you that's the case. But the problem is that they put 3 players stacked on this for Ithaca. I do not like this decision. To make matters worse, the first blood falls in Brian's favor. They find one, and now they can look at this and say, okay, where are the other players? Well, they're watching a cut. Cut down one in middle. Aimbot finds another influential frag on the A side. Now Aimbot can isolate this last player, Zeptima. They've cleared out the majority of side, bar that one player, and that tells the rest of Brian, though we've lost the player, we still have potential. Icarus, you've got to hit those shots faster. Big Mar almost found a chance to whip out the gun and kill you back in return, but still a player disadvantage for the Ithaca side. Frog Up, that was not the right decision, but Stanky Leg is there. The operator rings true, and it's just Septima left standing. Intel given by the turret that goes off. They know he's playing towards defender spawn on C. The link section is covered. They've got Rock there. Rock's ready to swing out, and there's the kill. Easy finish for Bryant University, cutting down all 5 of Ithaca, and they managed to now go ahead in OT, but now they've got to do it all over again on the defense.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, for Ithaca, this is a tough situation. I mean, you went from top of the world absolutely running this game to all of a sudden in the course of 6 rounds just getting absolutely dominated on both sides, too. You got dominated on attack. You got dominated on defense. Now, where did you sit? You have to try and attack where you know that Bryant is on a good striking path. They're playing well, they're playing fast, they're playing loose. So man, this is going to be difficult. It looks like they're going to try and just force A here. They're going to try and get a little aggressive, try and play. I mean, they're not playing fast, but they're playing heavy A, and that's just a little worrying. They're going to drone out the op, so they have the information there. Cypher could fall off of this now, basically showing presence, hits the TP, which could soundbait them a little bit, or actually, I believe that might have actually been the other Cypher. My apologies. But either way, still holding mid with that op. Presence A has now been shown, not committed to.
Notice the difference, though. The disparity between Bryant's defensive structure in A and Ithaca's. Ithaca baited out their one player holding close. It was Zeptima, who was holding close compy on that short exit. Instead of doing that for Bryant, they're playing back behind the objective, which is also a very poor play, but at least it's better than having a player be that close and personal. Quick utility dumped onto site, Eat4 hiding within a smoke, but Frog Hub finds an easy frag, and Aimbot follows through. The push onto A is absolutely falling apart, and a great job by Bryant is that they've only lost one. They've actually managed to pull Frog Hub out of that position. Shock Dart connects. Icarus cannot go for the plant. Big Mar sending another one over the top. They're going to have to plant below Heaven, and that's going to put Rock straight into the line of sight of Wakatoshi. Now it is a 2v4, made 2v3 with Whispering finding a kill. They're baiting out their chamber with the operator, but still not a bad position. Stanky finds the shot to Icarus, who was still spraying at that point, and now it's just Whispering. The 2v1, player drops below, they miss the shot, he'll need the ace, but he can't get it done! Frog Hub finds the kill to Whispering, the Vandal comes out victorious, and Bryant University, in a triumphant second half, make it to OT in survive 14-12 to win it in a 2-0 affair.
Wow, what a way to end it. A huge clutch, but man, that was down to the wire. I mean, at any point during that game, you could have told me, oh, yeah, this team is going to win. I know I have a crystal ball. They're going to win it all. And I probably would have still bet against you because it was so up in the air. Even in that first half, Bryant looked really bad, but I kept just remembering Bryant really played well on a set. They had a great defense. They had great retakes. And I knew it was just a matter of time before one of the three exceptional performers that played so well on a set turned it on and started to make space for them on Haven. And that did eventually happen. And I'm glad because it means we get more fun Valorant. But at the same time, it is a little unfortunate for Ithaca because they were just so close to bringing it to map 3, being able to play Icebox in and being able to continue on their journey just a little bit longer. But at the end of the day, I mean, Bryant played out of their minds.
Story of David versus Goliath. You had a number 3 seed versus the number 6, and you're looking at this one going into it and saying, I said it. You can pull up the predictions again. I viewed that we were probably going to see Ithaca take this W, but the problem is I had assumed Ithaca would learn how to counteract the Bryant Bulldogs a bit more effectively after their last loss in the main season in week 6 or 7, if I recollect correctly. They had lost 2-0 to them in a 5-13 affair. I had assumed that they would make a big recovery because their later games were solid and they had kind of made up for the mistakes that they had gone into it. But no, the side of Bryant Bulldogs, they're really well built against this Ithaca play style. They know when they can be aggressive. They don't try to get too aggressive. They're a little greedy. Aimbot was a little overextended a couple of times, but that greed ultimately paid off in a way that you did not see it get rewarded for the Ithaca side. The Bryant Bulldogs come out victorious in a very close affair. That second map, easily the closest game we've seen throughout this and the closest rounds we've seen. And despite all that pressure on their shoulders, they still make a victory. And we'll have more to say about it as well, Neon. There's plenty of time, but we're going to do an interview with one of the players for the side of the Bryant Bulldogs. So stay tuned if you're a fan, even if you're an Ithaca fan. Maybe you can hear about how they played, why the play they did. But we'll do that after a quick little break. Make sure to stay tuned because we'll talk to one of the players. It's a tale as old as time, David and Goliath. And in this case, David, the team not expected to win, lower ranked, lower seeded, comes out victorious. The Stones found their target and they toppled the Giants. We've got Rock here in for the interview from the Bryant University side. The Bulldogs hounding their way to victory. First and foremost, Rock, congratulations on the W. Very good game. The second map was very close. Was that a shocking result for you after what happened on the first map of Ascent?
Yes and no. We did have a few issues, but I think towards the latter half of the match, we sorted everything out.
Now, I'll let Neon ask a couple of questions to you. I got another one I want to ask afterwards, but Neon, you got anything you want to say?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions right there at the end. You guys went on a 5-round win streak to bring it to OT. During that period of time, I just want to know, was it all business, efficient, or was there a lot of yelling? Was there a lot of passion? What was going on in that moment? Because it's different for every team.
We had one guy on our team started getting a bit very hype, and after every round, it got more and more. So we just kept riding that.
That's great. That is fantastic. I always like to know, because some teams, they get right down to the issue. They get really efficient. In overtime, just, it's on the top of my head. Did you guys try and adjust your strategy more to what failed during the beginning of the game? Or did you just try and run your thing? Because originally the strats that you were running on attack struggled a lot because, aimbot was struggling to entry. You guys were, struggling to get the refrags. Some things just weren't working. So did you go into it with the same strategy now warmed up? Or did you try and switch things up completely? What was the kind of going into?
I think in general, we're a bit better as a defense team, which I think after being on defense for so many rounds and adapting to kind of how fast they push or how much they push back, that gave us a better idea with the attacking experience from beforehand to kind of settle down, wait a bit, like the KO knife off the rip on A. We backed up a bit more for that. We were just playing a lot more aware.
Awesome, yeah.
The half.
Yeah, well, I mean, it showed. You guys were absolutely dominating after the half in a way. Beforehand, like I said, there were some struggles, and it was very clear that there was a plan that just wasn't working out. But I'll pass it back to Scott, and he'll ask you some more.
Now, before I send you on out of here, I got one more question, maybe a point to make as well in that I did select Ithaca to go out. I'll be open with you here. I had predicted them because I had assumed that between you guys beating them, and I think week 6 or 7, I still haven't completely checked to guarantee that, you guys beat them 5-13 on both maps. I had assumed that they would have changed something up to lead into this, and they obviously did. And the question that I have for that is, how much did they change? Were they a completely new team coming into this rematch, or was it just slight adjustment that you guys eventually keyed in on and were able to counter?
So actually, we not too long ago, I think like a week and a half or 2 ago, we actually scrimmed against them.
Really?
So it was a pretty fresh in our mind as well, because that was the last scrim we played. So it wasn't too hard to adjust. We were kind of expecting it. The maps we did play were different from what we played that day, so a bit more of a catch up there. But I think Ascent, we were pretty solid, and Haven, we were a bit hiccupy in attack half, but I think we just brought it back mentally and in performance wise.
Mental is half the battle, right? Got to keep the mental strong. That's why timeouts exist. You can take a quick timeout, maybe stop the momentum of the other team and recollect yourselves, but not needed. You guys did a great way. Triumphant return. Rock, once again, congratulations on the victory. I'll give you a moment here to shout out anybody behind you. Who do you want to thank for this victory?
Just my team. We all stepped up, and I think we all played a great game. And the other team also played a great game.
Really hard fought battle between the two of you. Thank you very much, Rock, for joining us here for the interview. It's been an absolute blast, and you guys are going onwards to continue to face off against the victor inside our bracket to see who will go down. I don't think the game's occurred yet, so I can't give you any exacts, but I think it's the second seeded team that you're more than likely going to face. So hard fought battle ahead. Stay tuned for that one. Thank you guys very much for tuning in and watching this broadcast. There's another game coming up right after this, so make sure you keep your eyes peeled. It's going to be an absolute another banger. I think Neon's going to be there as well, so make sure you guys enjoy that one. And there's another game after that. Stay tuned for more action here from the NECC. We'll see you guys when that game's ready and ready to go.
Shut back.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B.
I've got your trail.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Go get him.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel out.
You want to play? Let's play.
Bomb back out.
Raise dead.
Tox poison's off. Top poison orb emitting.
30 seconds left. Last player standing. Flawless.
Here.
Welcome to my world.
Away.
Enemy tagged.
Spike down A.
Satchel out. There. Satchel out.
30 seconds left.
Going up. Toxin screen down.
Teleport's ready.
One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left. Spike down A.
Okay. Who's got the snacks? Last player standing. Satchel out.
Shadows traveling. Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Flawless. One enemy remaining.
Toxin screen down.
Flawless. Last round in the half.
Teleport ready.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I have the spike. Boom.
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left. Switching sides.
Bomb buddy out.
Last player standing.
Spike planted.
One enemy remaining.
That's three.
One enemy remaining.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. It is Central Methodist going up against Concordia. I am Campbell. Joined alongside me here is Neon Black. Today, we have an exciting matchup, best of three. Let's see what these two teams have.
Yeah, we're going to get straight into the predictions and right into the lineup. So for predictions so far, coming up onto your screen now, Infernosis chose, I believe, I'm looking at that logo, that is the Concordia, Wisconsin. I am the only one who chose Central Methodist, I believe, unless I am confusing those, in which case I am very sorry. We'll look at the logos in a second. Los went with, so apparently production's in my ear. Thank you, production. Did in fact go with Concordia, and I was the only one who went with Concordia, Wisconsin, and the rest of production decided to go with Central Methodist. So that's how we go. I forgot my own prediction because we did the other game first. So let's get straight on into the lineups real fast, and we'll run through who is on each of these teams as they are in the lobby. And we'd like to get them on the road as soon as possible. So we've got Gans, Andy, Skeptic, NyQuil, and X140. Awesome lineup there for CMU. And as we switch on to CUW, we've got Red Radiant, Jawbreaker, Shadow Ghoul, Nalu, and Stepbro. What is he doing down there? We will find out. So an awesome lineup. You should be a little familiar with these teams as they have been playing consistently throughout the NECC tournament. And these are two solid teams in the lineup. As we get over to the map bans, we have Fracture and Breeze off the bat early, two maps that teams just really aren't comfortable with. So we're going to be going to Ascent, followed by Icebox, followed by, if we so need it, Haven. So very similar to last game here on the B stream where we saw Ascent and then Haven, and Icebox will be our decider. So we're going to see Ascent again, but then instead of seeing Haven first, we're going to see Icebox. And if it's only 2 quick maps, then we get a new map in the pool and we don't have to go to Haven again. But if not, it will be the same maps as last time, just in a different order. So let's get straight into the game. No need to wait. Let's see these two teams battle it out, because these two teams, they are ready to go, and so are we. But do a little bit more introductions. I am still joined by Camel. How are you doing today, man? It's been a while since we've casted together.
It has, and I'm doing amazing. Excited to see some Valorant always. Casting is a pleasure of mine, and already we're going to get to see a lock-in here. Stepper wasting no time, locking in the chamber. On Ascent, feel like the operator, the double op combos can definitely be something to mess around with, especially on the defensive side of things. You have so much autonomy with that double op. You can watch over the extremities, you can watch over mid, but we'll see if anything else does develop throughout. But a KJ as well. The KJ for CMU. I love this pick, Neon. What do you think about it?
I actually am very interested to see how this works. The double Sentinel comp is so fun. Not to get a little too into myself, but I do coach a team outside of just casting, and one of the strats that we run over is a double Initiator, double Sentinel. It's not something that we run specifically in tournaments, but it's something we do as almost like a proof of concept to, see the style. So to see the double Sentinel brought here on Ascent, I think is a great idea. It's very difficult for defending teams to hold those choke points on A and B main. It can be very difficult to maintain that control if you don't have enough utility dumped into it. And so with the controller, the double Sentinel, and everything, you're able to get the best of both worlds. And because of the fact that they're bringing the chamber, that means they don't have to necessarily bring the jet. They're able to bring the Raze, who provides plenty of utility and a lot more space clearing utility. So that's a very interesting comp that we don't usually see here on Ascent. Flipping onto the other side, Central Methodist, pretty standard so far. They do bring a Brim instead of what we've typically seen in the past few weeks as an Omen, but Brim is totally compatible. It's more just preference. There's not even like some fancy, Omen is better if you want to have more lurk, and Brimstone's better if you want. No. It's basically personal preference. They bring very similar kits. Omen with the TP and the flash, different sets. The Brim, the way I see it, right, is Omen and Brim both bring the smokes. Omen and Brim both bring a movement utility, Brim with the stim and Omen with the TP, and then each of them bring a piece of team utility, whether it's a molly or a flash. So they both basically have the same thing. It's just a difference of what utility they bring. Obviously, the ults are different, but, that's pretty much the main difference as we get straight into the pistol round of map 1.
Here we go. Around here, a stack for Concordia. Start things off, and very slow start here. Not wanting to take any chances. Skeptic is watching over this area. He's in for a rude awakening. Spots a couple, then over 3 smokes down, and already that KO knife being used did spot a couple. It's going to be forcing Concordia to make a decision here. They do have a trip on their flank, so they do have that. They don't have to be worry about any sort of flanking option. The smoke is kind of put in an awkward spot for Skeptic, so we'll see if he does end up finding anything, but already a lot of time being burned off here for Concordia.
Yeah, it seems that, so far Concordia is kind of just playing to maybe bait an over-rotation, followed by an over-rotation back, but that's not really the case. But on the flip side, Central Methodist is playing this very passively. They have a lot of manpower here. I'd be interested to see if they decide to go for a fast retake here. Bomb down, Skeptic gets one onto Nalu. No trade coming through just yet. Skeptic will get cleared out. Red Radiant will find 2 already. Huge kills as Concordia takes a man advantage 4-3, and Red Radiant will find his 3rd on the round. And And he's getting pushed from both locations, both tree and main. Jawbreaker will be the one to find the kill, and it's all on Lonely X140. See what he can do. Turret down to try and clear some area. Not going to happen. Red Radiant a 4K to start the round. And I mean, you were totally right. Concordia, they played that very slow, very relaxed, but at the end of the day, they played a very fast pop with good utility usage, good site clear. They cleared out all areas of the site very efficiently, and I can't really point out anything as being incorrect. Maybe if Central Methodist had dumped a lot more utility there, that could have gotten a little awkward, but they didn't, and so Concordia played that very well.
Absolutely. Now the buy-up will come in here for Concordia, and this should be a very simple round for them, unless Central...
I have the spike.
I will continue to cast for you then. Yeah, 1-for-1 trade in a main. Taking space on B. X140 is alone over here, doesn't have any utility to play off of, and they're just basically baiting for this utility here. Andy's going to be on the fast flank. This whole point of this round is just to find frags, find kills, try and remove some weapons from the board. Spike slowly makes its way to site. But my plan here for Concordia, or what I would do, is that Concordia, they basically just need to play passive, try not to get picked off here. They know they have the gun advantage. This is probably the one round that I would say it's not a bad idea to just hang out boathouse, hang out in the back of sight, hold the long angles. Normally, I'm a much bigger fan of spreading out and trying to cover as much of the site and have varying angles, but during this type of round where you know they have close range superiority and long range weakness, play back, but already a 2-for-2 trade on site. This is pretty huge. There's low HP on the retaking defender, but I mean, that's a great round there from Central Methodist. They removed 3 guns from the board. They did let the plant go down, but I mean, the money situation is really leaning in their favor because they're going to get a full buy here. They didn't really have to struggle with anything here. It looks like X140 might be on a little bit of an uncomfortable buy, and Skeptic bringing light armor, but compare that to 2 Spectres and 3 Ghosts. That's a wonderful buy in my opinion.
Yeah, great buy. I can finally see the screen, so we're good. We're getting somewhere, Neon. Love to see it. But like you said, yeah, so these guns definitely Central Methodist, this is their round to lose here, especially with the gun advantage they do possess. We can start to see if maybe this defensive hold will look a little bit cleaner. But for Concordia, it's been a lot of aggressive push, a lot of waiting, burning out some of this utility, a lot of these smokes that Central Methodist are trying to employ to deal with these pushes. But now to be Concordia, slowly but surely looking to work up through one of these sides. But once again, another default start here. This is smart from Concordia, Neon. They know they don't have the gun advantage. They're going to try to wait, buy some time, and force Central Methodist to get a little bit over eager and push up when they don't expect it.
I do like this from Concordia, though, because what this shows to me is that they trust their default a lot. They have a well-run default that they probably scrimmed quite a bit and that they feel very comfortable with. And so far, I mean, obviously this is a bonus round, so you don't necessarily expect them to come away with much. But so far, in the 2 rounds that we've seen, they've just been very comfortable with their default. And despite the fact that they're on lower weapons, they have no problem kind of relaxing, sitting back, playing that more passive, go with the flow style. And already Stepro's made some good headway into tree, but Garden could give him some issues where he's got a double crossfire. That's going to land Skeptic a beautiful kill. Spike's going to get retrieved, but Shadow Ghoul's actually able to find Ganseason. And just like that, they're able to get on the site. If the plant goes down, this is a huge W for Concordia, and it will. 4v4. They may not have been able to retrieve any weapons, but the molly will go down. Nope, not quite enough. Not quick enough. And this full heaven retake is going to be a little awkward for Central Methodist as they have a lot of angles to clear with those close range weapons that they have to deal with. Great line there from Jawbreaker, but it's going to lead to a perfect spam. Skeptic absolutely lights them up.
Lights him up, 4v3, now making a 3v3 here. Showstopper going to be used as well. He lets it run, but he fires. Massive kill for Red Radiant. Gets 3 out of it all and absolutely annihilates Central Methodist. The Eagles get destroyed. Oh my word, what an ultimate by Red Radiant. 10-0 and 0, smurfing in this game 1, Neon.
I mean, absolutely fantastic. Red Radiant is currently 10-0. And that should just show that ultimate, the way they played, they win on their bonus by simply playing their default very well, executing on site perfectly, getting the plant down with good time, and then just playing off of their playmakers, which obviously right now is Red Radiant, who's playing like a playmaker. Incredible here. And look, despite the fact that they know they have super strong weapon advantage, and normally in this situation, I would say this is a good time to try and change the pace, rush site, get a little aggressive, show them who's boss, right? But they're just going to trust their default here. They have no problem. Now that will let NECC push up pretty deep into mid, but if anybody peeks top cat, which StepBro will, NECC will be punished.
And he is going to be an aggressive push up here, but StepBro right in front, able to take down Gond. Andy now in a bit of a precarious situation. StepBro, does he clear below him? Oh man, the timing pretty rough here, but Andy now going to be spotted. Shadow Ghoul takes him down. He can only survive for so long, and now it's going to be Concordia looking to emphasize, put their foot down on top of this B site. Skeptic with only a frenzy in hand, he can just watch his site get taken over. A 2v5 situation. Concordia, a great display of patience and poise, and this is going to be looking for their 4th round win. There's not really much the Eagles can do here.
Not even getting the plant down yet there. Will finally going down. And again, 2v4, big eco. All they got to do is not lose guns here. StepBro fighting 3 and 4. Beautiful, flawless round. They keep all of their weapons and absolutely just destroying right now. I mean, Central Methodist, they are in a really awkward situation, and rightfully so. Central Methodist will take a timeout. That's probably the right call here. They call the timeout, they reset. Obviously, things aren't going right. Now, here, they have a bye. They're able to get their weapons back. They're able to kind of hit the hard reset here. This is Ascent. It's a defender-sided map. They have to play to that defender-sided advantage. I think the possibility of a 6-6 may have already slipped through their hands, but being able to try and weasel out like a 7-5 or an 8-4 could be the difference maker here.
Absolutely. I think it's good for the timeout just to reset the mental. Clearly these 4 rounds have not gone your way, and I think it's just Central Methodist kind of just not really taking for granted, the positions that they did have. And there was a lot of times where it was just Concordia just waiting out some of this utility, pushing forward afterwards, and the trades just weren't there. So, hopefully, for the Eagles fans in chat, they can finally rally behind their team, but it's got to be around this null command and this orbital strike. You have to use these 2 ultimates in conjunction with that Hunter's Fury, potentially even the lockdown, to go for some of these stalling plays. Andy, 3 ult orbs off, of that ultimate can definitely look to get a bit annoying there with all the amount of stalling power that they do possess. But Neon, anything else you want to see, especially out of this KJ? I mean, this is where you expect the KJ to thrive on this defensive side. Do you expect anything different to change after that timeout?
Well, I do think that part of the problem right now for Central Methodist is that they're really not using their utility efficiently on the choke points of the map. And I know that seems like ultra specific, but it's one of those things where, if you give them enough time and they just sit back and they bait out utility, eventually they have to hit site, and usually they have to do that through the choke point. And if you're able to dump utility in those areas, you have Brim Mollies, you have KO Mollies, you have KJ Mollies, you have Shock Darts, you have a lot of damage dealing utility, not to mention the smokes, the darts, the arrows, the knives, everything that you can use in these situations to just delay. I mean, Concordia is running the clock down pretty much every round. They really don't execute until around 50 or 40 seconds, depending on how the pacing of the round has been. Now, that's actually a really good dart, because that gives StepBro the kind of awkward moment of, are they pushed out B main? Did they jet smoke it? Now he feels a little uncomfortable. Now he is going to just press forward and kind of just hope that his trip is staying alive. But you see, he has to continually second guess himself and season. Crosshair placement isn't there. StepBro, beautiful shot. NECC finds 1, but immediately traded by Nalu. Brim ult's going to come out to try and deny, but it's not going to be enough. Nalu, another great shot to find Skeptic, and it's already a 2v4 again.
And a 2v4, a daunting task indeed. Tour de Force still primed and available, and Central Methodist looking down the barrel of a potential 5-0 scoreline. Somebody's got to have to step up, and Andy getting that first kill on the StepBro could be the start. He's got a better gun now, and here we go. Andy against the world here with this Vandal in hand. They'll get rid of the turret, and now it's going to be 2 players over in main. Just playing keep away here, and it's so difficult to watch over all these angles. Jawbreaker going to be good for 1, can't find 2. Andy scores away, but he's getting absolutely bombarded. His location's revealed as well. A 2v1 situation, and Nalu, he'll be good for 3. He shimmies away as well. 5-0 for Concordia. Dominant in these early rounds.
But you see what I'm saying there, where like it came down to like the 40-second mark, almost
Right.
30 seconds, and they just walked through a main. I mean, yes, there was a util, there was a brim ult, but they just didn't really worry about it. They just walked into the site and took the gunfights and won. Now, if you're winning those gunfights, then these rounds should be about 50-50, but Central Methodist is not winning these gunfights. And at the end of the day, if you're not winning gunfights, you have to make things more hectic. You have to throw things to the wind and try and just make stuff stick. And right now, it's kind of seems like they're not doing that. They're kind of defaulting now. But actually, if we look over at A main, they're going to aggress out. Season's going to find one on a Red Radiant. That's a huge pick now over on A main. The gunfights are still going on over there as we continue to watch X140. But over on A main, Jawbreaker gets the refrag onto NyQuil, and this A main fight could actually put a little bit of a hamper into how Concordia plays this, because now they no longer have any bit of man advantage. Sure, it's a 4-4, but they've lost A main control, which has been a key part of their attack. Ooh.
But I think it's a great adjustment. I think we've all been in this situation where you're down 5-0, 6-0, and you just want to try something different. And there it is. It doesn't really work out in their favor. They still are able to find one kill at the end of it all, and now it's going to be the lockdown into Jawbreaker, looking to insert himself onto the B side. It would be a pretty decent combo if they are able to pull it off. And it looks like that will be the solution here. B is the target. Skeptic down to 15 HP. He's got to be so careful, but the mollies they aren't placed for X140. He hasn't really been able to deal with this push, and there's Thunder Fury we've been talking about. We've been harping on Andy looking to rifle in from downtown. Finally, the mollies starting to put in some work for X140. The plant will go down a 3v3 situation as Andy will push forward, has the Owl drone in hand, and they'll use it for a bit of intel. 3-on-3 situation with the spike down. And the smoke's primed and ready. Good intel here for Andy. We'll spot Stepro, but that's just one. It should be obvious where these other two players are if they are able to clear out A main. Now it's going to be, for B main 2, now it's going to be the question of 3v3. Where do these players come from? Skeptic on the left. X140 and Andy on the right. Ollie will be used first. Recon aren't available. The time is ticking lower and lower. You gotta make a move. X140 gets taken down. Jawbreaker and Shadow Ghoul take down the other two. Andy and Skeptic fall. And just like that, Concordia putting on a clinic here, 6-0. The retake be damned. Central Methodist just running out of ideas.
Yeah, I mean, this just really comes down to, I hate to say it, because I never like to say this. I never do. But at the end of the day, sometimes games just come down to one simple thing, and it's you just gotta win your ones.
Right.
You know, like we watched some games. I've watched 13-0s before, where that's not the case. Everybody's on the same mechanical skill. They're playing well. I mean, for example, if you watched 100 Thieves get 13-0'd by the guard, both teams are very mechanically skilled. Mechanics were not the problem there. The problem was strategy. But here, I mean, Central Methodist, yeah, their strategy may not be perfect, but they're just simply not winning these gunfights. They're in 3v3 situations. They're in 2v2s on site. They're in these situations where it really just comes down to a 1v1 every single time. Sure, sometimes it comes down to a trade, but at the end of the day, you have to get a first pick to get trades. And Stepbro, he's going to open it up again. NyQuil will drop. And just like that, man advantage achieved. And now it's just on Concordia to just trade their way to victory.
That's your Blade Storm. That was the one glimmer of hope you've had on this save round. Now gone. So Spike is left behind here for Concordia, just trying to gain some space through these extremities. Mid seems to be the target. X140 is hunkered down in this area. Potentially can get a lucky kill here. It's going to be tough. They're working over towards B, encroaching onto the site. X140, definitely a difficult position. He's got two. Down at 3 players, but the alert bot's in a good spot. The turret's in a good position. When will Concordia look to pounce? They do now. Andy gets taken down. X140 gets 2. Oh man, would have loved to send out that one claim out, but he finally gets taken down by Stepbro at the end of it all. Stepbro still putting in work over from Market. Skeptic finally takes him down. A 2v1 situation for the Brim as the spike goes down.
This is huge for Skeptic right here. If he's able to convert this 2v1, this would be a massive. It's a momentum shift on a save round, a big thrifty. This will get the mental right back into it. This is definitely how you do this. You play well, you win these situations where everything's against you right here. It's a 1v2, but you put yourself in a winnable situation. You know how to retake this site. You've probably done it a million times in ranked, in comp, in scrims, everywhere. So now, do it in game. And Jawbreaker will make my monologue sound really dumb because he will one-tap Skeptic. And 7-0 will be the scoreline with Concordia, Wisconsin just absolutely washing this game.
Neon, the monologue was beautiful. Okay.
Thank you.
Don't let that kill let you distract you from the fact that was the greatest speech. I mean, it was gonna. I honestly, if that was me playing and I didn't know you were casting behind me, but if you were saying that speech to me, oh my god, I would have stepped up. But unfortunately, Skeptic not able to find the shots. But this could be the difference maker. NyQuil does now finally have the op. This could be the difference maker for the Jett, who hasn't really had the best of starts here. 1-7-3 for NyQuil, looking to ramp things up and get things going. But the problem is, it's been so difficult to force the retake to use this utility in conjunction with one another. They do have the lockdown, they do have the null command available, but the question is, how do you use it in conjunction with one another? The first kill will go the way of God, able to take down Red Radiant, able to take down Jawbreaker. That might be a good solution for SCMU, as they're going to be able to find a 4v2 situation with the lockdown still available. Concordia gonna have to look for the run for the hills, but they're already so far into A site, they might just have to commit. With Skeptic taking down Stepbro, it's a 4v1. Just a very, very, very tall task to the Sova, and he's just taken down.
Wow, that's impressive. Central Methodist brings it back. Now, convert that into more. I'm sorry, but I'm not impressed yet.
Oh, wow.
Right? You get one round. I'm not impressed.
All right.
1-7 is still very much a one-sided game. Now, though, you have a little bit of an economic gain here. You're no longer win, lose. I will say, Ascent is by far the hardest snowballing map, in my opinion, in the game. Maybe only second to Breeze, just because of how strong the op is on that map. But, I mean, on this map, I mean, if you don't have weapons every round, you don't have the proper utility, things get really difficult. But now that you have those things, convert them into more. Do more with this.
Absolutely. And I think the benefit of that last round was they didn't use that lockdown. They didn't use that null command. So they still have a couple of avenues to go to if the defense goes south. If those early contact plays aren't going in your favor, you still have some ultimates to play off of. But Stepbro, it's a decent amount of damage there. Overthrew market, but won't result in the kill. Bomb still left behind for Concordia. And they've been playing over through A. They've been playing over towards B. Mid has also been an option. They've really had limitless amounts of time here. They've been able to pick and choose where they want to go. Every single time the rotations have been there, the smokes are going down over towards B, and that should be the target. It looks like they will go in with the Rays going through. Skeptic will be good for 1, taking down Red Radiant, taking down 2, taking down 3. Didn't get to see it, but it doesn't matter. B is cleared and controlled. 4v2 in favor of the Eagles.
Now, finally, Eagles have a little bit of a hope. I will say Skeptic wasn't able to convert the 1v2, but that's a huge 3k to find. Now making it 4v2. This is super winnable here. Now, Stepbro has been playing a little out of his mind, so, you know, GAN season needs to be a little hesitant here, a little relaxed. I will say, though, there is something I didn't like about this defense from Central Methodist, and that is they just refuse to put players on the bomb site. They just really like to play so far back. Missed shot from NyQuil. Can't find the right flick. It's all down to Andy now. 1v1, but the defenders will win as the spike doesn't go down. It's down lane. Shadow Ghoul will save here. Not really worth it looking at the economy, but at the end of the day, hey, Central Methodist, they listened. They converted it into more.
Are you not impressed? When do we get Neon to be impressed here with the defense? What does it mean for you? Because you said 7-5, they'd be good. They're at 7-2 right now. Still have that lockdown available. Still have the orbital strike available. I think it's very important that Skeptic and X140 play their lives here. You have to play for your survival because those two ultimates are so imperative to stalling Concordia's attack.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you just need to stall them out. And I think we've seen that because when they get stalled out, they go in a little rushed, which is normal. That's how every team does. They need to do it rushed. Now, teams that can do that in a rush and win, like Concordia, they're going to play these situations very well. But Central Methodist, they just have to delay a little longer. I don't like peeking out there with your pistol out while you scan NyQuil, but I am not the Jett. And unfortunately, we have a little bit of a technical error, so we are going to take a little bit of a pause. We had a crash, but that's okay. We will be back in just a moment. We will go to break for a short period of time while our observer gets right back into it. Apologize for this, but we'll let you know what happened, I promise. Hello and welcome back. We had a little bit of a technical issue, and I'm very sorry that you missed Central Methodist Eagles being able to convert that round into a W. We had a little bit of a technical error, but it happens. We apologize, and we get right back in. 7-3. Campbell, this is entirely doable from Central Methodist. It will be difficult, but it is doable. They convert these last 2 rounds here on defense and have a solid attacking half. This is entirely plausible.
Absolutely. It seems like CMU have definitely, readjusted. They've cooled down. The nerves that we've seen, before in those pistol rounds, those early rounds are now gone. And NECC, with this operator in hand, is looking to be able to clear out this extremity, clear out A main, and use that as a beacon here for CMU to get some more space. This is going to be the first pick. Does he find the kill? Gond is there as well to defend his operator, but it will mean they're overwhelmed. The dash is going to be used, not to. Will be good for 1. Giving things at a 4v4, but the lockdown is available here, and that could be the initiation tool that Concordia need to get onto site.
There it goes. Concordia pops it, and they're able to find Jawbreaker. This is actually very interesting, as Central Methodist, now having man advantage. I mean, they kind of have to pop site here. Or excuse me, not Central Methodist. Concordia, Wisconsin, having man advantage here, as Jawbreaker finds the pick on the player on site. But now, here comes the retake. I believe they know Brim is on flank, as I think he just destroyed a trip, but I could be wrong. Yep, they're focusing him up. I do not imagine he finds a whole lot here from Skeptic. But X140 and Andy trying to retake from sight. Skeptic pops the smoke. It's in a little bit of an odd area, and Stepbro will be the one to find the frag. 2v4 now. Very low HP from X140. Could get killed by a friendly shock dart if they're not careful, but they will swing onto 1. That's a great double swing. Now they've got to clear out Hell, trying to find Shadow. Ghoul will not find him at first. Andy will find it, pulls out the rifle, but there's just no ammo, no time. I don't think this is it. Nalu will find it, and Concordia, they go ahead and bring things back into their court. 8-3 now, which makes things difficult for Central Methodist. Even if they take this last round, this is still a very uncomfortable situation. Now, to be fair, if we go back to the last game, if you were here for our previous game, then you will know that the Bulldogs came back from an 8-4 on Haven, but they were also playing a much more refined game. I don't want to be like this, but Concordia is playing very, very well right now. And Central Methodist, they're playing great. We're seeing some good individual skill, but Concordia is still controlling a majority of these rounds.
Absolutely. And now with the Ultimates here online, you've had that lockdown for a good while. If you are Central Methodist, I'd be shocked if they aren't able to find it here, but A is going to be locked in. Freshman 40. Oh, that's so lucky for him, and he is able to get away. No, not quite. Shadow Ghoul actually from Tiles is able to find the kill, and now that's the operator gone. That's the mid pillar, the mid defensive pillar for SMU gone, or CMU, excuse me. Now for Concordia, they can just pick and choose where to go again.
Yeah, this is the point in time where they can just split up the map, right? Because you've got Red Radiant over in A main, full A main control. You've got KJ over in B main, full B main control, right? And then they get the pick on the op mid. They could go anywhere here. And I think that Central Methodist knows this, because you see they're not overcommitting. They're not rotating, because they could go anywhere here. Now the smoke should clear things out. They're going to take the A-bomb site. Huge ult to come in. Yeah, that got the lockdown, gets the kill. Jawbreaker finds another on the mid, or excuse me, on the tree rotate, and now they have full site control. Now they do have the Sova ultimate, but I mean, do you just delay the plan? It's not really worth it in this current state. They will try and use it to get a pick. Finds a tag onto Jawbreaker and a second, so this is definitely doable. Wobbing to finish off Red Radiant. Still 2 low HP players. Nalu does a lot of damage to Andy, but Andy finds it. Now it's a 2v3. This is still doable, but the op from main will find Skeptic, and just like that, Andy in yet another clutch situation. Shadow will clean it up. 9-3. Are we going to see a curse, Camel?
Switching sides.
Paper X G2 9-3 there. So potentially the Eagles can channel their inner VCT in them, because they're going to need a big round from NECC here. He has not had the greatest of starts here, but this is the round he can really start to gain some autonomy in this game. He's able to find those dashes with the Cloudburst, should be able to get some easy entry frags and some easy intel for your team, along with the algorithm. There's a lot of ways for CMU here to get on to one of these sites and really make it a simple push that isn't going to be, dampened by any sort of cheeky corners or anything like that. So we'll see how they do end up working this offense with those stims, though. I mean, it's a great way to get onto site, but the fact that there's only one, with that nerf, it really means, once you commit, you're really committing to that site.
Mm-hmm. I do also think NyQuil on the attacking side is probably going to be better than NyQuil on the defending side, solely because he's able to make space here, right? He's able to play to the beat of his own drum. On defense, he's kind of left in a situation where either he's let off the leash and he has to go try and make stuff happen, which against a very disciplined team like we've seen Concordia, play like, is challenging, or you have to play very structured and standardized, which for some duelist players is frustrating. You're in this situation where you want to be peaky, you want to be doing stuff. Great shot from Red Radiant. Just line it up and click the head. It's that easy. Nade comes out, Skeptic gets damage. And just like that, your main control's lost, right? You push through this, you smoke through this. Season wants to step pro the timing on tiles. It looks like they're just going to walk out a main. They get the pick. Is step pro there in time? No, Skeptic finds the kill. Just like that, 4v3 advantage. Concordia in a little bit of an awkward situation in what should have been a better round for them. They got the first pick. They had good site control. Nalu will find one on the X140, but it's a 3v3 now on the retake.
Really rough. Yeah, I got scared too, Jawbreaker. It's all good. He's going to have the smokes here. He's going to have the shadow step if he wants to go for a play. There's the dart being used. His location will be revealed. Skeptic has got to be careful. Has one more smoke to play off of. There's the Owl Drone. Lots of good intel for CMU. The onus sits on Concordia to make a move. Shadow Ghoul will be good for one from the skies. And a 2v2 situation. Gaunt has that knife in 8 seconds. Could go for a massive play there. There's the first defuse from Jawbreaker, but the Sova darts are so annoying to deal with. A pest. Shadow Ghoul will be good for one more, but there's just not enough time. Andy still making it difficult. He will get all the kills he needs. The 4th round victory for CMU, and a much needed one to start this 3-9 curse. Let's see if they can do it here. Another crucial round on this buy up. See if they can really hammer it home and really deal with Concordia.
Yeah, so if they can win this bonus round, that'll push it to 9-5. Now, in my opinion, this round should be over.
Right.
Maybe it gets a little uncomfortable, but it should be over, right? Central Methodist should be able to convert this. The question is, after this, do you force up? Do you try and push the issue? Do you try and keep Concordia, Wisconsin with only 9 rounds on the board? Or do you give up 10 and let them take an advantage, right? Do you let them, pull ahead, so to speak? Because 10-5 is not easy to come back from. That's 5 whole round difference. Your eco is not necessarily in the most comfortable position, but things are just difficult. Now, the good news is, if they win this round, go to the next round, they save, any kills they get is really going to hurt Concordia's economy. So there's a lot of nuance here. Red Radiant trying to find the first pick on the GAN season. Definitely peeking out a little bit more aggro with that classic than expecting. NyQuil, though, will find one on the Jawbreaker. Nade comes out, but they've already walked out sight. The nade will disrupt Andy enough to get him off the drone. Red Radiant just peeking through that smoke slowly. Andy will find another one on the step row. That's the person tree. And NyQuil and X140 will find both of the players playing mid on the rotate. And now it's all up to Red Radiant, who's playing excellently, but now with just a classic, not a lot of util, 0 util actually, and 25 HP, I just don't see a situation where, Skeptic one taps him in the head through a wall, and that will be the round. Flawless, beautiful. They get to hold onto their guns, they get to go on to the next round, and now any kills they get onto these rifles is massive.
And this is where it gets interesting. This is where I think the second half starts for Concordia. And I think CMU, they understood as soon as that pistol round was won, they knew that they were able to find that second round as well with the specters that they had. Just too much aggression for Concordia to deal with. And this is where you really have to reach in to the bag of tricks, do something nifty. And I think it has to be something with Skeptic here. If he's able to get this orb over from A main, get that ult orb, that could be the difference maker here in this round. We'll see if Red Radiant allows that, as he's already going to be using that boombot for a bit of intel gathering, but Andy will destroy it, use the Owl Drone himself. So for CMU, just going to be about buying time here, waiting for more utility to be used, and just playing off of each other's content, because right now it's really just about going for these 1-for-1, going for these 2-for-1 trades. You're not going to be able to win out these 1v1 gunfights if it really comes down to it. So for Concordia, it's just about buying time, and for CMU, see if they can stack up, but they're walking right into the KJ utility.
I think if they destroy this turret here, right, I think they might just be able to run into sight and overwhelm KJ here, solely for the fact that Ooh, well, now KJ's off as well. Like, yeah, the mollies are difficult, but if you get one good shock dart in there, right? Or you're able to just shoot them as you run in, or if you're able to any number of possibilities here. Or if this knife hits, oh, they could have sight for free. I think it got destroyed. 1-for-1 trade. X140 and Shadow will go back to back.
30 seconds
4v4
left.
now. Did they just open the door? I think they might have just opened the door. Andy just opened the door and shot him in the face. Wow, I don't think he did that on purpose, but he did, and it worked. And Concordia now in a 3v4. Andy takes a lot of damage from those shock darts. He's actually gonna die. Oh my goodness. Yeah, dude, you're standing on default.
Satchel out.
Forgot the protractor. Math prodigy. Well, 3v3 situation, but Skeptic, you can see him there. He's lying in wait, waiting for the orbital strike to be used. Red Radiant, as he suspected there, lingering around. Will be good for one, taking down the brim. Now it's a 3v2 situation. Boathouse is the name of the game here for Gone. X140 gonna be good for one more, taking out Shadow Ghoul. Gone and X140 holding down the line flawlessly, but it's gonna be up to Stepbro, who's still able to readjust, reevaluate, and contest. And he finds the defuse and finds the 10th round victory, silencing CMU, and the Eagles are flustered.
I will say though, I mentioned any kill they get this round is
important.
massive, and
Yep.
they killed everybody. I mean, they did excellent in the killing people department. Now they're on a full buy, while Concordia is on a very awkward buy. Now all they have to do is try not to run into too much utility, try not to get one tapped by a Deagle, try not to get sprayed by an Ares, try not to get one tapped by a Marshall, camped in a corner by a Spectre, or shot in the face by Stepbro. So there is a long list of things that you have to do, but it's actually a little bit easier than fighting against rifles. I promise. For people that don't play Valorant, I promise it's easier.
Has to be. We'll be able to spot Red Radiant once again. This time it looks like NyQuil is fancying his chances here in this 1-for-1 trade, but they're just looking to get the orb, and now Gone to laugh that. Null command ready. Orbital strike still available for Skeptic, and I wonder if this flash is going to be the go signal for NyQuil to push in. There's the stim as well, and here we go. Red Radiant
Great
falls. NyQuil going to be good for one, and that means A-Site will be sanitized and cleared away. Stepbro, see if he can get much done. He peeks out of the smoke. He's taken down. NyQuil good for one more, and this is what you wanted to see out of the Eagles duelist. He finally gets those early contact kills and gives the A-Site over to CMU.
Yeah, they have Brim ult, they have KO ult, they have so much utility, they have weapon advantage, they removed the one rifle. It might be able to be recovered if KJ breaks this door and is able to, just grab it right out. But I mean, the low HP, she could get spammed, everything's uncomfortable. Jawbreaker up top with a Marshall could go insane with the Marshall, but I just don't know. Looks like the Vandal has been picked up and moved as well, so I don't think there's anything to pick up here. NyQuil finds 3, Andy pops out, finds 2, and NyQuil with a beautiful 4K, a flawless round, which is exactly what Central Methodist needed. This is starting to heat up. This is a game. Now I'm impressed, because Central Methodist now has gun advantage, huge economy advantage. They are sitting pretty. They have 3 out of the 4 of these starting rounds. They did just enough on their defending side, just barely enough to win this half. That, I mean, this game's entirely win. They're only 4 rounds behind.
And if they win this one, Neon,
close.
I mean, it's, look at the economy. It's,
Yeah, this is a huge round for Concordia.
they have the Hunter's Fury to do it. There is 3 ultimates on Central Methodist side. I wonder if this is going to be the go signal here with this Molly, with the lineup play for Gone. If that's going to, man, it looks like maybe CT. We'll see what ends up happening here, as that will be thrown over.
Oh, I think it's stairs? Oh, it might have missed.
On top of stairs. Okay, I like to see it. The spider monkeys here clearly predicting the jet updraft, but regardless, it will be a 5v4, so they take the site, and the Hunter's Fury will be there to counter for Shadow Ghoul from downtown, raining in. These Hunter's Fury shots, the last one will take down Andy, and he bludgeons the sofa. Good for one, giving things at a 4v4 situation, but you still have 3 ultimates available for the stalling potential. And for CMU, they have to be able to go to one of these ultimates if they so choose.
Yeah,
There we go, the
KO.
Milk Man. Yeah, there it is.
Now the name of the game is just delaying, right? Just wait, let your ult command do what it does best, let it waste time, let it cause them to take their time. Jawbreaker, though, in an awkward situation, he has to drop him the molly, and it won't work. Skeptic gets it with the molly. There's just no chance there. Beautiful ult usage there, but now they're just grouped upstairs. Gansey's in close. Will find it. Skeptic and X140 with perfect timing. Find it in 7-10. Central Methodist Eagles. I mean, that's a perfect way to do it. And Concordia, they don't have money to buy anything here. They are just in a terrible situation. Stepbro's gonna up, but what else do you have here? Jawbreaker on a Marshall and Nalu on a Deagle?
This is a really, really bad situation for Concordia. It's, essentially a Walmart buy here. You're going to have to hope that Stepbro can come out with something magical with this tour de force, because otherwise it's just going to be the same thing. It's going to be Central Methodist running down, using Don's flashes in conjunction with NECC. He finally has a way to get into these sites, and he has the protection on the defensive end of things. He wasn't really able to work with his team in this type of manner, so now on the offensive end, we're seeing him thrive in these sorts of situations, and it'll be the same play. Don has the flash ready, and A-Site is the target. The question is, can they deal with the player over at Tree? That'll be the question. Smokes goes down, and here we go. NECC waiting for his moment to strike. Stepbro in a decent spot. Can he find the option? That's the question. NECC propels himself up top. On top of Jenny, he goes, looking for more here. Is Red Ready gonna be able to find
that's
two?
huge.
Through the dart, he's gonna be able to get one. Gon goes down. Here comes the retake. Here comes the spray from Andy. Is gonna be good for one, taking out Stepbro. That's the one player with a gun. Gone.
Skeptic will find Shadow, though. 3v4 now. Things have slowed down significantly. The defensive retake has just stalled. NECC will find Red Radiant. I mean, that may have been your best chance. You have the Marshall. Now they will find a headshot here. But a 1v3 jumps down. Not able to land the shot. Skeptic with a 3K on the round. 8-10. This is so close. And I mean, Central Methodist, they are looking downright clinical here on attack. And I mean, you look at the economy, and there you go. That's going to be the defender timeout. And Concordia knows they thought they had this round in the bag. They thought they had this game in the bag. And man, how things have changed. We went from a 9-3 half to 8-10. Very close. Concordia's gotten one single round on their defensive side. That is unbelievable.
It's pretty surprising, because this is, a decently defensive oriented composition with the Chamber and KJ. So it'll be interesting to see where Concordia turn to, if it's a different type of defensive hold. I mean, because you should have enough alert bots, enough trips to really cover the entire map. I mean, it's tough. It's tough for Concordia. I don't really know. It just feels like Central Methodist have just become more confident in themselves, and NECC especially has stepped up in a big way.
Yeah, they've stepped up massively, and looking at the scoreboard as well, which we don't have up right this second, but in a moment we should be able to check it out. You look at how every single member of Central Methodist has stepped it up in the kills department as well. It's not just utility, it's not just space control. You see, they've stepped it up in kills. I mean, I don't like to do this comparison. I do it in ranked sometimes, but like, is the first frag, is the top frag on each team, who's leading that, and then on the second frag, who's the better second frag, and then third frag, who's being the better third frag? Well, if we look at it, Red Radiant's leading the third frag, right, over NECC. But then we look at every other position, right? Skeptic's leading in the top frag division, and then in terms of the bottom frag, it's being led by Central Methodist, but everything else is completely even. And Skeptic, early one on the Red Radiant, but oh, look at this. They are absolutely trucking it down B. They see the aggression A, and they meet it with aggression B. Drops the spike to make sure KJ can get the ult out. Goes for the door. Nalu. Oh, this is a great time to swing, but unfortunately it's not there. Stepbro will find Gam Season, though. It's going to be a 4v4. Make it a 4v3. A Skeptic on the lurk has just been so effective. Finds Jawbreaker. And I feel like I'm constantly saying Skeptic's name. He's been, invincible this game. Absolutely insane since he's gotten on the attacking half. And even on defense, he seemed to be the only bright spot that Central Methodist had. Now, Stepbro will get a refrag here on to Michael. And Nalu will pop the counter ult from earlier. But just like that, here comes the Hunter's Fury. It will not only clean up Stepbro, it will destroy the lockdown that was so massive. Tap comes through. Ultimate gets them off of it. Now they're able to get on site, though. Skeptic with a 4K to win the round. That was just all on Skeptic. That whole round was him. A main, the lurk, taking on with the ult, and then the last kill. I mean, that was all Skeptic all day.
That was so close. Skeptic was at 4 HP. Andy almost killed him with his own Hunter's Fury. That could have been very different. It could have been very bad, but they are able to clean up. It's all about the fine margins, Neon. And now 9 to 10, you're back into the situation for Concordia. You're saving again. It's really just been a complete polar opposite to that first half of play. You're on another Sheriff Marshall buy, and it just looks so hopeless for you on this round. It'll be interesting to see how they adapt if they decide to go for anything crazy. But we saw that last round, Neon. They pushed up. They thought they had an advantage. They used the paranoia, and they just get punished. 2 die over at A. And that was a very winnable round if they end up going for it. Now it's going to be a fake lockdown. A is the actual target, but B, it's almost a ruse, Neon.
Yeah, Stepbro might be close enough to hear this. He might hear this arrow if it comes out in time, but he's already cat. Here he comes falling back, but the smoke's already down. It's over. Red Radiant wastes the ult to get absolutely zero value. Andy will find Stepbro. That's the Marshall gun, which I know isn't a lot, but that's something. Jawbreaker finds Nightfall, though. That's a huge headshot, but the Molly comes in. The retake's going to be slowed. 4v4 here. Concordia, they've got to make space, and they've got to make space fast. They just don't have the weapons to challenge a lot of these long-range angles late round, and X140 on the lurk will find knowledge.
Gonna try to shoot through the wall, take down Gon. He's in such a nifty position, but the headshot is going to be able to take him down. Jawbreaker, good for one, true to his name. Now a 3v3 situation. They'll check hell just to be safe. There's the Molly. The recon dart as well. Andy has one shock dart available. The stalling power we talked about, we harped on for CMU. It's so difficult for Concordia. There's the first defuse. They're going to spray him down. Shadowghoul can't find anything. X140, they've done enough. They're going to try to run away. Can't even live. Oh no, it's rough. They all end up dying at the end, but the round goes the way of CMU, and that's exactly what they came for.
Man, Central Methodist has just been unstoppable on this half. I mean, good gosh, they have just been hightailing it straight into sight. I mean, it's amazing because this map, it's kind of defender-sided. Concordia has a defender-sided comp. Concordia was absolutely unstoppable on their attacking side. They played incredibly disciplined. They had incredible mechanics and gun skill and crosshair placement. They were everywhere. And then to just completely fumble everything. I mean, it's unbelievable almost.
I mean, it's a little surprising, but this just shows, the momentum factor in Valorant. When you're hitting your shots, you're hitting your shots. And for Concordia, it was like that in the first half. Now for Central Methodist, they are starting to make a run on this attacking half, but it's not over yet. Concordia still can turn this around, but it starts with this round. And the KJ utility hasn't really been something that Central Methodists have even had to deal with. They just really run through it. They bulldoze it down, and now they're going to try to use these flashes, gain some type of control over through A, and the extremity will be cleared. Stepbro with 10 HP, just barely getting out, but no healing on this Concordia side, so that damage is going to stick. Stepbro with a blow of wind will get taken down.
Yeah, I mean, this is already looking kind of awkward for Concordia because they just don't have any space. Look all over the map, right? A main control, given up. Central Methodist has it. Mid, NyQuil is all the way up. B main, all the way up. Now, this is a huge gunfight. Jawbreaker wins this. Yep, mid control. Now sacrificed. Now the question is, do they read this B main? Now, I do really like this. Concordia with man advantage. Playing very smart. They have the KJ backside, playing off util. Now the KO ult is going to be massive, but KJ can just wrap back here. Red Radiant will find one on the cross. Nelu is going to be the difference maker here. We'll find one, we'll find two. Skeptic with the trade, but it's a 1v4 unless he can somehow pick up his KO buddy, but I just don't think he's got it in him. Red Radiant will find it, and just like that, just as the series is tied up at 10-10, Concordia finally put their second round on the board. You can't make this stuff up.
I think they finally figured it out, Neon. It was really, they were bleeding too much in those retake scenarios. When they were going for those retakes, it was usually a 3v4, a 2v3. They were down in that man advantage column. This time around, that pick onto NyQuil was so crucial. If Jawbreaker doesn't find that, there's not a retake. You have a mid player to worry about, but this time around, they're able to deal with the lurker through mid, and once NyQuil goes down, the rest is history. So now you see 11-10. Jawbreaker stepping up here in a big way on that last round. Can he do it again here? That's the question. NyQuil has the Blade Storm available. Skeptic one off of that orbital strike. We'll see if he's able to find that ult orb and make that ult count. But for the time being, a bit of a new strategy here. Going up cat here. Let's see if this pays off.
I do like that Central Methodist is switching it up. The second it doesn't work, forget it. Let's go. Let's switch it up. Do not let them read into what we're doing. Let's change it entirely. Drone in through tree. Starting to make a lot of space. They shot the trip. This A main presence, though, this is going to be massive here. And Red Radiant finds NyQuil. That is big. This A main presence, so this literally makes or breaks this attack and this defense. X140 finds Jawbreaker. The smoke was down A main. That's smart, but now they're split up. They have to deal with a huge crossfire here, right? This is going to come down to the Sova in tree who goes down. Red Radiant falls, and X140 dies to Nalu. Now it's a 2v4. There's no A main control. Skeptic will find Stepbro in A main. The defender ult, though, goes down. The Brim ult's going to risk it. They're going to basically say, we're fighting for this round. Skeptic finds another one onto Ghost, but just like that, he's traded back, and Red Radiant with a 4K on the round. And as long as there's time on the board, he will win this. Plenty indeed.
Wow.
And that's match point, just like that.
That is just an insane retake from both sides. The defense from Central Methodist to try to stop it with that orbital strike. They deal with the lockdown, but there's just too much to deal with. And all the angles are being handled on. Did get that to a 1v1, but not able to do enough there. And so much was invested in that round. NyQuil still has the Blade Storm ready. Gotta look at Andy with that Hunter's Fury and 2 ult orbs, but regardless, Jawbreaker, he's gonna have that TP. Shadow Ghoul is one off of his own Hunter's Fury, the Showstopper as well. So different ways for Concordia to force off Central Method. It's just a matter of time if they are able to find those orbs, if they are able to find those kills. But I like the adjustments Central Methodists are making, looking for different ways to get onto one of these sites. It's just a matter of winning these gunfights.
Man, this has gotten so close so quickly. And I will say, I was wrong earlier when I said, yeah, with Concordia playing disciplined and Central Methodist not being there with the gun skill. Hey, they were just in a rut. They got out of it. They are on it. But the difference maker here right now is Concordia able to close things out? I think it really will come down to this last round. I think Central Methodist wins this. They might win the whole thing just based off of the fact that I don't know how Concordia responds. They've definitely struggled with the snowballing, but obviously Concordia wins. We go on to map 2. And I don't know if Concordia makes the same mistakes on the second map if they win this one, right? No, that's an interesting omen.
It's good info, though.
For a second, I thought he was going to stick that, and I was like, turn around.
Chad omen play.
Yeah, we don't cancel our TPs.
See, though, if that Chad omen play does come out here, because A is going to be the target. Jawbreaker's not even going to be in this first initial contact. There are trips available over through tree, so you should be aware. CUW once this push.
Oh, this could be huge. This is going to cancel out the Sova util. That could be massive. They need that information here. And now they're just going to try and flood sight. Shadowpool finds one, but immediately traded. Gan finds a second on its Stepbro. Molly comes out, and he's able to find Red Radiant. And just like that, Concordia struggling 2v4, but the time is an issue. Plant will go down. Doesn't matter. X410 setting up that post-plant util. They're both retaking from heaven. There is a low HP Sova, and they have smokes on the board, so this is not entirely undoable. That's an interesting Molly, but now there's a lot of space they've got to retake. Great blind. NyQuil falls. Nalu dead. Gan finds one. Nalu with the trade. It's now a 2v1. The attacker KJ ult, though, that might just be the nail in the coffin here for Concordia, Wisconsin. Able to get it to half. He's just sticking. Yeah, I was gonna say, guys, you wanna
let's wrap it up.
You wanna look at that real quick? You wanna
shoot in the head? Thank you.
Now, Concordia is not gonna have a goodbye here. Central Methodist is, for the most part, and I mean, maybe because of the fact that Concordia's maybe they pull out an eco strat here. They pull out something really interesting. It does look like Central Methodist really wants to go B, and that could be really dangerous with the KJ and the shotgun and everything. And I'm seeing it in my head. I'm getting Vietnam flashbacks. But as long as Central Methodist doesn't fall head over heels into the B site, they should be okay here. They don't pop the Sova ult to start. That didn't really get them a whole lot, just a little bit of info. And I think they're just going to convert that to a rotate.
Yeah, I think they just want the orb there for Gaunt. Now he's got the null command. That's a massive piece of utility. Deals with the trips, deals with the KJ utility. And it will be the fake here. Wow, Andy actually been taking out Nalu from downtown using that Hunter's Fury. Massive investment, but it pays off, and it's actually a bait and switch. So A's gonna be the target. Does Stepbro see this coming?
They hear it.
Seems like he's gonna be the one to watch over. Null Command will be used by Gandhi. He has 2 flashes available. How much can Stepbro do? That's the question. Nightfall, he can't find one. Stepbro still holding down the line before finally being taken down by Gond. A 3v4 looking very solid for CMU to force this overtime.
Things are close here, though. 4v3. Central Methodist has an advantage. That's a huge knife. So much info. The Molly will go out. He should be able to hold Guardian here pretty well, but Red Radiant has a huge HP advantage here on KO. Oh, great flash, but he doesn't swing off of it. Red Radiant, though. The time is going to become an issue here. There's a double hold cat. Oh my goodness, that finds one. Does he know that the second is there? I doubt it. I doubt he checks this. He gets shot in the butt, but it doesn't work. Andy doesn't get it. Andy does not get it. They have to be on here. X140 finds one. Andy finds the other. It's all going to be on this solo Omen play to keep it out of overtime, but there's no time, and Skeptic will find it. Jawbreaker falls. 12-12. We're going to OT, and honestly, I'm going to say it. There is no way you could have convinced me at the end of first half that this was going to OT. I've heard the 9-3 curse. I've heard it all. I just didn't see it in Central Methodist. I just didn't see that normal spark of, yeah, they're good. And I don't want to ramble too much on about this, but I do want to say, for those of you who watched the major where NA finally got there first. If you remember watching that, at the very end, there was a huge comeback against FaZe. Huge comeback. We were down, what was it? Oh gosh, like 6 rounds. My memory is terrible, right? But there was an interview with Stewie where he talked about at the end of that half, they were actually really confident because of the fact that they were like, yeah, we had shown sparks. We'd shown it. We've got this. I didn't see that same sparks here that team saw in themselves, but obviously Central Methodist, they see that. Radiant though, early one on the Nyquil. Again with a refrag, but Red Radiant with his second.
Not being able to take out Red Radiant's huge. Numbers advantage now in Concordia's favor, and let's see if CMU can find this spark here in overtime. Nalu gonna be able to briskly walk his way through the mollies and get the plant down here for his team. X140 still lying in wait, looking for his opportunity to strike, and he's not able to find any shots. The molly will force him back even further. And a 4v3 Concordia deja vu a little bit from that previous round. Let's see if CMU can walk in, but there's a showstopper for Red Radiant. If he's able to find that with 11 HP, he can just let that rip over through CT. We'll see how this plays out, but the bomb is already planted down. Time is not on CMU's side.
Things are going to get really hectic here. This retake is going to be awkward in this 3v4. Shock darts come out, do a decent amount of damage here, but not quite enough. This ultimate could be massive. The flash comes out. This is just being used to delay. It will finally rip out. Won't find anything, but that time is massive. They still have to clear 4 players. Yancy's gonna find one. Skeptic with another, but Stepbro and Nalu find 2. It's now all on X140. He finds 1, but not the other. And Concordia bring it to 13-12. Now it's just 1 round away. Oh man, but remember, they were elite on their attacking side. So can I really be surprised?
No. We at this point, we can't be surprised by anything. Both of these teams, they're pulling out all the stops, and you know, if you have any sort of tricks, if the coach is here, this is a coach diff right now, Neon. Overtime is where these set plays become more and more interesting. You know, we're seeing, you know, the fake Hunter's Fury over through B, rotating over through A. So these two teams have some strats to go to. It really just depends on, you know, these rotations, how many of these frags they're getting off of this early contact. Let's see how this utility does play out here for CMU, who need this round win in order to keep their hopes alive. Jawbreaker lying in wait, looking for his moment to strike. Will be good for 1 as he scurries away. He doesn't know there's a second one there. Now he does. He has the blind ready. There's the molly being thrown. Oh, the shrouded step to narrowly avoid dying there. 2 HP on Jawbreaker. It's a massive, massive win for Concordia, getting that kill and getting away.
Yeah, that is huge. The escapability right there should almost alone be evidence of how important having Omen's movement utility is. And Shadow on the flank fights 2 in a row. Oh my goodness, Central Methodist, after everything we've sat through, after everything we've seen from y'all. Oh man, 2v5. Gan finds 1. That's the low HP. The nade comes out. It'll force back Gan. Red Radiant doesn't find the shot yet, playing passive. They know where they are. They have him pinched in. The shock darts will come out. They don't quite land. Great angle from Stepbro. Doesn't quite hit it, but it don't matter. Stepbro and Nalu will close it out. And Concordia, after the 9-3 half, will still close out the game in their favor. But man, Central Methodist, I am way more excited for map 2.
I mean, this is really just a mental gap. I mean, I'm really excited to see how they come back in terms of their mental fortitude. Because you were down 9-3, you make it all the way back to overtime, not to win a single map. That's rough. That's really rough. It's going to be interesting to see how this team bounces back. I don't know what the second map is. I don't know. Do you know what it is? I don't know.
It is Icebox. Icebox and then Haven.
Okay, Icebox. So we are going to Icebox. We'll see if any changes come of the comps. We'll see if any strategies do change, but I'm excited. I just want to get right into the next game. So we're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, game 2 between these two squads. Don't go anywhere.
One enemy remaining.
Satchel up. There. I've got your trail.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
You will not kill my ally.
Spike down A. Last player standing.
I've got your trail.
Got her. Enemy down.
Light planted.
Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. Central Methodist versus Concordia here. Just had a very exciting game one here. The 9-3 curse almost unbackable there for Central Methodist, but just not able to close it out in overtime. Concordia lead the series 1-0 as we head into Icebox for game 2. What are you expecting, Neon, for adaptations out of Central Methodist?
Well, I think that they got a good read on how Concordia plays, and I think that's great. I think that they know that they like to play slow, they like to play passive, they play retakes on defense, they play late takes on attack, they default a lot. That's good. They can translate that onto Icebox. Icebox is definitely a map that can play in that way. I am worried because some teams on Icebox don't like to default as much. They prefer much more to just hit site, and that can be hard for Central Methodist to adapt to again, because obviously they struggled to adapt quickly. It took them time to adapt. They got it eventually, even on their own in the half that they were struggling in. But I do worry about how fast they can make those adaptation. Now they are starting on defense, which is where they struggled. But this isn't the worst map in the world to do that on, to struggle on defense. I mean, because it is a little bit more attacker sided, it may actually lean into how they play more. In fact, if I'm Central Methodist and I'm feeling particularly, bold, I suppose. I'm down one map. Let's do this. This is a perfect time to run double duelist, double initiator with a controller, no sentinel. Like, just, go crazy. Try a different comp. Obviously you don't have to. I'm not saying like that's the play that you should do. Anything that you guys bring out will work. But I'm saying if there's ever a time to say, let's just get super aggressive. Let's play this on attack. Oh, excuse me. By the way, they started on attack, not defense. I apologize. I was reading it backwards. Having them just play more aggressive and try and lean into what they do best, go for it, man. Try and throw Concordia off. That's your best chance to bring it to map 3 where you can centralize again and go back to comfortability. But if not, if you try and stick comfortably and you can't adapt to what Concordia does, you're just kind of out of the picture now. So that's my thinking. That's, if I'm the IGL, if I'm the coach, that's my plan. But what do you think, man? What would you do?
I'm just like, it's a little different because this game, Central Methodist, NyQuil is on Chamber now. X140 goes from the KJ to the Jet. I honestly am just kind of like interested to see how they play now as opposed to the first game, because they're on different roles. They're going to be playing different styles here. Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see how they adjust, because Concordia, they're right back to basically the same composition. You're just swapping out the KJ for the Save. So, are they able, Central Methodist, to adapt that quickly? Are they able to, play these types of roles? Because it's very difficult, game by game to swap, especially in these types of circumstances when you're down a game already. If you lose this next one, you are going home. So we'll see what Central Methodist have in store for us here as they will look to play this as sort of default style. Nothing too surprising here, Neon. We remember both these teams like to take these first couple rounds very slowly.
Yeah. They're going to relax a little bit here. Central Methodist sitting back a little bit on their attack, waiting for the picks to come to them. I think, especially in these early rounds, there is definitely an essence of we need to see what the other side does, because, things went very unorthodox on the first map, right? You don't plan on going down 9-3 and then trying to work your way back. So I think there's going to be a lot of waiting and trying to table their expectations for this half, right? Trying to read them a little bit deeper.
A seems to be the target, but things could change on a dime. NyQuil watching over mid, making sure no antics arrive in that regard. Actually kind of surprised he went for the ghost here, but regardless, A will be the target. But Jawbreaker, a very decent spot here. If he's not spotted, it could be absolutely major. Skeptic, he'll be the first one to push forward. He takes down Jawbreaker instantaneously, and with 30 seconds to go, the site will be taken, the spike will get taken down. A very late push, but finally, the utility comes out in full force for Concordia. They deal with 2 players of the Eagles, now a 4v3 in favor of the defensive side.
Yeah, this is huge. NyQuil gets the pick mid, though. This mid lurk is huge because now the defense has to re-centralize, and NyQuil gets a second. That's massive. Shadowghoul's going to finally get the refrag, but now it's a 2v2, and they had to spend a decent amount of time focusing here. Now, Central Methodist, they can actually back up. They're already in decent post-plant positions, all because of the time bought by NyQuil with that big 2-piece in mid, but they haven't backed all the way up. They're still playing close enough that I think this is entirely still possible to re-aggress, to get in their face. There's nobody nest. There's nobody belt. They're going to start to stick. The molly is coming in. I think not quite. Oh, man. The ammo just killed Red Radiant there.
Literally one or two more bullets he has Andy there. Unfortunately, just not able to find shots when it counted most. So Concordia, they'll lose that first round, and this is exactly what Central Methodist needed, especially how that last game went, coming all the way back from a 9-3 deficit only to lose in overtime. So they need to pick up these rounds wherever they can, and this will be another buy-up here with the Spectres in hand. So Concordia not in a decent spot here for this round. We'll see if they can find a couple frags. It's really all they're looking for, but for Central Methodist, they play things in the right way as Jawbreaker is spotted. X140 really going aggressive, diving in for this. Might be a little bit overzealous. He does die. I don't know if you take that trade, honestly.
I don't know. On attack, I think it might be worth it, right? Because you're basically securing the fact that they have one less man to swing you with at any one time. Galen's able to get the refrag on Shadow. They didn't give up the weapon. They retook that swiftly, and now they're on A site with man advantage. Spike down. Nobody's lost too much HP, just KO. And it's really just about playing this post plant properly. Playing at a proper range here is the bigger problem. And again, the mid lurk is huge, but Gan's gonna aggress, finds Red Radiant, finds a third on the round. Can he find the 4K? He can. Beautifully played from Gan. That's one way to do it. Just get right up in their face and Spectrum down. I mean, that was great game sense there.
Great game sense, great knowledge, and a great victory there for Central Methodist. You need to close out those rounds. We've seen time and time again, especially teams get a little bit overeager, get a little bit too much in their tank, go for more, but this time around, even after X140 goes down early, it doesn't matter. They're able to use that space the Jet got to give at a site room for its money. They do get all the kills they need, and now this is where Concordia need to step up. They know it. Everyone in the game knows that they have the gun advantage here. They should be able to deal with this in full force, but Stepro already being forced to reposition due to this Albatron is massive for Central Methodist. It's going to be a little bit more space moving towards yellow, but they can just take their time here. They have a lurker over towards A, and for Central Methodist, they're just buying time and trying to burn some of this utility.
That's a huge knife in here. This is going to cancel his escapability. Able to find one, but Andy's there with the refrag. This is a 3v3, and they've collected rifles here. This is a massive shift in the way that this round is going to be played. The mid lurk. Oh my gosh, look where NyQuil is. Oh my gosh, he is in spawn. He is behind Omen. Omen has no idea. This could be free. It is. NyQuil finds Jawbreaker. That's potentially another rifle off the board. And now they have man advantage, and they have A control because NyQuil lurked all the way through A. They're going to be able to get all the way up to the plant down. Beautiful time here. I mean, they can put this plant anywhere.
I mean, if they really want to, they can just ult as well. If Gond is really thinking about it, looks like he will. So yeah, I mean, they're really trying to guarantee this round, and why not? This is your bonus. If you win this, Concordia, they're in the dumpsters the next couple of rounds, so it makes sense for CMU to really opt into this. And for Concordia, you're just walking into the blind fire. You have no idea where any of these players could be, and there's no boom bot available, so you can't even spot one of these players out. But require Central Methodist to really get overeager. And if Gond steps out, that is the one way Concordia can find some sort of way back into this game, but it might just not happen. Red Radiant will be good for one. The grit will be lofted inside, but Andy tucked into a corner. He'll be okay, and they're just going to be forced to save this one. So Central Methodist, they do what they came to do. They win this bonus round. They might die here. See what happens. One for one trade. Andy walk right into the barrel of Shadow Ghoul. One more kill going their way, but the damage has already been done. You got that round win. You were on the bonus. You were not supposed to win that one, Neon, and then come out on top.
Yeah, and I mean, now look at that eco. This is going to be, I mean, terrible. The only upside I can see is that Shadow Ghoul didn't take any damage there, so he doesn't have to rebuy armor. And there's that. So at least you're going to have one player who, is going 5-2. So you have a potential hero buy here, but then look at the economy of Central Methodist. They are just loaded right now. I mean, yeah, sure, they lose 2 rounds. It sucks. But right now, they win this round right here, which by all accounts, they very much should put 4 rounds on the board. Their economy is going to be good.
This is rough. Spike is sent back here for Central Methodist, looking to not get too. Wow, it was a dink actually. He's at like 2 HP. Oh my word. Stay safe. Regardless, that's a decent pick, decent damage, but regardless, they're going to look over towards A, still with plenty of time in the clock, and Central Methodist, they'd like to burn time, but this time around, they're going to go a little bit quicker. They'll give the spike over to X140, it looks like, or maybe They're just all clumped up together. I can't really see, but regardless, they're going to use this knife here to go forward. That's going to be the go signal here, but Shadowcool takes down X140. That's the main duelist gone for Central Methodist. Still advancing forward towards A, but there's just not enough space. They have to get this spike over towards the site.
Yeah, they've got to get this in here. The Viper being low is really challenging, and this is almost one of those moments where you wish you hadn't wasted the Viper ultimate, because that could be so huge here. But they do still have the Sobol, but oh, Shadow finding again. That's tough. No Viper post-plant util. Now there's no mid-lurk. They are going to be able to play the Sova util here. NyQuil in a little bit of a cheeky situation, finds the kill, gets out scot-free. That's beautifully well played. A huge part of this is going to be on Skeptic playing first contact. Flashes, mollies. He's got a lot of util to lose here. Finds Step Bro, and man, I mean, they are playing this beautifully. Central Methodist. They are going to get the refrag, though. Red Radiant takes down Skeptic. Play's going to come out. This is more than a tap, too, but they're going to get both the kills. And he doesn't pop the ult. He gets the kill, and now it's just Red Radiant on 1 HP and make it 9, actually. Hits a beautiful shot on a NyQuil, but he's just going to have to save because, again, the economy is so bad over on the side of Concordia.
4-0 for Central Methodist. This is the dream start for them, especially how the last game went. I believe they were down like 7-0, 6-0, something crazy like that. So to do this now in map number 2 is big for them, and they're gonna need Jawbreaker and Nalu to step up like they did in the previous game for this to be close at all. They were the ones finding those frags, those contact plays on the defensive side of things when things were going south, when you couldn't rely on Red Radiant. They were the ones fragging out, but this time around, not having the same luck, not having the same sort of timing, and now be looking to be the target for Central Methodist, but they can rotate off of anything. We've seen different plays from them before, but they like to burn off the clock, use utility, make a move somewhere else. The Shadow Ghoul will be spotted already. They can even Hunter Shuri out of this, but they decide not to, and they'll continue to press forward. But already Yellow is taking it back, and look at the control Central Methodist are getting.
Yeah, they're going to be able to just walk right into the site here. Honestly, the smokes will go down. Viper Wall is massive. That's a big dart as well, but the swing out. Skeptic will find it. That's awareness right there. Now already up at a man advantage. Now if they could just play post plants, I mean, how do you win this round? How do you do it? NyQuil finds Step Bro. That's one of your top performers in the last map. Now it's already such an awkward retake. Do they have the best utility for this? Not really. They have smokes. Sova dart? Not much. Skeptic in a good spot, but Red Radiant will get him first. 70 HP on him, so it's possible, but I mean, Gan finds one in this position. They're kind of messed up. Yep, Gan will find Red Radiant. Jawbreaker on the flank. Shadow Ghoul does find another, though. It's a 2v2. This is winnable. X140 is in a really tough position. He has to be huge here, but it's not quite there. It's all on Andy. Can't find the spray. Do they have the time? Oh, no! Wow. Unbelievable.
Central Methodists are playing this so clean. They're playing so much smarter, and it's surprising considering they're all playing different roles. But regardless, they're doing well. 5-0 here for the Eagles, and Concordia just left at a loss for words. And it's very surprising here, considering how that first game went. The team that liked to get out and run early, but this time around, down a massive amount here, 5-0, with ultimates starting to pour in for both sides. You have to imagine
Let's play.
They will start to be used, and the tour de force will be summoned here for Central Methodist, trying to gain some control here through A. Trips are available. Wall will be taken down. CUW trying to clear their corners, trying to make sure that everything is set up here for their defensive hold, but it really just seems like Central Methodist just don't even care. They're using their utility in conjunction with each other in a great way, and it's hard to find these frags when you're just not in a position to succeed.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough. I mean, look, they're going to hit A here. This is a 2v5 on site. There goes Step Bro's Deagle. I mean, what's the plan here? Great shot by Jawbreaker. That's an eye-opener. Can he hit the second on a NyQuil? Not quite. Deagle's back out for his teammate, though. NyQuil hits an equally beautiful shot on the Jawbreaker. Red Radiant in a tough spot. Skeptic somehow still gets the kill on Step Bro, but at least it's a 3v3. This is manageable. There should be guns down. Red Radiant has one of them. To get healed up by a teammate here, but this retake is going to be tough in Grand Season. These mid lurks have just been deadly. Oh, that scan almost ruined his whole plan, but now Red Radiant alone in a 1v3. So tough.
V3 difficult, but he is able to find one. Gan gets taken down. What can Red Radiant do? Has no boombot available, but there's the dart. He's spotted. They know exactly where he is. It's another save for Red Radiant. It's the same play over and over again. Central Methodist are just playing a lot less. They're not pushing as much. They're not making those same sort of overzealous plays we saw before. Let's see if Red Radiant can die here. Nope. Bit of a scare, but that's about it. Now it's going to be 0-6 here. The timeout finally will be called for Concordia to reset things. Look to take this into a 6-6, 7-5, something like that, because they need to overhaul their entire defensive setup. Nothing is working out for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so back and forth, and at the end of the day, it's like, where does the bleeding stop, right? It's, oh, okay, they're hitting B. We have to retake B. We don't have money. What do we do now? And it's just, I talked about Ascent being a snowballing map, which we definitely saw, but here on Icebox even, this is a map where you should hopefully be able to convert some of your ecos. If we're being completely honest, you can get some scuffed buys on defense and still at the very least convert something, get something going, shotguns, SMGs, throw one person on a rifle and then have chamber ult. That should be enough to get you in the door, but it just hasn't been there for Concordia. They've opted to instead go for more pistols and marshals and these full saves, which I agree, try and get all your eco back, but at some point you gotta stop the bleeding here. It's 0-6, right? Where does it end?
Yeah, I think that, that timeout, it's good. Let's call that 3 rounds earlier. Because honestly, I mean, the way the rounds were going, I mean, it's really just like, we have to just slow down. It really just seems like that's the case. Look for more scenarios where you're in a man advantage on that retake. That was what worked over on Ascent. Let's see if they can do it here on Icebox. Spike will be left behind. Central Methodist back to this methodical style of draining Concordia's utility and making it difficult once that final push does ensue. But space will be cleared up through B, through mid here, maybe even through 2, but finally Red Radiant deals with NECC, deals with that mid threat, and that means a lot of alleviation for Concordia on this defensive side. Yeah,
things get a little more comfortable here. They know that the man advantage just isn't there. Great shots from Shadow Gold to get them low HP and dodges the bullets counteractively. I mean, that's great. Now, Concordia, they've got to convert this into a round, and honestly, if they're kind of smart about this, they really need to convert this into a round without losing too many rifles. Their eco is still not amazing here. They should be trying to save as much money as possible while still converting this round, right? That's a 5v4. You got one player on low HP. Like, obviously, your main goal is win the round. But try and do that in a way that doesn't leave you dead broke in the end. And I do hope that this is enough of an advantage that Concordia can convert. X140, though, trying to hopefully be a little bit more productive as the true entry. Great ult from Andy. That's massive. Red Radiant, though, does find a refrag onto Gand with the frag. Huge blast back out that didn't go off in time. And they've got to get the plant down. One up from Nest. This might actually not go through. Yeah, just like that, spike sound. Jeez.
This is the problem. When you do stall for that long, when you do go for those rotations, that could be an issue that you have to deal with when you aren't in that type of position to stall for that long. It looks like we have a bit of a break here, but regardless, finally, CUW get on the board, and I think it needed to happen there. If you start to get into 7-0, 8-0, the economy is still in your favor. You get to probably a 10-2 half, and your mental's just completely gone at that point. So good for them to pick up around here. But it will be a tech pause here for one of these teams. I don't know really who it is, but we'll see how long it is. And once we do know that info, we'll get that to you. But regardless, CUW, this is what we need to see. We need to see them use that utility to deal with the threat, the initial threat being that mid lurk or whatever the case may be. This time around, they were able to deal with NECC very quickly into that round, and that's why it resulted in that CUW victory.
Yeah, for sure. I think that they're definitely focusing a little bit more on the map control aspect of things. I feel like during those rounds, they were just losing the point of entry too quickly. They weren't aggressing at all, which can work, but then you have to play a sort of delayed play style, and that just wasn't happening for them. They were letting them get on site. Finally, they started to control a little bit more of the map. They focused on that mid lurk a little bit more centrally. They didn't let them come out of the chokes. There was a much better comprehensive hold there from Concordia. Now, I will say, they put up a few more rounds on this defensive side. This is still a totally wide open map because of the fact that it's pretty attacker sided. At the end of the day, Icebox is not the hardest map in the world to attack, especially at a competitive level with really good coordination. Now, you would think that it would be easier to defend with that much coordination, but in reality, it's just attacking on this map is really, really strong. There's very good post plant situations. It's difficult to hold on certain sides of the map. And like, for example, when they walk out B main, you either opt from CT, you peek Nest, or you're in yellow. Yellow is very easy to clear with utility. Nest is one person look Nest, and you put a Viper wall up, and now they can't see you from CT, and you're able to get the plant down, and then it's all about util. And defender util is great and all, but how much can it really do, right?
Yeah, that has been the difference maker. It's been the utility. I mean, it seems like both of these teams can hit shots, when they so choose. But regardless, I mean, that has been the crux for both these teams is the utility factor. Still waiting on this tech pause here, just trying to make sure everything is all set up and ready to go. But regardless, still a very, very interesting game. Still can be close. It looks like we are loading into the game here. All the tech issues are resolved and good to go. So we should be back momentarily. But regardless, we need to continue to see CUW, if you're a CUW fan, continue to play off of this utility, not be in a situation where they're going into the retake down 3-4, 2-3, whatever the case may be, because that's where they've struggled. That's where they haven't been able to find success because of the stalling power that CMU have.
Yeah, you're totally right. The stalling power so far, and not only that, but the latent kind of utility burn that they've had where they've been able to put pressure on the site and pull utility off very early has been really good. But we're going to get back into the match here as we get ready to start up with round number 8. So hopefully Concordia can convert this little victory into a little bit more. But I mean, look at it, Central Methodist just losing one round actually hurt their util quite a bit. And I think this comes down to the fact that they've won quite a few rounds where they've kind of thrown bodies away in an effort to hurt Concordia's eco more, which is great and all, but now after losing a round, they're kind of down on the eco.
Well, here we go. Let's see what Concordia can do here. This is a big round for them. Viper Spit available for CMU, and the other side of things, Omen Teleport, that revive, and that Hunter's Fury on the side of Concordia. We could see what the case is there if those ultimates do come into play, but CMU back to their ways. This is how they were able to win out. Play slow, wait for Concordia to use some of this utility, and then pounce while the iron is hot. Slowly but surely lurking up B, and there will be a dash over through yellow. That seems to be the goal there as the wall will break. It dissipates, and Nalu finds a kill on Gone. The mid lurker is gone. There still is one remaining. That chamber, a decent spot there. We'll see if that comes to fruition, if anything, if that is able to find some kills as he walks up through 2, potentially looking through kitchen, but so many angles to watch over for CMU. But unfortunately, the spike is down, but there is the Hunter Stream being ripped out for Shadow Ghoul. Is able to find one. Can he find the second? He cannot, but already so much damage done with this utility.
Yeah, things are starting to come down to the wire, though NyQuil wasn't quite able to finish that one off, but it's all down in the 1v1. It's all going to be between Shadow and Skeptic. These two have been back and forth with each other. Definitely performance for this team, but Skeptic lands the headshot, and that's going to bring Central Methodix right back on top, putting their 7th round on the board. I mean, that's huge. That was the round that Concordia had to convert. Now, the good news is they are still going to have a weak bye, but it's still a weak buy. It's not a perfect force. It's not a comfortable buy. This is, at the end of the day, it is a force. It is a they're not forcing Spectres and SMGs. Spectres and SMGs. Geez, I need to stop talking. They're not forcing Spectres and shotguns, but I mean, this is definitely down bad in the eco department. Yet again, things have gotten really poor in terms of keeping the money under control.
This is going to be rough. Jawbreaker in trouble. X140 right there out in front. This jet pick really getting aggressive. Gone will prime the Viper's Pit. Red Radiant will be good for 1. Taking out Nightfall, silences the chamber, but the damage hasn't already been done. Stepbro plunges in. He's good for 1 more, taking out Skeptic. And they get the revival from the KO. That's really a main factor here. 7-1. They look to stabilize. X140 baits out Stepbro's maneuver. Great revive there now. So we'll be a 3v3. I'll leave it up as Nalu takes down Andy on the back foot. Red Radiant still lurking, looking for more kills. He finds it with the spray. Skeptic gets taken down. He's got the showstopper. He sends it inside, but nothing. They'll find its target. Still 3v2 situation. Spike getting lower and lower. X140 in a very difficult spot. He's looking with the parkour skills. He's able to leap and bounce away. He's able to find 4. Can he find the ace? He cannot. Shadow Ghoul in a 1v1 situation. Buying time is gone. He's able to finally take down the Sova. 8-1 for CMU. Looking for a great first half on Icebox.
Man, they are doing absolutely insane. I mean, this is almost better than Concordia did on their attacking half of the previous map. I mean, 8-1. They're doing this in convincing fashion. I mean, look at the buy again. I mean, this is third to last round, and they're going to be on a huge save, which means what? They buy next round, and then last round they're on again a super ugly buy. I mean, this is just so uncomfortable for Concordia. They just can't get anything started, and the economy is not the only problem here. They just can't make space. They just can't hold things effectively. They are struggling on every single front. Now, Jawbreaker, that's huge. He finds Skeptic, but I mean, you know, hate me for being hesitant, but they've struggled to, you know, convert man advantage into much of anything throughout this game. This map, I should say.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to credit that to Central Methodist. They're playing with a lot more spunk this time around. Jawbreaker will silence that, but the trade is there. Every single time CMU are there, but those 1-for-1 exchanges. Now Stepbro a little close here with NyQuil, and there it is. Silences the chamber there. Good trade back. Good shot, though, from Shadow Ghoul from downtown, right between the uprights. Is able to find the Jet. X140 goes down. 2v2 situation. You're walking into Red Radiant. He's got a little bit of time here to prime himself, get ready for this 2v1 exchange, as Shadow Ghoul is a mile's length away. He's got the Sheriff in hand, but all he can do is just stall for time. There's the grenade being thrown in as well. Does he expect NyQuil to be this close? He does spot the elbow, but there's just not much he can do in this situation. NyQuil still ready with this Vandal, looking for his moment to strike. He finally has the chance. The 3K for the chamber is pure. Now looking for the 4K against Shadow Ghoul. The 1v2 situation. He has the shots. He's at 1 HP, and he does the rest. 9-1 for CMU, with the Eagles soaring here in map number 1. Map number 2, I should say. First half, I should say, rather. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, this definitely looks like...
Looks like map number 1.
This...
The other way around.
This makes me feel like... I mean... I don't think I have ever watched a BO3 where one team wins map 1, and before we're even halfway through map 2, I'm almost convinced we're going to map 3. Like there's no way. I mean, again, last map was 9-3, and we somehow went to OT, and the team that was up, I don't know anymore. My brain's kind of getting fried by how different these teams have played throughout. I mean, Central Methodist in the first half of map 1 compared to Central Methodist in the second half of map 2 compared to Central Methodist in the first half of map 2 they're 3 different teams. They're unbelievable.
Absolutely. Look at the plant down instantaneously, and they're just going to play back for the tour de force. This is the exact same play we saw earlier, and for Concordia, there's really no way to stop this. You don't have a lockdown. You don't really have any way of dealing with that tour de force. There's no KO on the opposite side, so NyQuil will just go to town, and there's just not much you can do in this situation. I mean, potentially you could wall this off, but I believe that was used over through Kitchen, so for Concordia, you really just have to hope that NyQuil over peaks. X140, he'll miss all the Blade Storm shots. It doesn't matter. Now it does. Stepbro takes down the Jet. He'll take down 2, and he falls, but still the tour de forces remained alive, and that's what matters. More shots coming from Nalu, as now it's a 2v1 after it's all said and done here. Spunk, Skeptic, trying to do what he can, a 2v1 situation, but there's not enough time, and 10-1. Concordia, there's just nothing they can do to deal with the stalling power that Central Methodist have.
Yeah, I mean, it's just... And the big thing here, too, that is just so tough is that, like, not only are they playing post plants really good, but they're just getting into sight without taking that much damage, right? I mean, they basically played 5v5 retake, right? Maybe it was 5v4. I think maybe Concordia lost 1. But, I mean, that was a full retake. And Central Methodist had a beautiful post plant, other than the fact that X140 and a couple others may have overpeaked just a bit, but they had Chamber up, right? They're playing for that. It's okay to overpeak because you need to delay time so that Chamber doesn't have to deal with utility that would block off his operator, right? So it's not a bad play, but oh goodness, Central Methodist, they want to convert this into 11-1. They really want to take this in with some, spunk, with some fast-paced play. They are straight in A. Oh my god!
Is this the same team we saw in game one. I mean, this is just a completely different team, Neon. They're taking
Last player
Concordia and just absolutely having their way by the jugular. Skeptic takes down Jawbreaker. Now Shadow in a 1v5 situation. And it's just a matter of time. He will be good for one, taking down Gaunt. Can he find Night? Well, he does. Sliver of HP in the chamber. He's got to look for the ace. There's the first flash being used.
Oh, he didn't get in the door.
Yeah, couldn't get through. 11-1 here, Concordia.
Wow.
Hey, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Hey, we saw a pretty great comeback last. This is going to be an even better one if CUW can make come. Hey, let's force the OT, guys. Let's force the OT. Let's win pistol round. Let's force the OT.
Man. Man, this is... Oh, man. You know what's crazier about this, right? Is that this pistol round is one of the most... Like... This pistol round could literally decide the game, right? And that would decide whether or not we're going to map 3. Now, obviously, if Central Methodists lose the pistol round, there's still a pretty solid chance that we're still going to map 3. But, I mean, just imagine the pressure on Concordia. This is the most pressure-filled... pistol round I think any of them have ever played, because not only does it mean, okay, yeah, you're probably going to lose this map, but now the advantage that you worked so hard for on map 1 that took you so long to do is now completely lost. It's basically a best of 1 all of a sudden, and you just have to roll the dice on whether or not you're going to get Central Methodist from map 1 or Central Methodist from map 2. I don't want to take that risk. Do you want to take that risk, Camel?
I don't think I do.
Yeah, me neither.
I really don't think I do. And, well, we'll see what CUW can do here. That is a good first frag onto NyQuil. But again, I mean, we've seen this time and time again. This time around, though, it's on the attacking side of things. So maybe Concordia can coordinate a little bit better here. This is going to be a bit of an interesting circumstance here for Nalu. Does he expect this to be that close? Wow, Skeptic just walks up and just deals with the Sage. And you're right back to 4v4. You're right back to even footing. And for Concordia, only 45 seconds left. They have to decide where they want to go.
Yeah, now they really do have to. I mean, you're right. They have to make a choice here, because no matter where they go, they're probably just running into, a disadvantaged situation, because everybody's playing in a situation where they could be at A and B quickly enough. Okay, Red Radiant takes out X140. A little bit of a whiff zone going on back there. Huge shock dart that finds a lot of damage onto Skeptic. And now they're just going to play post plant. They fall off. This is well played from Concordia, because they know they're playing in a man advantage. And I think if they're smart, they know that they're probably playing against a couple of low HP components. Opponents, not components, geez. They may not know that 2 of them are basically 1 HP, but I mean, that's just even better reason to play back and just play lineups. And there you go. Jawbreaker will get an easy 1 tap. Can't find it on Andy, but does do a lot of damage. And now they're both quite low. Arrow will go out to make these swings a little bit more comfortable. Andy in an awkward situation. Step Pro will clean him up, and just like that, Concordia puts their second round on the board.
Finally, it's about time. Regardless, 2-11 here for Concordia. And this is going to be so difficult. I mean, if it gets to 11-5, 11-6, then you can call me Neon. But regardless, this is still, after this round, you're obviously assuming Central Methodist will save. They don't want to risk anything here in terms of their economy. So they're just going to allow CUW to control the pace of this round. But once those rifles come in, that is really where Central Methodists have thrived. That is where the kills have really come in, especially for NyQuil, for Skeptic, able to play off of their utility, off of those TPs. Those flashes has been so massive. This time around, the wall will be used, summoned through mid to give a free entry into this B site. Let's see how Red Radiant plays this one out. Will start to spray over towards Gaunt. He will be able to scurry away back over through Snowman, but the damage has already been done, and B site will be controlled and contained by Concordia. Let's see how they play this one out on this retake.
It's going to be an interesting retake, because it's 5v5. Obviously, they're in a huge disadvantage. Well, never mind, not 5v5. Obviously, they're in a huge gun disadvantage. But, I mean, I think clearing some of this out should be kind of easy. It's just a matter of how many picks can they get, and can they get close enough to the spike to make a real impact, make them swing out, and make them take these unnatural gunfights, and potentially get more picks. Because really, that's all Central Methodist has to do, is hurt their economy, because they're up 11-2. They're going to start to stick the spike, trying to fire through that wall. They're just trying to find picks here. They're both on very low HP, though. I don't see this going the way of them by any means, but any damage they could find is huge. But Jawbreaker will just line them up, knock him down. 11-3. Good round from Concordia, but the eco is still going to be an issue. Quite a few players there have to buy armor. They have to buy all sorts of stuff. This might be match point.
This is going to be tough. This is really where you want to see Concordia do something a little bit different, because they're going to have Spectres. They're not going to be able to play with the same range as Central Methodist, so I'm assuming B will not be the case. I mean, if you really want to go over there, maybe send one, and that probably be Stepper, because you can get the TP away, get intel, and move out. But regardless, you're looking for a play with the Sage Wall. You're looking for a guaranteed play. You're just trying to get any sort of economy advantage you can. Getting frags will be massive here, and will be one spotted on that knife regardless. This is smart from Concordia, just trying to wait it out, see and feel out where these defenders are. If they can figure out what site is better to take, that could be their ticket to getting some kills and getting that plant money.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, like, if I'm Central Methodist here, I know that they're probably on weaker weapons, and I don't know. I mean, would you just run it down mid? I mean, your eco's not perfect here, but it's definitely not nearly as shaky as Concordia's is in any situation. But again, you also don't want to risk what happened last map, which was a massive comeback. So, I mean, Central Methodist, they have some tough choices to make here and how they want to play this. They want to push this to map point, but they also want to make things a little bit, I don't want to say swifter. It's not about time. It's more about, like, if they could do this in 2 quick, clean rounds and move on to map 3, that will greatly impact their ability to win on map 3. But they're just going to play nice and calm. They're not going to risk anything. Smokes come out. They know that B is likely. That knife could get them a lot of info. 3 players, the one on the yellow, though, Red Radiant, able to find Skeptic. That's big. This round is definitely convertible from Concordia. That's a big molly. Won't get the kill, but it does do a lot of damage. X140 gets a trade on the Jawbreaker, but Stepbro's right there to finish off Gan. Things are tight here. Concordia has man advantage, but it's, still a gun disadvantage in a lot of cases.
Yeah, and you have the trips for flank watch here, so there's really nothing that Concordia has to worry about. There's the grenade being thrown in. And for Central Methodist, all they can really do is watch. Good frag there for Nyquil. 20 HP on X140. He's got to make a decision where to go. He willing to go through yellow, but Red Radiant's got him on top of him. There's going to be a 1-for-1 now. But Shadow Ghoul is able to find the victory there. 4-11. They will retrieve a Vandal for their troubles. And slowly but surely, Concordia working their way back into this game. And this is a great start for them. This is going to be potentially another round victory for them, unless Central Methodist try to go for something a little bit too crazy, maybe a push through mid. I mean, on these rounds especially, Neon, I don't know about you, but I think, especially in this situation, you're up 7 rounds, just go all mid. Just go all A, just bank on a play working out, because, you're not really guaranteed to win this one. And if you're able to find 2-3 kills, that could be the difference maker going into that next round, going in to a better situation in the economy department. But this time around, looks like
You want to play?
we'll be
Let's
mid.
Play. Scanning ahead.
Let's see if they can catch someone off guard.
I will tell you what, Camel, though. If this game goes to overtime and Central Methodist ends up winning anyway, I'm leaving, because this is scripted.
Well, they are able to find the first frag. There's the second one as well.
Remaining.
The Jawbreaker just tears through them after the fact, and now it's a 3v1, but you got your 2 frags. That's what you came for. And it looks like Concordia will be able to walk over through B. Skeptic maybe is good for 1 with the timing, but regardless, the damage has been done for Central Methodist, and you're taking that trade, especially if you kill this one. Oh, the timing. Oh, my word. It's just so good for the Eagles. This is what they came for. It doesn't matter if you lose this round. You got 3 players. Massive, massive, massive for the Eagles.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is huge. The economy damage is one thing, but the other thing is, like, the more that you take guns off the board and more you force them, the better you are when you finally do get that round win, because it means that they're trying to constantly pull as much of their eco out of the gutter as possible every single round. So even if they can buy next round, it's still useful to get this many picks, right? And Central Methodist, I know there are probably a few of them sweating, like, oh man, this is getting kind of close, guys. It seems kind of familiar, but at the end of the day, they do have time here. They have plenty of time, and all they have to do is a select few kind of, easy things. That's actually an interesting timeout from Central Methodist. I don't know if I take that. I don't know. I might wait a little bit on that timeout, because I'm thinking.
I think it's going to be, if you get to a point where it starts to become 9-12, 10-12, and you'd want that timeout back, I think that's where it becomes an issue. But if you're able to go out of this timeout with a set play, and know
That's
what you're
exactly
doing.
what I was
And
thinking.
if you win this round, it doesn't matter. But if you lose this round after the timeout, that is really where it becomes a bit of a problem, because you're back to another eco, becomes 7-11, and then you're in this sort of cycle. And the ultimates are flowing for Concordia. They were, I believe, one off the Hunter's Fury and the Showstopper, if I remember correctly, looking at the tab that we did see earlier. But we can check afterwards. But it's really going to come down to this null command, this tour de force here for Central Methodist. I wonder if that's the discussion, if we are going to use those ultimates this round. I mean, it has to be for this. This is their buy, so they're probably talking about this round. We'll see what the play is. As you see there, yeah, one away from the Hunter's Fury, one away from the Showstopper. But the opposite side of things, you have Andy's Hunter's Fury as well. So plenty of ways this round can get very dicey and very chaotic as we head into this round number 17. We'll see what these two teams have in store for us.
Man, my only kind of doubt with that timeout is you're giving them an opportunity to talk this out as well,
Right.
which is, I don't know. I would be so worried taking a timeout in that situation. Just continue the momentum, make them adapt on the fly, right? I'd rather put the pressure on him, but NyQuil, I don't think he wants to keep playing anymore. Well, actually, he wants to keep playing, but he wants to play on a different map. I think he's not too big a fan of Icebox. Peeks out, gets one. Shadow Ghoul is in an awkward situation as well, because he'd like to continue to put pressure B main. He'd like to continue this extension. He doesn't want to give this space up to be taken, but he's also in an awkward situation. But he will find one onto Gan. Now the question is, can he get out without getting upped? He can. He rejoins his team, evens up the playing field. That's huge. He may be low HP, but they have a Sage. He can get healed up here.
Should be able to get healed up momentarily. I'm just waiting here. Just don't want to get timinged. And now it's the problem of where you want to go, because they're sending NyQuil over through mid. So A's going to be the target, but it looks like some Methodists are expecting this, or at least have an idea that this is happening. Hunter's Fury and the Omen TP are available here for Concordia to back off to, and A will be the target. Let's see how much X140 can do. That's really the difference maker here. He is able to find Shadow Ghoul, and that's massive in the grand scheme of things. Delays the plant just enough, but Nalu still finding success. Andy at 17 HP, trying to get much done with these shot guards. He's getting wrapped around from the side. He doesn't expect it. Andy, though, from the grave, is able to down Red Radiant. It's now a 1v1 NyQuil versus Nalu. Nalu slowly peers the corner. The timing in favor of Nalu, as he hammers down on top of NyQuil, puts him to bed, and gives him the daily dose of the business. 6-11 here for Concordia. Slowly but surely working their way back into this game. For Central Method, this is it. If you lose this round, the economy is in dire straits. They need to bring this to a match point situation. See if they can do it.
Man, this is getting a little dicey. This is getting a little awkward. I mean, the fact that Central Methodist only gave up one round all half, and yet are probably sweating almost as much as I am, is kind of amazing. Maybe they're not. Maybe they don't care. Maybe their mental is way stronger than mine. But if I'm in their situation, I'm like, nope, we're losing. We're throwing. We're actually trolling. But oh man, this is getting a little weird. Gan's gonna lose the opening gunfight, but NyQuil's right there for the refrag. Huge ult from Andy. Central Methodist in a good spot now as they have an advantage, but Step Bro is able to get the refrag, and I have to keep reminding myself that this is still the same Concordia that played incredibly well on map 1 for certain time.
It's going to be tough. He is the target. Stepbro is the difference maker here. If he is able to find the timing here on X140, that could be the difference maker here. Oh my word. But Andy is able to find the kills. So even though the timing isn't there, they are still able to find that frag. And now will be a 2v3 situation. X140 brawling with Jawbreaker here, trying to find some sort of tempo, but there's just nothing he can do. They have to wait for their teammates here in a 3v2 situation. They will wait. Will go down momentarily if Jawbreaker can feel out where these players are. It's up to Shadow Ghoul as well. Do
30
damage.
seconds left.
Do some recon here. Jawbreaker will go for the plant. Gonna be delayed. There is a flanker that they have to worry about. No trip watch here. It's all gonna be about the timing for Shadow Ghoul. When does he make his move? When does he push forward? He's gotta find some sort of success here. In a 2v3, you have to make a move. Jawbreaker is able to find one. X140 goes down. 14 seconds, though. Time is not on their side. Andy sends out the recon art. It is destroyed. Still a flanker imminent here to be worried about. Can the flanking do much here? The TP for Jawbreaker right into the barrel. No idea with the NyQuil. It gets taken out by Shadow Ghoul. A 2v1 situation. Hunter's Fury is available. Andy walking forward, looking for these players in a 2v1 situation. 8 bullets remaining. No recon dart. Neon so difficult to play around.
Oh my gosh, the timing has been just so ridiculous during this game. He can't find it. Jawbreaker does 7-11. Oh my gosh. I need a 7-11 break. I need to go get the Slurpee because this is ridiculous. This is actually happening again. It's coming down to the wire. Not quite the wire. There's still quite a bit of a buffer zone right now for Central Methodist, but I mean, each of these rounds are just so close, and so like the time is oh my god, I'm gonna have a heart attack. Actually, I'm just gonna pass away. Campbell, you're gonna have to solo this one, bud.
It's getting to that point where I'm starting to believe. I told you, if it gets to 7-11, you can call me. You've called me on the phone, Neon, and now we're starting to really reconsider where this game is going. And a very aggressive angle. Does he expect it? Oh, the crouch for Stepbro just in time, able to take down Gond. Shadow Ghoul.
Oh my god, it's happening.
5v3, and oh my word. Well, this is expected. On the save, you're expecting this. You're looking for frag, so it's a good adaptation for Central Methods to look for that aggressive play with the Frenzy, but they're not able to find the frag, not able to find the kill. X140 looking for his moment to strike. He's able to find Red Radiant. Great frag, but the revive is available. Nalu watching over from mid. The play will go down.
Okay, man advantage is still held by Concordia here. They still have a huge advantage here. There's low HP on two different players. They do still have the res as well, so if they want to make this even harder, they could. But honestly, I think you save it in this situation, right? You're going up against an eco. I believe that they, oh yeah, 100% know that Jet is super low because they, had the Jet that damaged her. So Raze was the one that damaged her. So they have that information. Jawbreaker finds Skeptic, and I mean, this is just getting really down to the wire. And Central Methodist, what do you do in this situation? Do you just go for kills? Will it hurt the eco? Not really. Like, oh, wait, hold on, guys. Okay, there we go. Stepbro Shadow. I saw them turn around and I panicked a little bit. I was like, no way you're going to lose this game off of a ninja. That's unbelievable. But Concordia, they put another round on the board. That's 8 in a row. Or excuse me, 7 in a row. And you remember when we said taking this timeout is a big risk because if it gets to something like 8-11, it might be helpful to have that timeout back. Yeah, I'm starting to agree with that.
Man, it's rough. I mean, you have to assume Viper Spin is going to be used here to block off B, and then you're forcing A. I mean, it's really tough. It's really, really tough here for Central Methodist because everything was clicking in that first half. Now they haven't even won. So yeah, there's the Viper Spit over towards B. It's going to force NECC into a position on yellow, and Spike is still left behind for Concordia. They're waiting. They're trying to burn some utility, and this is a massive frag here with that op. If Red Radiant falls, that could be the difference maker here. If they know that op is over towards A, it's going to force a mid-take because the Viper Spit's at B, the op's at A, but they do take him out. What a play for Red Radiant. We didn't see it happen. Doesn't matter. NECC gets taken down as well, and you're in a 5v3. A is the target.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, this Viper Pit becomes useless.
Go to A!
Oh,
Go to
Skeptic!
A! Go to
Skeptic
A!
finds 2. That's massive. Oh no, that actually just completely stalls out Concordia. What do they do now? They've lost 2 players all in a row. And they have to completely retake now because they have no idea that A side is clear. But very smart here from Central Methodist. They're just going to sit back and play the time. They're going to wait. Oh, but that res could be massive. That is actually huge. Shock Dart will come out. Doesn't do any damage. Now they have to retake on a man disadvantage. I'm not even going to lie. I completely forgot about the res. That completely changes that.
It changes the game. They have the trip watch as well. They're going to be just to be safe, they're going to watch over it. It seems like they have an idea of where these players are. There's the first snake bite to force Jawbreaker away, but the wall has done a great job here at segueing A, making it difficult to go for this defuse. There's the first tap here. He should be taken down. Jawbreaker good for 1. Can he find 2? The crossfire's there for Nalu. Now Gond in a 1v3 situation. Looking to pound the drum here. He's got 1 snake bite to play off of. There's the first peek. He will be good for 1, but he's got to reload. And Nalu takes the kill. 9-11 here for Concordia. Central Methodist, they haven't even won a round on this half yet. They're still looking for it. But Concordia, they are not stopping. They are not looking back. And if you lose this round for Central Methodist, you're saving again. It's 11-11. You're tied. Backs are against the wall. You're still up 2, but it's really getting dicey.
That was a very intense speech, but I would like to mention that Stepbro totally looked like a Yoru clone. He just
I was
ran
gonna-
straight, and then as soon as he
Yes,
shot, he just
yes.
snapped to him. Oh my gosh, that was so goofy. I love that. Okay, got back to very serious. Yes, this is very serious because winning or losing this round is very serious for serious reasons. Gand peeking B long, trying to find this space here, but Stepbro here with the op, not choosing to peek through this, probably for the best. You're going to give away the position pretty early, and losing this op early is probably not best because it's just so strong on the post plant. So he's just going to play back, wait for a potential push. Doesn't know that it's just Gand here. They're going to drone this out. The timing. Oh my, that's actually massive. The wall is available to come back up again, but Viper trying to charge so she can have it up for a little longer. There it goes. Block her escape. She doesn't get tagged either. This is... Oh man, this is very doable here for Gand. Like, he could timing the heck out of this. Oh my goodness. And he finds one in mid though. That's huge.
I'll just confirm on that change. And find his kill. Oh, Step Bro right between the uprights.
Oh,
Able to keep Gand stuck in the washing machine, and now you're moving back over towards A because they're looking for a rotate, but do they expect this flank? Skeptic goes down. There's still one remaining. X140 with this Frenzy going to be forced to dash back. He's looking for a
30
retreat
seconds
angle.
left.
A's the target. 30 seconds to go. Frenzy in hand for X140. Can he deal with this pressure, this onslaught occurring for Concordia? Here comes the push inside. X140 still unspotted. Now he will be. They know he's in maze. They know exactly where he is. He's still able to find one kill, so good on him, but the plant will go down. They will move away from the spike. Location is real for Red Radiant, but the damage is done. A 3v2 with the showstopper available. What a great spot to be in for Concordia.
yeah, this is so comfortable where they're at right now. They have the ultimate available. It's planted out in the open. The guns are not really recoverable here. It's all going to be on NyQuil and whether or not he can make space. Red Radiant going to find one. NyQuil and across. Jawbreaker will find it 10-11. There is no way we are one round away from tying this ridiculous game up.
Is a sea of red.
By the
for
way, if
Concordia.
Central Methodist somehow finds a way to win
Yep.
this in overtime, I am leaving. I am going to bed. Listen, hey,
Yeah.
production,
Yeah.
production, listen to me. Look at my cam. I know you can see me. I will leave. Stop scripting my game's production. It's not
It's all
nice.
scripted. 11-1 comeback. Who's doing this for content? Who is it? Who really wants? I mean, that is insane. The content farming in this game is unreal. But regardless, 10-11, 3 ultimates available for Concordia, 1 for Central Methodist. But crucially, it is that KO ultimate, probably the best case scenario to have, dealing with that utility that has been so favorable for Concordia. But this time around, playing things slow, playing things methodically. Spike has been left behind, and they've liked to take this down to 40 seconds, to 30 seconds, then decide and pick on a site. So Neon, I mean, it's got to be expected again for Central Methodist. They have to know that it's going to be a late push, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they definitely have an idea that this is going to be a delayed default, right? Because there's a lot on the line right here for Concordia. This is to tie it up. This is it for all the marbles. You don't rush in rounds like this, or at least most teams don't. NyQuil's in a really uncomfortable situation. Shadow Ghoul, yeah, he's right there watching for his teammate, able to close that out. But this KO could actually be huge. This means no Raze ultimate. This means no TP out for Chamber. This means no heal for the Sage. No dart, no nothing. Huge shot, though, right as the
So
ult
smart.
ends. That is massive. Red Radiant finds it. That is actually insane. And now, the 3v5 in favor of Concordia. And I mean, this could just come down to seconds, honestly. This could come down to the very last round of OT. This could go into double OT for all we know. But what I do know is that this is nearly undoable for Central Methodist, and the game is
way.
officially tied.
Okay, this is where the fist bumps come out for the Eagles. They're like, all right, guys, here we go. Let's play. Let's do this now. All right, it's 11-11. Come on, anyone who's ready to play? It was 11-1, Neon. It's a sea of red. Oh my word, but it's not done yet. You've seen this movie before. 2 rounds away, both of these teams from gaining that victory. It's going to be rough. NyQuil doesn't even have a buy. He's going to have to get an orb and then look for the Tour de Force. See if he can do that. But in the Concordia department here, money is aplenty. They're living lavishly. And they just have to keep playing the same way they have been. looking for these slow rotates, burning out this utility. We'll see if they can do it here. Don is going for a very aggressive angle here. If he dies, that could be the difference maker.
Yeah, it could indeed. No picks yet, though. Again, Concordia, they know, like, hey, this is super easy to throw away, right? This is a very easy game to let slip away. But, oh my goodness. I'm actually gonna cry if Central Methodist wins this round. I'm actually gonna cry. But at the same time, I'm going to laugh. It's gonna be hilarious. But at the end of the day, back to the game. 5v5, bomb planted. A lot of util available for both sides.
I don't know. I mean, they just gave plant. This is really rough because you have the trip watch. You have the Hunter Streak available. You have the Showstopper. There's no null command, and that knife is gone. You have to wait 37 seconds. You're not getting that other opportunity. And there it is. Central Methodist will prime their Hunter Streak to go for broke here. There's a flank to worry about Ghana. They can take him down. That's massive. They get rid of the Viper, and there's a Hunter Streak available for Concordia. They might not even need it. Jawbreaker good for one more. Skeptic will be able to take down Jawbreaker with that Molly. X140 good for one more. From downtown, it's a 2v3. The defuse is coming in. They deal with it with the rest of the Showstopper.
It's not half. It's not half.
It's half. It doesn't matter. Red Radiant's there. 12-11. Red Radiant puts the team on his back. And now Concordia are one win away from, at least for me, the biggest upset I've ever seen. I've never seen 11-1. I've never seen 12-0. I've seen 10-2s. I've seen 10-2s, Neon.
I've seen 12-0s. I have seen 12-0s, but a 12-0 isn't necessary. I have seen a 13-0. 13-0 is not impressive. It means one team was better and the other team was not very good. This is ridiculous. This is unbelievable. They have won 11 straight rounds, and the game's not over.
This is it for Central Methodist. You have to force overtime right here, right now. And you have no ultimates to do it. And the economy wasn't looking too hot. It was a bit of a Walmart buy. It's rough. It's just so rough.
They haven't won a single round on defense. Not one. Not a single one. And now they're going to do it now. I know they are. I know they are. I know they are.
How do they do it, though? How?
I don't know, but they're going to do it. They're going to do it because this is going to go to OT, and then Central Methodist is going to win, and we're going to go to map 3, and I am going to lose my mind. But it's okay because this game is really fun, and both of these teams are really impressive.
He's gone. He's so far forward. He's able to find the first kill with that Bulldog. He is traded back. No revive available.
Oh, we didn't.
X110 on that head glitch. Oh, my word. Okay, Red Radiant forces the dash away. B can be there. Do they over-rotate? That's the question. Does Skeptic move through mid?
I don't
Looks
think
like
so.
the answer's no. They're still going to remain strong on B, but it's going to be a 4v2. They have the Sova moving over. Jet, X140 still waiting on A, just in case. But B is going to be the target. The first nade is there. Nightpool in a pretty decent spot. Can he break through the wall?
Oh,
He does.
it's already
He's
gone.
barraged. Nalu going to go for the plant. That Molly not in a decent spot. The Boombot is there. Spike goes down. Can Nalu get much of anything done? But the plant has been done, and the damage is there. Now you're in the 4v4, but the onus sits on the Eagles to make a move, and here they go. They'll push forward. Nyquil can't get much done here over towards yellow. It's going to be a brawl. Skeptic's good for one. Nyquil's good for a second. Red Radiant in a great position. They're going to line him up. It's a 1v1 now for Nalu against Skeptic, and it's going to be Skeptic who wins it out. They go to overtime. 12v12. Skeptic with 17 HP. The one round they win is the last one they needed. 12-12.
Switching sides.
Are you serious?
Overtime.
You absolute vermin. Look at the scorecard. What is that?
Camel, I don't like it here anymore.
Oh my word.
This game, it just needs to end, bro. It just needs to end. It don't need to be this long, okay? Like, I would not be mad if we were on map 3 right now. If Central Methodist had like 13-4, and then we were on map 3. It'd be really interesting. This game would still be just as fun because Concordia played really good on map 1. And how does this happen? How is it scientifically possible for this to be this close? This is a ridiculous, unorthodox, insane game, and I guarantee Central Methodist is going to win now. I know it. I know it's going to happen.
Neon makes his prediction known. Last time around it went to overtime. Concordia were able to win the first and second round pretty convincingly. There wasn't too much there for Central Methodist. Now, this time around, Central Methodist will start on the attack. They will have the onus of putting that spike down and finding success through their utility. A bit of a brawl through mid won't result in much. Nalu It's a few decent shots in, but regardless, Gone will be able to retreat. They do have that heal for Concordia, so that will matter later on, but still, a lot of time being burned off. Both these teams like to draw out the clock, Neon, and make a play now with this utility. Stepbro good for one, and that's what he needed, and now he'll be able to get out. The damage has been done. Stepbro has done his job.
Wow. This just became really awkward for Central Methodist. They have a player on very low HP. They're low on util now. They lose one of their primary entry pieces of utility. I mean, the only big benefit they have here is that they haven't used a Viper Wall, and that they still have Sova available, the benefit of the double initiator here. But this is still not easy. That dart just went through the back window. It gave them no value. X140 dies. Nyquil runs in, is able to get Nalu. Trade 1-for-1, but there's still two very low HP attackers. Red Radiant's able to find Nyquil. Just like that, Concordia is in a really good spot. They find Gan mid. It's now all on Andy. The hopes of his team are all on him. The plant is being stuck, and he's just riding under sight. They can't find him, but there you go. He'll get cleaned up by Shadow Ghoul in Concordia. 13-12. No way this comeback is actually going to be an actual comeback, right? That's just no. That's not possible, right?
You have all seen, honestly, one of the biggest comebacks in collegiate. I mean, I have not seen something like this in a while. I mean, for all the collegiate
maybe in
they've been
Valorant
able to
history.
cast, yeah, this is big. You know, 11-1, turning it around with all of those wins in a row, and now you're in overtime. Central Methodist backs are against the wall, and this is it. You have to do something major here. Somebody on this team has got to step up in a big way. Who is it going to be? That is the main question. That is the main argument that everyone's going to have in their head right now, because 13-12, Concordia, I'm expecting them to take their time. Play this methodically. Play this one slowly. They know what they have to do. Play off their utility, bait and switch, and it looks like they're going to play off these smokes and look through mid, try to gain some control. Gone is the one to deal with the pressure. There's the first boom on inside. He should be good for two. The spray's not there. And he jumps up and down. Nyquil is able to trade one back. He is able to get two. Skeptic gets a third. And just like that, it's been completely flipped on its head. It's a 4v2. They're looking to pincer down. This is amazing, Neon.
That is a huge flash, actually, because it completely nullifies their information on him. He now can play yellow with no consequences. Did you see the gun barrel? If he didn't see the gun barrel. Oh my god. 4v2. Any misstep here from Central Methodist would mean the end of this game and the end of this series. But at the same time,
Right here.
Concordia, they can end it all right now. Oh my gosh, this is hectic. And of course they're playing slow, right? Like, of course this is slow. Of course they're doing this because they want to make us, the casters, suffer, but it's okay. 2v4. They shoot the trip. They've got to go in quick. Nyquil will find it. Nope. It's all on one, and it won't happen. 13-13. We're going to a double overtime, which is just so on par for this game, honestly.
Second round of overtime here, and it seems like a never-ending cycle of Valorant here. Both these teams now looking to trade blows. Concordia will have to hold up on defense. Red Radiant has dropped a 30 bomb here. Shadow Ghoul as well, looking for 30. It's getting so close. The utility factor has been massive, and there, you have to remember, Dawn, I mean, honestly, should have been good for two. That shouldn't have even been that close, really. The fact that it got down to the wire there in that 2v4 situation. We'll see if anything changes, but Central Methodists have liked to take a page out of Concordia's book, have liked to play these rounds a little bit more slower, a little bit more methodically. It seems like B's the target with a 3-2 split. Nalu in a crucial spot. He does end up falling, and that's the early frag going the way of the Viper, and now B is the target.
They're starting to move in quicker and quicker. This spot could actually be massive. X140, he's able to punish. Smoking in, but Jawbreaker on the timing while the smoke is still in his hand, and Stepbro finds one mid. This is huge. 3v3 on site. Can they get the plant down? They don't have the best crossfire here, and one player is still all the way back yellow. They're actually able to punch him off, and now Jawbreaker gets the kill. He gets the spike carrier. And now it's a 2v3. They need to find the spike, but God finds one mid. Now it's 2v2, and they know they're getting flanked. They have to watch two different angles, and Andy's able to find Jawbreaker. Now it's 1v1 as Red Radiant fight Gans mid. It all comes down to one gunfight. I believe they are both full HP. 1v1 could decide the game.
He's out. He's going B. He's going A. He's got time. 40 seconds. It's plenty of time.
Reset.
And full reset. Red Radiant, I mean, he's got to still think B's a possibility by the way he's playing here. He's
oh no, he's going to rehit. He's going to rehit. He's turning around.
Wow. What a call. He's calling out the rotation. This is insane. The mind
This
games
is
here are crazy.
40
20 seconds.
Chaz.
I think he's gonna wait till the last second.
If he does, he
Look for the
loses,
plant.
right? Because he hasn't left. Radiant hasn't left. He's still here. Oh my god.
10 seconds
It is
left.
gonna literally be the last 2 seconds.
He's gonna hear it.
He doesn't have a nade though. He's planning under.
He's in! Oh my god, and Red Radiant, oh my word. LensCrafters sponsor this man. He barely sees him out of the corner of his eye. Oh my word. Red Radiant gives himself 32. And now Concordia on match point. Central Methodist bring it down to the wire. Andy tried his best. The mind games were there. Oh my word. The fake, the bait back. He goes back over through B. What is going on, Neon?
I don't know. What I do love though is that we've been in this game so long and we're so invested in this that the second we did that, instead of reacting like normal human casters, we reacted like ranked people and we're just like, you see him, you see him, you see him. That was great. I love that. I love when that happens. But also, I have very high blood pressure now, and that's sad. Anyway, nice slow default here. This is quite literally as down to the wire as it gets. Any misstep here, any miscue, any misfire, end of the game. Or, well, technically we continue on, but for Concordia, that's not exactly what they want right now. They want to finish this. They want to end it right here. Take the B main orb. That's going to get Sova closer to the possibility of being able to post plant ult. That's been huge. They've used that multiple times.
This is it. Scary movie that Concordia have put on everyone in chat, including both of us here in the booth. And now it will be 2 remaining on top of B. Andy and NyQuil looking to silence this Concordia push, but the spike is still being left behind. So this gives me the idea that maybe a rotation is a possibility because they have 2 primed over at A. Yeah, that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to rotate back out of B and move towards A. There's only one player on site. It's X140. He's got to be able to find one. If he can find one kill, that will all he needs to do. That's all he needs to do to stop this push. But he does get taken down early. That could be the difference maker here. He is forced to dash early.
Even if he just stays alive here, there's only 15 seconds. He just needs to delay, but he's gonna back up. They're gonna have to play retake. Oh, I don't think that's the play. I don't think that's it. You gotta dance around. You gotta do something. Yeah, plant's down. And Concordia's been excellent in these post plants. How do you fight this?
To give up the plant, it's a little puzzling, but they want it. They're gonna go. It's a 5v5, all even footing here. Potentially the last round of this best of 3. Concordia, they've set to the distance. X140, they're going to ride the wave of momentum. A monsoon of offense approaching here. And he's going to be good for 1, good for 2. He's trying to make it happen. The balance beam moving away, back over to CUW. It's a 2v2. They got half. Hunter Street is available for Andy. Can he look for it? They're going to pop a Shadow Duel as well. NyQuil from downtown takes down Stepbro. He's on the flank.
He got it! Oh my!
Shadow Duel can't get there in time. 14-14 for going to another round. Oh my word. It's a never-ending sequence. Neon, save me.
He just stuck the bomb with 2 people alive to win.
Oh.
How does that happen? How do you have a Sova ultimate? You can just click mouse 1 again, one more time. Just watch. Ready? I'm doing what? You hear that? You do that, Sova. You do that, and then you win the game, and then you win. And then, oh my goodness, I don't even know what to say. I mean, it's been so back and forth that it's almost unrealistic to talk about.
I mean, this is it. 14-14. Both going the distance here. And this is a bit of a change for Central Methodist. All walking through mid. No wall this time for Nalu. A bit of a difference here in the defensive hold. So there's the first flash being used. Now they know exactly where they are. There's the first nade being used by Red Radiant, and they've pinched them. They've cornered them now. Nalu good for 1. Radiant good for a second. They've pinched them now. It's going to be a very difficult spot here with Earthquake, a rumbling approaching through these 3 players. Central Methodist, they have to run out of this one. They're in such a dire position. It's only just a matter of time. If Jawbreaker pops this paranoia, that's all they really need. And right now, Central Methodist looking for it, looking to go for broke. A 5v3 situation. 50 seconds to go. They're literally stuck here. There's absolutely nothing they can do. It's so tough, Neon.
This is quite possibly the most uncomfortable situation to ever be, and that's a huge paranoia. They're all blind. At least most of them are. Great trade, though, there. Red Radiant finds 1. X140 with the trade, 2v4. We've seen rounds like this clutch before, but that nade is massive, and Step Bro will get a double to win the round, and Concordia is just one tiny measly, just a little, they're just 5 people away from winning, and then being able to go home and go to bed, or unless they are already home, in which case then they get to get in their bed, and then they get to go to bed. I'm losing my mind, chat. I'm sorry, but I am.
I mean, it makes sense. We all are. I mean, if you're just joining us now, you can see on your screen here, it was 11-1 in favor of Central Methodist. Now you can see the enormous rebound that Concordia had. And now we're at 15-14. Central Methodist, they need another one of these big defensive holds to bring this to a second overtime here for themselves. Third overtime, whatever it is. It's just getting way too hectic. God needs to be so careful dealing with Red Radiant. Almost goes down. And 1 pick. That is the difference, Neon, from winning and losing these rounds.
Oh my goodness. You know what's crazy too is this game isn't insane because it's long. It's not. No, I've casted best of 5s. I've casted a best of 7 before. This game is not long. It's just, how do you have 2 comebacks in 1 game?
Wow.
And they're so wide swinging, and Skeptic is the opener on the Step Bro. I mean, curse me for saying otherwise, but it looks like we might possibly have another overtime.
Dion,
I don't know, man. The way I'm thinking right now, man, I think we're getting another overtime, man. I think I cast or cursed myself into being up until 4 a.m. I'm sorry, but we're gonna be here all day. It's just, we're gonna be here tomorrow.
One enemy remaining.
And another.
Yep.
Down.
Make it a flawless. Come on, make it a flawless. Do it. Come on. Let's go. Let's go another round. Come on.
They gotta look for it. It's a 5v1 here. Shadow Ghoul, what can he do? Nothing. NyQuil puts him to bed, and it's 15-15. And I'm looking at the script. It didn't say anything about this, Neon. I'm a little puzzled. I'm a little confused.
You got a script? I didn't get a script.
You didn't get a script?
I didn't get a script.
I just gotta tear it up.
I got a message that was like, hey, yo, Neon, you want to cast this game? It's really good. It's going to be a best of 3. It's a college game. It's going to be so much fun. I'm like, yeah, I love college games. I love college. It's great. I'm going to cast Valorant. I love Valorant. Valorant is a fun game. I like Valorant. I don't like Valorant anymore. I don't want to cast Valorant anymore.
I mean, this is just back and forth. And to think it was 11-1. I mean, that is just the funniest part. But regardless,
and it was 9-3 the game before. Oh my god.
Well, here we go. A seems to be the target this time around. There are trips available for Stepper to play off of. And again, if he can find that first frag, that's all he needs to TP out. And then the rest is history. So if he swings off this, watch for the TP, but he can't do it if he is suppressed. And here we go. The push is going to come in for Skeptic. Is he good for 1? X140 has his teammates back. Jawbreaker in return. Deals with 1. Skeptic around the corner. And they got the flashes. They got the speed. They got the poise. They have everything they need. Drifting onto A is CMU and the Eagles. Ramping up in their aggression. A 4v2. And for CUW, walking back here into the meat grinder of the Eagles. It's going to be tough to go for this retake.
Hey, Camel.
Yeah.
Are you a big fan of Haven, my friend?
I am a big fan of Haven.
Guess what our next map is, Camel?
Well, hey, hold on. Well, Concordia have this one round to bounce back. You gotta wait.
Hold on, Camel. I'm not asking about this game. I'm just saying you like Haven, Camel.
I like Haven. I'm a big Haven guy.
Good, because we might be there for 2 hours. I don't even like this map.
Icebox haters. But regardless, I mean, this is tough. This is so close. I mean, Red Radiant 34, 20, and 12, giving us monstrous numbers in this game, and we're going here. Concordia trying to get their 16th round win, trying to even things up with the Eagles. We're now on defense, which I think is better for them because their backs are against the wall. At least for this game. If they lose here, it's 2-0, you're done. You're out of the tournament here. So they need to win this if they want to force the game 3, if they want to see Haven. And for Concordia, they're going back to what worked, back to the slow style, Neon. And I don't see a problem with this if they're playing off this utility, if they're able to find that early frag. That's all they need to get things going. And again, the rotations are also something that the Eagles have to be mindful of.
Yeah, it is something the Eagles have to be mindful of. 5v5, slow push. The bomb is towards A. One thing that both of these teams have done amazing for the past, let me look at my clock, 2.5 hours, is they've been incredibly proficient at not over-rotating. They've been defaulting incredibly well. They have been maintaining map control across the map so effectively. It's been efficient. It's been well paced. And you look at this, Gand is pushed up. He's not going for any of these kills. He's just giving sound calls. It's brilliant. He's telling his two teammates, go, go. They're running A. And just like that, by the time that they got here, they're already here. Nyquil gets Red Radiant. Not able to find his second. Nalu gets a trade for V4, but that Molly. Oh, Nalu's on 1 HP.
No
And
way.
he finds another on the Shadow Go.
It's a
This
rotate.
is so close.
And they can't rotate. There's no time. 21 seconds. Nalu.
They have to get
didn't
this down.
He didn't get the plant, and he had plenty of time before. Now he's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Gan knows it. He peers the corner, and there's no time. Jawbreaker has to make a move. 10 seconds to go. I think the Eagles, they've done this here. 8 seconds left. They have to get the plant down. Jawbreaker. There's just no time. Gondas go for one step. Bro gets taken down.
Defenders
15 to 17. The 11-1 curse is reversed, but we have a game 3 after all of that. Oh my word. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh. Wow. Production team is absolutely dumbfounded. We have a long night ahead of us, ladies and gentlemen.
I hate it here.
I hate it here. Yeah. Hey, first time cast for NECC. It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure. This is great. We got to see 11 to 1, 11 to 1, almost a comeback. Neon,
Yes.
it's just unfortunate. It really is unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Yes, it is. It is unfortunate. I can agree with you there.
I need to change my vocal cords after talking for that much. We're gonna go to a quick
Yes.
break. When we come back, we have Haven. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. We have our final game here of the night between CUW and CMU. It's been a back and forth affair. Going the distance, Neon. All three games, 11-1 comeback, all the way up to, what was it, like 15-17. Crazy game, crazy experience to cast it, crazy experience for you guys to be watching it. I'm sure everyone was sweating at home just like we were, but now we have game 3 on Haven. And honestly, let's just throw everything out the window. Let's just see what these two teams have. Because honestly, that was a completely different team for CMU. And we have to remember, they literally were all playing different roles in the first game, and they still were able to find that sort of success. I mean, now we have to go to game 3 and just let these two teams battle out in Haven.
By the way, I do have to apologize to chat. There was supposed to be another game. No, this is actually serious. I'm not making a joke. There was supposed to be another game tonight. And we had to get it started halfway through last game because of time constraints. And obviously, these guys are in college. They gotta, go and play. And so they played, and their game is already almost done. So sadly, we will not be able to stream that game. So we apologize for those who were waiting for that game. But this game has just been really long, like really long. Like my voice is cracking because I've been talking for so long.
Right. I think it's because also just the way that these two teams play the rounds, it's never like 5 stacking to a site and just all pushing forward. It's very methodical, very slow paced, and that is why these rounds are so long. That is why they're really coming down to 30, 20 seconds where you're seeing those pushes onto these sites. And now you're on Haven, and I mean, it's going to be tough. This is going to be tough, especially on defense. You have a lot of rotations to be worried about, and CMU are known for those rotations, for those late rotations, at least we've seen in this series. So that could definitely be something to watch over here as we get into it. Game 3, do or die. And I got to ask your predictions here. What are you expecting from this game, honestly?
Well, what I'm expecting is 5 overtimes. Every single round to go down to the last 3 seconds.
Okay.
Exactly 14 bomb plants, all of which are brought almost all the way down to the timer, therefore extending the round by about a minute.
Okay.
And I expect to lose my voice by, I'll say 14 to 13 is when I will lose my voice. Completely. Like, there will be silence and you guys will just watch the game because I'll be sitting here going so that'll be fun. But no, in reality, getting back to the game, I don't know. How do I judge? How do I judge this? There is nothing I can say because both teams have been incredible at different times.
Yeah, we've seen these teams at their peak and we've seen them at their worst. And I think that is really what's been interesting over the course of the series, is the fact that they've adapted to each other. And they've adapted in a multitude of different ways, adapting to utility, adapting to certain rotations. As you see a bit of engagement here for NyQuil and Nalu, but it will be an A-site hit. This is where they want to thrive at. Radiant getting absolutely swarmed. X140, good for 1. The stim as well to really bolster the attack, as Jawbreaker doing his best, though, to hold down the line. Thwarts a couple of more kills going the way of Central Methodist. Here's a bit of a timing game with NyQuil. Actually loses that engagement after the first dink. Nalu, great anticipation, heads up play there, and now you're in a 3v2 on this retake.
Yeah, and they've got to worry about this flank here. Like, it's coming in good to... Oh, geez. I'm sorry. I've been watching way too much Valorant. There's no flank. There was the flank guy that died. Now as they take sight, Skeptic will be the first one. He'll take out the low HP. Nalu and Skeptic will find the second headshot on a Jawbreaker, and Gone will find Step Bro. Yeah, sorry. I thought in B that the guy that was flanking got the kill, when that is not what happened. It was the other guy that got the kill. Because I don't really know what's going on anymore. I'm just kind of here for the ride.
Yeah, no, we're here for the ride.
My brain is not working. I'm sorry.
We have front row tickets. I think that's really what the best part is about this ride. But it's been a very, very hectic ride. There's been a lot of loops. It's been very, very slow. It's not a fast roller coaster. It's a very slow roller coaster. That's why it's really bad. But this time around, you're expecting a bit more of an aggressive push with the advantage they do have. Let's see if Stepbro can find any success from downtown. The answer is no, but the push will continue. Nalu sets up the flash, but great timing for X140. He's on site, he's primed and ready to go. And he gets right up close and personal with Nalu and Stepbro. 2 kills for the opening of the Eagles. And they have C-Site completely cleared.
Yeah, this is huge. They take a ton of space. They get the opening frag. They now have man advantage. They have crossfires. They have players long. They still have flank tricked up. I mean, this is the perfect situation. The retake is going to be probably unimpressive, if we're being completely honest. But, of course, I've been very surprised before. NECC will swing in, get one, get a second. It'll all be up to the Frenzy of Jarbreaker. 19 HP. Pretty much no utility to work with, but just in case he had any, that'll be a 0 points come in, and NECC will find his third on the round, as Central Methodist Eagles are determined to make this map quick. And for the sake of it being quick, I hope they can make it quick.
It's the start, and I think this round will really be on Gan's shoulders. This Bulldog can be a menace if you're able to find the right angle, the right range for it, but the problem is, you have no idea where these players are. And it's very difficult to set up here, especially in this bonus round. But if they are able to win this round and really start to build some momentum, they could potentially ride that out. But I say that, and then I remember that it was 11-1 in the last game, and it was an overtime. So honestly, I just don't even want to jinx anything, Neon. I don't want to say anything I'll regret later on in 5 rounds when it's completely different. But here we go. B is the target. Makes a lot of sense. This is probably the closest angles you could really get to. They're going to play off of Gan's knife to look for this utility and look for this engagement.
That works.
Yeah, it's going to be kind of a slow play here, as pretty much every round that's been played in this game has been, as they're going to just slowly take B site. They're going to give it up. They know they have the weapon advantage here on defense, so they're just going to let it happen, let the plant go down. They know they have to play post plants against really strong positions, but they also know that they have to do it against fairly weak guns to do so. I mean, spamming at range with Spectres is a lot weaker than spamming with rifles, so they're going to take that advantage, not give up any rifles. Smokes are down, nades to the corner. Nobody's actually playing in that cubby, which is important here, but there's a lot of utility spam. Oh my goodness, and here come the Spectre sprays. And oh, they did? I honestly didn't think they did. That's on me. Let's see if they can get in there. Grand is just gonna run in, flash out. He's just gonna run in. Oh my god, he didn't get it though.
He stuck it! Wow, the 5-man flash. Are you serious? What is this game? Pros don't fake. Pros don't fake. It's that simple.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm gonna queue up for my next rank game and just
play like this.
Yeah, my brain's gonna melt because my concept of what Valorant is has completely melted away. Speaking of which, despite the fact that that was a very impressive stick from Concordia, they're going to be on a really weak buy. They're only going to have 2 rifles, 2 deagles, and a Spectre with some light armor thrown in. And it's actually going to just be 1 deagle and a ghost. So this is definitely a weaker buy from Concordia, but we've seen them do more with less. So it is just going to come down to how this round is played. Nade to delay and wait for the rotation. It looks like they are actually going to try and pinch in here and instead of doing their normal default. But look at this. They're already rotating off. They're going towards C. It's a very slow rotation, but it is a rotation C. They're headed back, and the defenders need to adjust to this. There is still a chamber long C, but I mean, honestly, I'm not even convinced they're going C. They might double back. I don't know. This is kind of how these two teams play, and it's actually insane that both of these teams play so similarly. It's actually ridiculous.
They forced 3 players over to this C and garage area, so now it's going to be a lone Sova against the world. Let's see how much Shadow Ghoul can really do here. He's got the first recon on available. Does spot 2. Great information, but X140, just better intuition, better angle, better shot, and he finds Shadow Ghoul's skull. Takes down the Sova, leaves things at a 5v3, everything working in favor of the Eagles as here comes the pincer maneuver from Concordia. This has to work. Bring this one back to a 2-2 start. Let's see if they can do it here, but not a lot of utility to play off of Neon.
No, not really. I mean, this is kind of almost a util, let's retake. They might have a little bit of Sova utility, or excuse me, chamber utility from behind, but that's really not going to help them much. There's no smokes, 1 blast pack. Trades just fly through, but at the end of the day, it's going to be a 1-3 for Concordia, and Concordia is going to save, which definitely seems like the right call. Yep. Keeping that rifle together. And again, they were on such an ugly buy before that why would you try and force the issue here? Just play back and maintain those weapons. Now, though, it's not a comfortable buy either way. So the save is nice, and it's going to mean that Red Radiant, who's been exceptional throughout this series, is going to continue to have a rifle. But if you look at the rest of the buy, it's basically a complete save going up against a very spotty buy, but mostly because they're saving guns from the last round. So we have a couple of Spectres and such. But, you know, the economy is already starting to pool over and Central Methodist's camp. So shouldn't be too worried about the weapons over there.
This is a rough start here for Concordia, especially on this map 3, and especially considering how that last game went. You have to wonder if the mental is still there. I mean, that really is. It's in just like the stamina overall. And now Jawbreaker going to be forced to walk away there. Has the judge in hand, but no shield to play with. He's got to be very careful. Doesn't get too antsy. Step bro. We'll spot out one with this Marshall. Long range logistics. Does he have any success here? There's the second shot, goes astray. And back now to A, as it's all a bait and switch again. The rotations have been so immaculate, Neon.
Yeah, they have just been controlling these maps, but I mean, it's been both of these teams. It's been so attacker-sided on both teams, on both maps. They've been so good at moving around the map like this. Now, Shadow Ghoul's in an awkward situation. Can't really get into position to get that weapon, so he's going to be traded out pretty swiftly by Gon. But at the end of the day, it's still going to be a 3v2. Oh, huge nade. That's going to do a lot of damage to Gon now, and this retake has already started out. They've already taken a lot of space. Red Radiant in a good position, but on low HP. And this flash comes out. It does get some good utility, but there's just no way to peek off of it. The Spectre out long finds one, but it's not enough. Jawbreaker will get the second short. And, well, the good news is it doesn't look like it's going to be another 11-1. So that's a bonus.
I'm surprised. I mean, Gon had all of his utility there. I mean, that's... Yeah. I think they just kind of overstepped. I mean, you have the knife, you have the molly. Even the null command could have been used there if they really want to, but they're just going to opt in for the flash play. Didn't work out in their favor. The timing, the coordination, not there. And that being said, 2-3 for CUW, moving themselves one step closer to tying things up here on this round number 6. And now we start to see the ultimates coming in here, Neon, and this has to be where Central Methodists thrive. This has to be where they strike, you know, with this orbital strike, with this null command, using these ultimates to gain control of C is going to be interesting to see how that does play out, but I'm assuming the smokes will be down over towards CT and Garage, and they'll play through that. But here come the lineups, and Stepbro has to have a bit of a suspicion on where these players are, and here comes the push. Here we go. Dash is going to be available, and they're going to be in a very difficult spot. Through the smoke, here we go. Skeptic good for one. Stepbro gets taken down. That's the first piece of utility gone, and Red Radiant actually going to be able to find two through the spray. It doesn't matter, though. Spike is still being taken down, and Central Methods, they love these plays where they can stall for time and just bait out utility. This is where they thrive.
That Garage player, if he gets advanced at the right time, he could find a timing here, but watch Chamber mid, and oh yeah, just like that, right as the pressure comes from Garage and from mid, they're just shut down, and it's all on Nalu in a really tough situation. You know, you're trying to retake, and you know, we actually talked a little bit about you know, players changing their roles up a bit, and we're seeing some switches already on Haven. For example, Nalu was on I believe the KJ both times, or actually no, it was the KJ followed by the Sage, excuse me, and now they're on an Initiator, which is a very different role, right?
Yeah.
Red Radiant's been on the Raze the whole time, but then, you know, you've got Jawbreaker who's been moving around, and Stepbro's been consistently on the Chamber, and Shadow Ghoul's been consistently on the Solo, but even just those little changes can definitely affect how things play out. Like, yeah, Jawbreaker is still playing controller, but it's just a less comfortable controller, if you know what I mean, because he played Omen on both those maps. You think, okay, he's definitely got a comfort here.
Standing ahead.
I'm actually surprised, honestly, he went with Brim for this map, because you think of Omen here, the TP is so valuable. To get across from C to A, it's a very long map for you to play around. So,
well,
Brim. I mean, do you like the Brim? I mean, I think it's like you said, it's interchangeable for the comp, like you mentioned.
I think it's interchangeable. I think the big thing here is right. Like Omen uses his ultimate to rotate, right? Whereas Brim can use his stim to not only rotate himself but also rotate his team as well in a quicker fashion. It's not as effective as an Omen ult across the map, but it is very efficient in terms of moving the team around in a quick pace. So it's better in a shorter rotate, making it faster. So like if he was to go from B to A, he could make that much quicker, and he can get to A with a higher fire rate, which is very useful. But I get what you're saying. Yeah, the Omen is so valuable when you're talking about, like, yeah, Omen himself has really good mobility. He's able to get in vertical positions very well, and his blind is really strong on this map, especially you know, when you're not running a Sky or a KO. But of course, in this situation, we see one or the other on both these teams. So it's kind of interchangeable in my opinion.
Well, Seekers will be
30 seconds
invested here.
left.
And the Eagles are running this close. 25 seconds left here. They got to figure out where they want to go. And it's going to be difficult. One spotted, and Stepbro takes down NyQuil. That's the chamber gone and dusted here. Stepbro continuing to press forward. He's got 4 more shots available. Red Radiant will get spotted out of the sky like a clay pigeon. 10 seconds to go. Skeptic will push forward, but there's the orbital strike to counter. Stalling more and more time, but Skeptic still has the spot to plant. He should get this down, and they do. Andy will be good for 1, good for 3, actually, at the end of it all. Jawbreaker lurking around with this judge. He's got 2 bullets left, will be forced to reload. It's Skeptic, it's Andy against the world here. Jawbreaker has got to pull out a miracle, but the spike is in such a great position for Skeptic, and he's good for 1 more. 5th round win for the Eagles. Looking a lot cleaner here on Haven, 2-5.
I'm just happy that it's not a complete blowout yet, because that means that theoretically we shouldn't be going to double overtime, right, Camel? That would make
They
that would
did
make
get
logical
more
sense, right?
rounds
That would be
in this half than they did in the last
true.
one. That is true.
It's yeah. So let's just not go to double overtime, right?
Right.
That's
That's
the
an
plan.
agreement we could have.
That's the plan. Yeah, I think I'm gonna DM whoever the IGL is and just be like, hey man, I appreciate you playing tonight,
You
but
want to
please
play?
just
Let's
don't.
play.
Yeah, what's your PayPal? What's your Cash App? Like, we
Exactly.
get that sorted. Yeah, I understand completely, but now, I mean, God, he's trying to end this game quicker with this Odin now coming out into play, trying to deal with the garage pressure, but they've left a trip every single time Concordia. They really haven't had anyone postured in that area if there was a trip there. So for Stepbro, he's able to watch 2 angles at once. This is the benefit of this chamber. It's why it's so commonly picked on Haven. You're able to deal with all of the extremities that Haven does provide for the attacking side. So you're in another situation for the Eagles where they're looking to draw time. You're expecting a push probably at the 30-second mark, and we'll see if Concordia expect this, Neon.
Yeah, for sure. And with that chamber too, especially, it makes it so that you can switch up everybody's playable position, because like last round they had the Brim in there with a shotgun, but now there's nobody there, and so constantly switching up those positions of players really makes it difficult for opposing teams to get a good read on, oh, okay, yeah, this is where they're coming from. The dash onto C, that nade does a lot of damage. Big ult coming in, but Red Radiant's going to be the first to find as he takes out Grant on the lurk through garage. And I mean, this could be a very scary retake here, because Central Methodist, they don't have any garage pressure, although it looks like Sopa might be going around. Could be an interesting dart here. Stepbro is going to find X140, and that's the only player on site. Interesting dart, but the rest of them are playing long, and they do have an op here. This could be massive.
The molly missed.
Shot doesn't land. The molly misses. That might be the round. But they spam, and the person garage. That's massive, and now it's 3v3. Everything's even
He's
up.
sticking it!
Oh my
The
goodness.
second time! You gotta be kidding me! No way, they deal with the threat from garage, and they actually just, again, pros do not think. Was that Nalu again? Sticking that? You know it's gonna happen if he's on the bomb. He's gonna stick it. Neon, 3-5 Concordia. They're not out of the woods just yet.
I have a like interesting kind of either a rework to Jet, because Jet's so strong, or like a new agent idea. What if there was an agent that had like, and I say wind power because again, like, it's Jet, that could like blow smokes away. Like you get one around and it's like you're able to like blow maybe a hole in them or blow a gap, like for Viper walls. I don't know. I think that would be a fun concept of being able to remove a smoke in certain situations. Maybe it would completely break the game. Probably would. I'm not a game designer, but I think that would be fun. And you could make some interesting comps around that. And maybe the trade-off would be that in terms of actual self-sufficient utility, she doesn't have a ton, but you get the face. A great shot from Shadow Ghoul, just shutting down. We talked about Smoke Player. That's gone. Nalu finds one, but Grand is huge in these situations. Finds 2, and I mean, that'll even things up. And with that double find off of that, single
selling
knife.
It. Yep.
Yeah, full retreat, and now they're just gone. They could be anywhere. They could re-hit A, they could be C, they could be anywhere. And despite the fact that they have the chamber, despite the fact that they have some utility here, how do you know? You don't have a Sova alive, you don't have a Sky alive. You have no idea where they are.
I mean, this is a 50-50 for NyQuil. If he's able to find Red Radiant, that could be what they need to win this round. It's another fake. It's another sell. We literally saw this on Icebox in that 1v1 over towards B site. When it was that fake, the Dipsy do, they went back to the same site. Now they always do. And it's going to be A. The plant's going to go down. Now they know, but the knife is back off of cooldown. And there's the null command as well to deny more utility being used to deal with this plant. Now it's going to be Red Radiant maneuvering over through heaven. But what can he do? He's got to be able to spot this player below. NyQuil's going to be good for one, taking down Step Bro. It's a 3v2. With a flanker to be worried about. This is good.
Wow. Yeah, this is incredibly well played by Central Methodist. They've got the dart long, or excuse me, the drone long. They've got NyQuil still just hampering on the flank. He's finally going to get cleaned up, but that wasted so much time. And now they've got a full retake on a pretty harsh crossbow. Oh, gone. He was so good throughout that round, but now he leaves it all on Andy. Fuse coming out. Darts.
One enemy remaining.
Perfect. Gets it, but he's sticking, and Andy is good for it. 6-3. And Central Methodist, they are just showing off today. They are playing exceptional.
You don't get it a third time. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. Fool me 3 times, not a chance. Well, there we go. 3-6 now is the scoreline here in favor of the Eagles, who now have a Blade Storm in their back pocket that X140 can whip out if they need it, if things start to go AWOL in terms of their attack. But it's been rotations. It's what we've been talking about, Neon, there. Just like before, we saw the sell from Gond. He was able to find those early kills. They act like they're going through window over to B, and they still end up on A. It's a great idea, and it really just shows what you can do on this map. I mean, it's so big, it's so long, that you have to respect rotations, especially when you're on this defensive side. It's just a pick here. Red Radiant barely missing the shot. That is a brutal one. He's going to want that one back, and that's a huge frag to get things going here for the attack.
That was, I mean, I thought he hit that. I was sold. I was on the Red Radiant bandwagon. I was buying his merch. I mean, that was right on his head, but unfortunately it's just not enough. And I mean, Concordia, they have played one heck of a game today, but you know, they're down in a tough situation. Their eco is not perfect. Gaunt on low HP. Could potentially get healed. Oh, no, excuse me. Could not get healed up. Different team. Jawbreaker's able to find Gand. That evens things up. Could potentially give them a rifle, but NyQuil's quick to the trigger. Jawbreaker does a lot of damage, but it's not quite enough. Now they're out C. Beautiful shots from NyQuil as he cleans up Stepbro, and that's another big frag where, you know, Stepbro was just caught off guard. He had no idea. Things, you know, the time was just, why would they be here? And there you go. Flank detected. Again, Nalu could find a rifle here in Garage, potentially. There it is. But, still going to be close, and who's watching Raz? Skeptic, and the classic of Shadow Ghoul is just not going to be enough.
It's a lot more solid from Central Methodist. Clearly are looking for this victory, and it's 3-7 here, and they're going to have this Blade Storm still available. Skeptic's going to have the Orbital Strike. The opposite side of things, Jawbreaker, the only one with his ultimate there, the Orbital Strike available for a retake scenario. But this timeout is going to be big. You need to win these next 2 rounds. You know, we can talk about the 9-3 curse all you want, but I think, you know, just in terms of the momentum and just in terms of the morale, you need to bring this to at least an 8-4. A 5-7 would be nice, but Neon, it just feels like right now, at least for the attacking side of things, you know, Central Methodist, that's where they've thrived, on the attack. It's allowed X140 to go for these aggressive plays, get the aggressive dashing onto site, and they've done a great job at combining the utility with that the KO flashes, with the Sova drone, the smokes as well. Everything's been used in such unison that it's made it difficult for Concordia to deal with the pressure. I got to imagine there's got to be some sort of change with the trips. I mean, what are you expecting here to change for Concordia?
Well, honestly, I think that right now their plan probably revolves around, hey, let's put up one more round, right? Let's sneak out a cheeky round with some, you know, strat that, you know, is kind of out there and unexpected.
Right.
And then after that, all you have to do is, at least if you're Concordia, you're running the mental is, yeah, we've won basically every attacking round. Like to put it in perspective, other than excluding overtime, Concordia has lost 4 attacking rounds the entire series. I mean,
oh wow,
that seems like a pretty good, you know, pretty good statistic. But it looks like that timeout might have actually helped the other side. But never mind, it's gonna be a 1-for-1. Either way, the much faster strat, which is kind of unusual from these 2 teams, has come out. Red Radiant in Garage. He's waiting for the lurk because he's just expecting it to be there, and there it is. NyQuil is just on the hunt on this flank and has just been so hard to deal with. Shadow Ghoul will finally clean him up, but even with that refrag, it's 3-2, and they've got an attacker all the way back long, an attacker long cubby, and they've got one default. They're spread out in good positions. They're in a good spot to refrag each other. Like they're just in good spots.
It's going to be tough with the time. Shadowghoul does have two
Player standing.
to use here, 2 shock bolts. He will be able to find 1 kill on X140, but the time is just not on his side. There's the knife as well. 6 bullets here for Shadowghoul. It's going to be tough. There's the first flash. He has no time. He tried to go for a save, and he beats him to it, takes him down. He might die,
Player standing.
and he will. So yeah, I mean, decent, but the money's there for Central Methodist. They're not concerned if anyone dying. One person's not the end of the world, so they're going to be able to rebuy. Even NECC going for the operator. That they might not expect that, especially on this buy. Nobody can really contend with that operator, and NECC still got one more in the back pocket just in case he throws it off the map. Neon, he can get another one.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Stepbro is still 1 ult point away from being able to challenge this op point.
Right.
This ult, or excuse me, this op. Jeez, can't speak today for obvious reasons. But the point here is that, you know, he's not going to be pulling out that op anytime soon, and he's going to be right near C-Long. This could be very interesting. Good spray down actually does do some damage to Gon. Not a whole lot, but enough to make it noticeable for him later. You know, if he's swinging an angle, that could definitely be a difference maker. Just enough.
Absolutely. There we go. First flash will be primed and ready along with the stim. X140 gets taken down immediately. Red Radiant holds his nerve and takes down the main initiator here, the main duelist for Central Methodist. And you see NyQuil, he's clearly trying to save some of this weaponry here, but in a 4v5, the Seeker's already summoned and hunting towards their targets. You have to imagine Concordia, they can just play with their food here and just play for time.
Play, let's play.
That's... Huh. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it. It's last round, don't let him get an op, but it seems kind of... Okay. I don't know, that just... I know why it makes sense, but it still seems so goofy that he spent time to bring the op back to
30
spawn
seconds
and then
left.
go back and get the rifle, and then he pops the op. It's just, it's goofy to me. But it's the last round of the half. They're leading quite significantly here. They'd like to get this last round and make sure that they're not giving an op away to someone who could potentially use it. Big ult, though, and Skeptic
Spike
falls.
down.
That's big. That's spike down. Time is not in their favor. The lurk is not going to work this time. Gon and Anzi do find refrag, but Red Radiant for a 4K on site to keep this game. Like, normally this isn't very close, but
Switching
yeah.
sides.
Concordia
has been so good on attack. Unbelievably so, almost.
You know, honestly, would you want the 3-9? I mean, would you really, honestly, I mean, you're really thinking about it. Maybe you just, like, sell that round, you give it over. Now you're in the 9-3 curse department. You could do it again. I mean, you know, yeah, knowing how back and forth this game has been, regardless,
Knowing
all
how
jokes
weird
aside.
this game has been.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
mean-
Knowing how weird this game has been. Now you move over to the defensive
Well,
side
to be fair,
of things. Yeah.
to be fair, every single time a team has led at half, they've been the team to win. They
Right.
just had to go to overtime to do it, which seems very excessive. Again, like literally, like I said, Concordia went 9-3 in the first game during the first half, and then if they had just won that 13-3, same outcome, because at the end of the day, Concordia won that map. They won it in overtime. Then second map, Central Methodist went 11-1. If they had gone 13-1, the map outcome would have been the same, because then we went all the way to triple overtime after going 11-1, and then Central Methodist finally decided to, you know, pull their pants up and play the game. So here we are.
Here we are indeed, but that dagger did spot, I believe, 4 or 5. It was a decent amount, but they know now A is definitely an idea for this Concordia roster. But again, I mean, they're playing slow. This is what we know them as. We know them to be a methodical team, and they are not wasting any sort of utility on a dampened push. They're making sure this works out. They have Nalu's flash at the helm and ready to go, and I imagine, along with Shadowghoul's Owl Drone, that will be the go signal for them to push through long and push through sewer and clear these extremities out. But here we go. The drone has been heard over from B, and they will now rotate all throughout. Do they spot these players? They do spot one, but a massive dagger there for Stepbro. You'll be able to move into sight, take down X140, and already the first kill is there for Concordia. How does
wow.
the retake look?
That was a dink through the wall. That was incredible. So 4v5 retake. Brim on very low HP. The utility shouldn't be terrible here, but it's by no means amazing. 2 flashes on the board, but also a classic with no armor. So you're in a little bit of an awkward spot here. It's gone. And the bird out from heaven. Yeah, that finishes out Skip. Nobody's there to clean him up. Skeptic falls. Andy and Nike will get 2 refrags with Jawbreaker's right there. So the man advantage will be attained by Concordia, and he'll still be there. Oh, Red Radiant. Oh, that could have been so nice. With Jawbreaker, we'll find one more. And the third, no hard sticking for you today. Are going to clean it up and make it 5-8. And already I'm starting to think, yeah, I don't know.
Here we
Concordia, they are an attacker-sided team. They like to play attack. They play really good on attack. And other than Icebox, this might be the most attacker-sided map in the game. So,
Yeah,
I don't know how I feel about this one, man. I'm very confused, and everything makes no sense.
yeah.
So,
I mean, and they have the attacking team comp, because before it was, the double sentinels, very passive defensive team comps. Now Nalu's on the sky. Bit of an adaptation for him, so he's able to switch over, have a bit more agency potentially in these attacking rounds. And it looks like Scout will be used here to clear out Garage. And Skeptic is a dead man if they end up pushing through here with that Scout. We'll see what does happen. Smokes are down. Garage seems to be the target here, but there's a shorty there for Skeptic. If he's able to peek out of the smoke, that could be a way for Central Methodist to bounce back in this save round. But you're not expecting much from the Eagles here. They're just looking for frags. They're looking to buy time and just annoy Concordia here as NyQuil. A lot of advancements through A.
dang, I have not seen that buddy before. That is an iron buddy. Honestly, I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Very impressive, my friend. But yeah, right now they're playing in pretty advanced positions right here. You've got 2 Garage holding a nice crossfire. Oh, if NyQuil is not cleared. Oh, that's huge. Just that 1 kill is massive. 4v4. I mean, is it winnable? It's close enough. Good as it'll ever be. And, I do not like Sky being isolated here in mid. That just reeks of getting picked off without a chance of a refrag. Jawbreaker finds Andy, but he's now very low HP. And Gon does find Nalu. Like I said, that just gives you way too many opportunities to not, get a kill. And,
This is
maybe
winnable.
even a 1v1. Yeah, this is entirely winnable. There are guns now in the hands of at least one player. Still classics to the other. The only real problem here would be HP. None of them really have armor. They do have lots of utility, though. There go the smokes. Here comes the KO util.
Gonna get into the site. Jawbreaker, he'll be good for 3 now. How does it look for Gon? He's able to take down Jawbreaker. Time is not on the Eagles' side. As Shadow Ghoul, he'll spot both of them. He'll push forward along with Stepbro, and he'll be able to find the kill. 6-8 here is the scoreline. It got a little dicey, but Concordia are able to clear it out and take that victory. 6-8 here, but the economy is not going to be looking good on this next round. For Central Methodist, this is where they need to hunker down, play smart, and play for their utility. If they get overeager and die, that could be the difference maker. That could be what Concordia need to go on another one of those runs we saw earlier.
Yeah, this is quite possibly one of the most important rounds of this game.
Yep.
Maybe even of this series, as intense as that sounds, with how many incredibly intense rounds we've had throughout this series. This one right here could really determine a lot, right? Because if Concordia is able to somehow muster up a round win here, that could literally spiral Central Methodist out of this game. Now they have rifles, they have what should be a pretty big advantage here, but there are also some lighter weapons, and there's also some lighter armor, and there are potential for a very confusing attack to route them. But look in mid. Oh man, God is in a great spot. He finds Red Radiant, but he's traded out. Nalu's going to get a rifle out of this. If he's smart, he will go give this to a teammate because he is very low HP, but he's going to get scanned, and he might be getting flanked out of A just fast enough that he might lose this rifle before he's able to transfer it to a teammate. But X140 playing a little bit more passive than expected. 4v4 now. Both sides have low HP players. X140 might be getting a free quadra. I think he might have been spotted. Drops the smoke. Oh, the timing here. Yep, that ping came out. 3 going long, 1 short. Chamber playing slow and short. X140 able to find 1. Hops off the plant now. Able to find the second, even though it's not the steadiest of aim. But now it's a 4v2 on site. This gets a little more difficult. Concordia, though. Jawbreaker finds 1. Plant has to go down. NyQuil finds a second. Now it's all up to Jawbreaker, and he just won't be able to do it. Skeptic will clean it up, and Central Methodist will make it 9-6, or dare I say, 6-9.
You see the difference there.
But,
When X140 is able to get that frag, he's able to get at least one or two, the defensive hold looks a lot cleaner, and they're actually able to move back onto the site for the retake. And also, Concordia didn't get the plant down. That was crucial, because when they did get the plant down, remember they were playing very, very patient, very passive, stalling, playing off the utility. This time around, they can't do that. So the Eagles were able to scramble together, get the retake back, and now they find their 9th round win. But how does it translate? How do they continue this momentum? How do they keep their wits about them? They need to stay focused because, I mean, both these teams know no lead is guaranteed in this series.
Yeah, this is one of those games where, I mean, anything could happen. It is up in the air. These players are talented. They are unpredictable. And
That's a good word to use.
they are interesting to watch. This is a fun duty. Again, I said both of these teams play so similarly, and it's such a unique style that the fact that they both play so similarly is so interesting. Andy's able to find Shadow Ghoul on the entry here. Michael just playing around here in the smoke, but Skeptic does find him, and just like that, Red Radiant gets one on the Andy. Gan finds a second, Michael finds another, and it's all going to be down to Jawbreaker, who again is not able to do it. Skeptic will be able to find it, and hey, Central Methodist, this is the best defense they've had so far.
I mean, probably not this round, but next round they're probably calling a timeout. I mean, you could call a timeout here for the next. Yeah, okay, so there's. I mean, yeah, I mean, for Concordia, it's got to be now. I mean, this is I think 4 rounds, at least for me. You know, if I was a coach, just in general, I think 4 rounds is where you kind of draw the line and you say, okay, guys, let's take a step back, let's regroup, let's figure things out. You don't want to get to a point where you're, in a situation like we saw earlier where it's 11, to 5 and you're calling that timeout too early. All right. So for Concordia, I think this is a good time to call this timeout. They have 2 ultimates to play off of for that next round. So I think the conversation is how we're going to get on the site with that raise, double satchel with the seekers available. I think it should be pretty straightforward what Concordia want to do. I think it's just a matter of not running into the chamber. I think that has really been the problem. It's been the slows. It's been just the annoyance of the utility factor for the Eagles that have made it so difficult for Concordia to get onto one of these sites. So this timeout, very crucial for Concordia. They're going to keep themselves composed. They have to if they want to see this game go their way.
Yeah, and this is where things do get a little interesting, though, because let's say they called that timeout, right? And let's say because of calling that timeout, they have a really fancy, cool, fun eco strat that they somehow managed to make work and win this round. 7-10, not a big deal, but now the economy of Central Methodist is a little messed up. Concordia now has a round with multiple ults, with a buy, and this game gets a little interesting. Now, I'm not saying that happens, but look, C is completely open. That's interesting.
You want to play? Let's play.
Well, they have the trip there.
They do have a trip. They do have a trip, but trips can be walked through even if they don't end up actually,
True.
Well, no, yeah, if they get popped, yeah, but it's not like you hit a KJ alarm bot and then all of a sudden you get nano swarmed and now you're vulnerable and then you get shot by the turret. But now NyQuil finds one mid. And that kind of complicates things because you've lost a little bit of man advantage. Brim has rotated back towards C to watch this effectively. And now you're just going to let them know that you're coming with a dart. Now, maybe they don't over-rotate here because, hey, this team doesn't like to commit. But now they're on site. Brim's just going to relax. But, oh, that is massive. That finds 2 players. Ooh. Shadow Ghoul, though, he finds Skeptic. That's impressive.
Yeah, Skeptic was lingering around in that smoke. He looks like just pop out and gets taken down instantaneously. You're in a 4v4. Spike is down. Seekers are available now. It gives you a little bit more intel on where these players are. There's the Aldrin being summoned. This could be massive. Here we go. The null command as well. That deals with the Tour de Force. Remember that. That could be massive here. X140 good for 1. Andy good for a second. And they are cleaning up C7. They need to worry about these Cubby players who are playing for time. The defuse is in. He's going to go for half. He's going to go for all. But you have to imagine Andy and Mike will deal with the rest. The plant will be diffused. 6-11 here, Neon. Great retake out of the Eagles.
Yep.
And unfortunate for Concordia.
They did get plant down. They have money. So,
They did.
Not the end of the world, but now it gets a little hazy in terms of plan, right? You have to convert this round. This is a must. This is literally a black and white. You must commit this round. I'm not saying you lose this round. There is 0.000. No, but it's match point. You have no money, and you've now lost 4 in a row after taking a tactical timeout. So, well, 4 in a row, including a tactical timeout in the middle. So this is a must-win round. It looks like they're going to try and go heavy A, but oh, that knife just spotted all of them. And I do worry that Concordia is either going to overcommit this or undercommit this. Sometimes you just got to force the issue. You just got to go. You just have to make it work. That's a beautiful nade. Completely rips the armor off of one, but Andy is able to find Red Radiant. They can't find the entry, and just like that, the crossfire there. Andy gets 1, Andy gets 2, Andy gets 3, and now it's just Shadow Ghoul alone in long. And I guess this is the reason why they just don't overcommit. They don't press the issue, is because they get stuck in opportunities like this where they overcommit, they ran in, and they got fracked.
I mean, they didn't really even... I mean, we'll see what happens here. He will be good for 1, but I mean, honestly, did they even commit? They didn't really use... They didn't use the orbital strike. They didn't use the Hunter's Fury. Yeah, the nade was good, but you need to go for more after the nade. It's actually surprising that they haven't used the Hunter's Fury or the orbital strike even after the timeout. I mean, what are you saving it for? Game 4? Game 4 doesn't exist, so I mean, you're gonna have to find some way.
Well, they're
to
saving it
use
for double
utility.
OT, obviously.
Yeah, clearly they're saving it for the double OT. They're expecting it. We're definitely expecting it. Honestly, even though it's 6-12, I'm not saying the game's over yet. You can't say it's over yet. Yeah, there's no way.
It's never over. Game never ends. I'll be here forever. I'm gonna die in this chair. Too dark. I don't think Cam will like that joke.
I loved it.
Thank you.
But regardless,
Whoa.
looks like Concordia, they're loving the aggression. They're going to go over with that Hunter's Fury, and now C could be an option. X140 still lying in wait with this operator, and that it's a massive first kill, a massive second kill. The dominoes are falling ever so gracefully for Central Methodist. And now, in a 3v3, the orbital strike, the Blade Storm is primed. X140 dashes away, very nimble there. He's got to look for more. He finds 3 with the dagger. Shadow Ghoul falls. That's going to be the counter orbital strike to use to break up CUW. Get away for the plant, though, and now it's a 2v2. Spike goes down, Neon.
Yeah, it's basically a 1v2 until that spike goes down. Now Jawbreaker is off. They have an opportunity to play here. One playing Logs, one playing Default. Logs is going to start moving, but he's in a little bit of an awkward situation. Andy, Andy. I don't know if that's the play. The dart comes out. It's going to scan, but Step Bro's running. Oh, no. Jawbreaker gets the trade. Skeptic down. Andy versus Jawbreaker. The molly comes out, but I don't think that bounced the right way. It did not, but Jawbreaker still hits the shot.
Don't do this to me.
And Concordia stays alive. Oh, man.
Do not do this to me, Concordia. What are you doing? I sent you the Cash App. What are they doing? Am I right? No, of course
I think
not.
you got the
Great
wrong.
round.
I think you got the wrong one.
Great round for Concordia. And we're I mean, that's another situation where their backs are against the wall. They stay composed. They stay focused. Even after Andy sends that dart inside, doesn't matter. And we'll now see 7-12 here. A bit of an awkward buy. 1 Bulldog, a couple light armors, but not the end of the world. Still very much doable for Concordia. And it seems like, they're playing with a little more fire, a little bit more composure, and that's how they're finding these frags. And that's really been the end of the day situation. It's how they can find these 1-for-1 angles. And we'll see now if X140 can find more success with that operator. He was able to find 3 last time around.
Man. Another slow play. Drone into garage, doesn't find too much, just information that one's playing there, but that's to be expected. Nyquil starting to work his way up, but he's going to get caught out. Stepbro will punish. There might still be an operator long, though. Yes, there is, so be careful advancing into that one. So now what do you do? There's basically a 3-stack on C. There's 1 player long, and they have no information that B or garage is clear. They really can't really push there. Not to mention the fact that there's a trip garage. So now they're going to start running A. 1 crosses. Second one doesn't make it out alive. X140 will find that one. Updrafts into heaven. Now, They have baited out enough of rotate, but now it's a 4v4, and they're
30
basically
seconds
playing
left.
4v2 on C site, which is
Mhm.
not impossible, but Sky's going in kind of alone.
Oh, this is very, very early. Nalu just dies. Very awkward play here, and now it's going to be the showstopper. Red Radiant floats over. God is good for one. He doesn't spot Skeptic, who's able to take him down. Good trade for Shadow Ghoul. In the nick
10
of time,
seconds
10
left.
seconds ago, Shadow Ghoul will then plant the spike on top of Senior in another 2v2 situation for Central Methodist. You practice this all the time. How do you look for the retake with an operator on X140? It's not the greatest situation to be in. He's got to switch guns if he can. He'll stick with the op. He misses the shots, and Shadow Ghoul stays composed. 3 kills for the Sova. And it's getting to that point. You're getting to that situation, Neon, where OG...
Shut up, Camel.
Oh, no.
Shut up, Camel.
I'm sorry. I'm just keeping it out there. I'm just keeping it out there. Just keeping it posted. 8-12 is the scoreline. Concordia, 2 rounds in a row here after that timeout, clearly are back on the same page.
Please don't go to overtime, man. It's not even, like, again, it's midnight. Not a big deal.
Right,
I'm up until
right.
4 half the nights, but my God, I feel like I've been here all day. Oh my gosh. I you know what's crazy? I haven't even played video games today. I literally hopped on just to cast, and then
Right.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna play video games afterwards. Nope, no, I'm not. Nope, you don't get to play video games. You get to cast them all day. Yay. It's fun though. I like it here.
How could you not? Back and forth action. Early frag there, early contact play with the Bulldog for Nyquil. He was able to find that first kill, and now in a 5v4 situation, A seems to be the target. Long has been decent for CUW, but do they expect X140 to be in this situation? There's no way. He's going to peek out. It's a little too early, though. He's forced to dash away. He almost gets stuck, but he is able to cloudburst and keep himself alive. Reorients, readjusts, and finds Nalu. Red Radiant's got to make a play. He'll take out the satchel to look for more. A 5v3 situation. X140
What?
still is maintaining his control, maintaining his defensive hold, and he's able to get 2 at the end of it all. And it's a
No
4v1.
way.
And oh my word, Step Bro, he's in a hole with the trouble. The Hunter Fury is there. He's got to put on the fancy footwork. He can't. A thrifty round to end it all. You can tuck this one away with extra pillows and blankets, Neon. Central Methodist, after all of that, after the marathon game we just had, close it at 8-13.
That just happened. Yeah, we didn't go to overtime.
Mm.
It was a pretty evenly matched game, and yeah, it went normal regulation time. I'm very impressed.
Wow,
But wow,
surprised.
that was one heck of a game. At the end of the day, that was insanely impressive. One of the most unbelievable series I've ever been a part of, and lucky for you all, we get to interview someone who got to play in that whole thing. So we're going to be interviewing them, and I'm not sure exactly who we'll be interviewing because we haven't figured out yet, but we will get that in just a minute, and then we'll get the interview in here. But is there anything else you want to talk about before we get that interview in, Camel?
I need to wonder how many bathroom breaks the players needed. That was like 3 hours. We need to ask some of those questions, the hard pressing questions. Not like how they play in overtime. None of that. No. That's not it, Neon. We got to ask the pressing questions that the fans want to know. So we're going to get to a quick interview. We come back. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone, to NECC. We are here with Gand after a very, very long and tiring best of 3 series. I mean, I honestly have to ask, because I think that was, the biggest thing. Was the comebacks? Was the 11-1? Was the 9-3? I just want to ask, like, in the comms, in the Discord call, what's the what's the conversations like when you're on those comeback moments and when you're getting comebacked on? How does it change? What's the mindset?
I mean, when we're up 11-1, we're ecstatic. And at the point where they started getting a few, here and there, and it was like, well, they're getting a lot more. We're like, okay, we can't overheat. We have to calm down. And then they kept doing it. And so, and over time, we took it to offense again, and we won there, and we're like, all right, now we need to just calm down, keep doing it. So it's, just back and forth, just fighting our demons, basically, just as they did. I give props to them for coming back on 11-1 half. So it was really good on them as well. But
Yeah, well, I have a few questions as well, because that was honestly an unbelievable series in a lot of ways. So first map, you're down 9-3, which, I mean, 9-3, right? And then you come all the way back from 9-3 and bring it to double OT and then lose. What is the mental like at that point in time? Is it completely chalked, or is that the shake it off, completely forget it moment? What's it like for real?
For us, this team is very beatable. We didn't get blown out. We were like, we can do this. It was double OT. We lost by simple errors. If we fix those errors, we can easily get them next series or next game. And, obviously it was a little bit more difficult than that, but we did finally end up fixing ourselves and winning the next game.
So then, go to the next map. You go up 11-1.
Yeah.
Real quick, what was 11-1 like?
It felt
great.
great.
What was being there? That was good?
Yeah, it felt great.
And then, how did 11-2 feel?
Wow.
We were like, it's almost the same.
Okay, and then how about around 11-5?
We're like, we need a timeout. Maybe we're overheating still.
Okay, so 11-5, and then 11-11.
Oh yeah.
When it hit 11-11, we kept our cool for the most part. It was hard, but we kept our cool for sure. And it was like, well, now we got to pull together. We needed 2. Now we still need 2, and they need 2. So.
And then you go into overtime.
Yeah.
And despite going up 11-1 and then letting them go all the way back, and then you go into triple overtime, you finally get that dub.
Yeah.
What is that like? Because, I mean, that was quite possibly the most exhausting map of Valorant to watch. Just to watch. I cannot imagine playing that.
Yeah. It was incredible. Like, we, obviously we won, so we were ecstatic about that. But we talked it over, and we're like, we're still making these simple mistakes. That's why it was so close again. At that second half, it was super close for that reason. So we, brought it all together, and we're like, all right, now we fix those map 3, and we can easily beat them. So.
Right, and then asked enough questions. Those were the 2 maps that really gave you guys some issues. But you get onto the third map. You play well. It's a consistent game. You play good on both attack and defense, which, I mean, this is both teams. Y'all could not figure out how to do both at the same time. It happens, but my gosh, I have never seen a game flip-flop so hard. You finally get it after 3 long, grueling maps. And I understand it probably felt great, probably felt awesome, but taking this experience going into your next series, what does it look like? Because this is the first game of the bracket. What is the next game going to look like?
Hopefully a lot better. Hopefully not as close. We're obviously definitely going to practice every day like we've been, and gonna hopefully find some scrims and just work our little kinks out like we've been doing all season. So
yeah, that is awesome, man. Well, congratulations. That might as well to me be the finals, because that was amazing to watch. Never gotten to watch a game that was so fun. I've never felt more like I was actually in the game than watching you guys struggle and watching the other teams struggle and just watching the back and forth. It was unbelievable, incredible, but I'll hand it back to Camel. Just congratulations again, dude. That was awesome.
Congratulations, Gand. Anyone else you want to thank before we head off here? Anyone want to shout out?
Just my whole team, is we couldn't do it without every one of us, and we all showed up, even though we had our bumpy times or maps. Even we all showed up game 3, and we showed out. So I just want to thank them.
Awesome. Great interview. Thank you so much. Good luck with your team in this bracket. But regardless, that will do it for us here with the interview with our matches here today. Neon, it was a long day, but I wouldn't want to do it with anyone else. So thank you for the casting experience. And thank you to everyone in the back who was helping us out. Caroline, Tofu, Michael, everyone who stepped up here for us and made this experience as easy as it was. Even though there were some grueling games there, but we did get there eventually at the end of the day. So that will be it for us here. You can find our Twitter handles below if you want to check those out. It's been an exciting series. Thank you, everyone in chat. Have a great rest of your night.